Story 1. My son's ex-girlfriend showed up at our door crying, "I'm pregnant, it's his baby." My son said, "That's impossible, I'm still a virgin." I looked at my wife expecting her to back him up. Instead, she said, "Stop lying, you've disgraced this family." I just stared at her in shock. But when the paternity test came back weeks later, he's not the father. And my son just gave her a letter that destroyed her entire world. The doorbell rang at 8:47 p.m. on a Tuesday. I remember because I'd just glanced at my watch, calculating how much work I still needed to finish before bed. My wife Catherine was in the kitchen cleaning up after dinner, and our son Ethan was upstairs doing homework. Normal evening. Ordinary Tuesday. I opened the door to find Madison Pierce standing on our porch, mascara streaking down her face, eyes red and swollen. She dated Ethan for about 6 months during his senior year before breaking up with him 3 months ago. The breakup had been rough on him, but he'd been handling it well considering he was only 18. "Mr. Foster," she said, her voice cracking. "I need to talk to you and Mrs. Foster. And Ethan. Please, it's important." Something in her tone made my stomach drop. I stepped aside and let her in, calling for Catherine and Ethan. My wife appeared from the kitchen, dish towel still in hand, her expression shifting from confusion to concern. Ethan came down the stairs slowly, his face going pale when he saw Madison. "What's going on?" Catherine asked, moving to stand beside me. Madison's hands were shaking. She looked directly at Ethan, then at us. "I'm pregnant. It's Ethan's baby." The words hung in the air like smoke. I felt Catherine stiffen beside me. Ethan's face went from pale to completely white. "That's impossible," Ethan said quietly. "I'm still a virgin." I turned to look at my wife, expecting her to support our son, to help me figure out what was happening. Catherine had always been protective of Ethan, sometimes overly so. But instead of backing him up, her face hardened in a way I'd never seen before. "Stop lying," Catherine said sharply. "You've disgraced this family." I stared at her, unable to process what I'd just heard. My wife, who had raised Ethan, who had been there for every scraped knee and parent-teacher conference, was calling our son a liar without even asking questions. "Catherine," I started. "Don't," she cut me off. "I'm not stupid, David. I know what teenagers do. I know the kind of pressure they're under." She turned to Ethan. "You need to take responsibility for your actions." "Mom, I'm telling the truth," Ethan said, his voice breaking. "Madison and I we never did that. I swear." Madison was crying harder now. "Ethan, please. Don't make this harder than it already is. I know you're scared, but we can figure this out together." "There's nothing to figure out because I didn't do anything," Ethan insisted. He looked at me desperately. "Dad, you have to believe me." I wanted to believe him. Every instinct I had as his father told me he was telling the truth. Ethan had always been honest with me, sometimes brutally so. He'd come to me when he'd accidentally dented my car last year. He'd confessed when he'd failed a chemistry test because he hadn't studied. He wasn't a liar. "I believe you," I said firmly. "But we need to get to the bottom of this." Catherine's eyes flashed with anger. "Of course you'd take his side. You always do. You baby him, David. That's why he thinks he can get away with lying." "I'm not lying," Ethan shouted, tears streaming down his face now. "Why won't you believe me?" "Because I'm not naive," Catherine shot back. "Madison wouldn't come here and say this if it wasn't true. She has no reason to lie." "Everyone has reasons," I said carefully. "Madison, I'm not accusing you of anything, but we need proof. A paternity test." Madison nodded quickly. "Yes, of course. I'll do whatever you need. I need support right now. I'm scared and alone." "You're not alone," Catherine said, her voice softening as she looked at Madison. "We'll help you through this. Ethan will do the right thing." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. My wife had completely sided with Madison over our own son without a single shred of evidence. Something was deeply wrong here, but I couldn't put my finger on what. "Ethan isn't doing anything until we have a paternity test," I said. "That's non-negotiable." "Fine," Catherine said coldly. "But when it comes back positive, I don't want to hear any excuses from either of you." Madison left shortly after, promising to set up the test. Ethan went upstairs without a word, and I heard his bedroom door close quietly. The silence that followed was suffocating. "What the heck was that?" I asked Catherine once we were alone. "What was what?" "You immediately assumed Ethan was lying. You didn't even consider his side of the story." Catherine's jaw tightened. "I know my son. I know how teenage boys are. And I know that Madison is a sweet girl who wouldn't make something like this up." "You don't know that. You barely know Madison. She and Ethan dated for 6 months and you met her maybe a dozen times." "I know enough. And I know that you're so desperate to see Ethan as perfect that you can't accept when he makes mistakes. This isn't about being perfect. This is about believing our son when he tells us something. He's never lied to us before. There's a first time for everything, Catherine said. She turned and walked back to the kitchen, ending the conversation. I went upstairs to check on Ethan. He was sitting on his bed, staring at the wall. "Hey," I said softly, sitting down beside him. "She didn't believe me," he said. "My own mother didn't believe me." "I believe you." "But she doesn't." "Why doesn't she believe me, Dad?" I didn't have an answer. I put my arm around his shoulder and let him lean against me. He felt small and young, even though he was 18 and about to graduate high school. In that moment, he was just my kid who needed his father. "We'll prove it," I promised. "The test will come back and show you're not the father, and this will all be over." "Will it though?" Ethan asked. "Even if the test proves I'm telling the truth, Mom already thinks I'm a liar. That's not going away." He had a point. Something had shifted in Catherine, and I didn't understand what or why. We'd been married for 22 years. I thought I knew her. But the woman downstairs who had called our son a liar without hesitation felt like a stranger. The next few days were tense. Catherine barely spoke to me and gave Ethan the cold shoulder. She'd made it clear she thought we were both in denial. Meanwhile, Madison had texted Ethan several times, asking to talk, saying she understood he was scared but that running from the problem wouldn't help. Ethan showed me the messages. I don't know what to say to her. I didn't do anything wrong, but she's acting like I'm abandoning her. "Don't respond," I advised. "Let the test results speak for themselves." The paternity test was scheduled for the following Monday. Catherine insisted on coming, which made the whole thing even more uncomfortable. We sat in the clinic waiting room in silence. Madison was there with her mother, Linda, who kept shooting disapproving looks at Ethan. When they called us back, the nurse explained the process. It was simple, quick, and painless. Swab the inside of Ethan's cheek, swab Madison's cheek, and since she was already pregnant, they could use a prenatal paternity test. Results in about a week. 1 week and this nightmare is over, Ethan muttered as we left. But the week felt like a year. Catherine's behavior grew stranger. She started spending more time on her phone, being secretive about who she was texting. When I asked, she brushed me off. She also started going out more, saying she was meeting friends or running errands, but never being specific about where or with whom. I tried not to let paranoia take over, but something was definitely off. I considered that maybe she was just stressed about the situation with Ethan and Madison, but that didn't explain the secrecy or the anger directed at both of us. Ethan, meanwhile, was struggling. His grades started slipping. He withdrew from his friends. He spent most of his time in his room, only coming out for meals. I did my best to support him, but I could see the toll this was taking. "Dad," he said one night, about 5 days after the test. "What if the test is wrong? What if somehow it says I'm the father even though I'm not? That won't happen. These tests are extremely accurate. But what if it does? What if there's a mistake at the lab or something? Then we'll demand a retest. We'll keep testing until we get the truth. I promise you, Ethan, I will not let you take responsibility for something you didn't do." He nodded, but I could see he was still terrified. And honestly, so was I, not because I doubted Ethan, but because I was starting to doubt everything else. The results came on a Friday. The clinic called and said we could come pick them up or they could email them. I asked for both, wanting the physical proof in hand. Catherine, Ethan, and I drove to the clinic together in silence. The nurse handed me a sealed envelope. My hands were shaking as I opened it. I read the first line once, then twice, then a third time to make sure I was seeing it correctly. "Well?" Catherine asked impatiently. "He's not the father," I said, looking up at her. "Ethan is not the father. The probability of paternity is 0%. The relief that washed over Ethan's face was immediate. He closed his eyes and let out a long breath, his whole body sagging. Catherine snatched the paper from my hands and read it herself. Her face went through several expressions: shock, confusion, and then something I couldn't quite identify. "This must be wrong," she said. "It's not wrong," I said firmly. "Ethan told us the truth. He's not the father." "But Madison said..." "Madison lied," I interrupted. "Or she was mistaken about who the father is. Either way, this has nothing to do with Ethan." We drove home in silence again, but this time it was different. Ethan seemed lighter, like a weight had been lifted. Catherine seemed stunned, almost dazed. I was angry, both at Madison for putting us through this and at Catherine for not believing our son. When we got home, Ethan went straight to his room. I followed Catherine into the kitchen. "You owe him an apology," I said. I was just trying to make sure he did the right thing." "By calling him a liar? By assuming the worst? He needed his mother to believe in him, and you abandoned him." "Don't you dare say I abandoned my son." "Then what would you call it? Because from where I'm standing, you chose Madison's word over his without a second thought." Catherine's face crumpled. For a moment, I thought she might cry. "I didn't mean. I thought I was doing the right thing." "Well, You weren't. And you need to tell him that. She nodded slowly and went upstairs. I heard their voices through Ethan's door, but I couldn't make out the words. When Catherine came back down 20 minutes later, her eyes were red. How'd it go? I asked. He accepted my apology, but... She trailed off. He's not okay, David. I hurt him badly. Yeah, you did. I don't know why I reacted that way. I believed Madison. She seems so genuine. She's either a really good liar or she genuinely believes Ethan is the father for some reason. Either way, we need to figure out what's going on. But Madison didn't give us a chance. The next morning, Ethan received a text from her asking him to meet her at the coffee shop downtown. She said she needed to explain. Against my better judgment, I told him to go, but only if I could wait in my car nearby. I watched through the coffee shop window as Ethan sat down across from Madison. She was crying again, gesturing emphatically. Ethan's posture was stiff, defensive. The conversation lasted about 20 minutes before Ethan stood up and walked out. He got in my car and slammed the door. She says there must have been a mistake with the test, he said. She insists I'm the father. She says maybe the lab mixed up the samples or something. That's ridiculous. I know. But she really believes it, Dad. She's not lying on purpose. She genuinely thinks the baby is mine. Then who's the actual father? She says she hasn't been with anyone else. She swears I'm the only person she's ever. You know. Something clicked in my mind. Ethan, when did you two break up exactly? March 15th. About 3 months ago. And she's how far along? She said she's about 8 weeks. I did the math quickly. If Madison was 8 weeks pregnant, conception would have happened around mid-April, a month after they broke up. There was no way the timeline matched up with their relationship. Did you tell her that? I asked. Yeah, but she got defensive and said the doctor must have gotten the dates wrong. She's convinced herself that it's mine, and nothing I say will change her mind. We sat there for a moment, and then Ethan pulled out his phone. What are you doing? I asked. Sending her something I wrote last night, he said. I couldn't sleep, so I wrote down everything I wanted to say to her. I was going to give it to her in person, but she wouldn't listen. Maybe if she reads it, she'll understand. Can I see it first? He handed me his phone. I read the message he'd drafted. It was long, detailed, and devastating. Ethan had laid out the entire timeline of their relationship, including specific dates and events that proved they'd never been intimate. He'd documented every conversation they'd had about waiting, about taking things slow, about respecting each other's boundaries. But what really struck me was the end of the message. Ethan had figured out something I hadn't even considered yet. The message read, Madison, I've spent the last 3 weeks trying to understand why you'd do this to me. At first, I thought maybe you really did believe I was the father, that maybe you were confused or scared. But after seeing the test results and talking to you today, I realized something. You know I'm not the father. You've known all along. The timeline doesn't match. We broke up a month before you got pregnant. You're smart enough to do that math. So why did you come to my house and accuse me? Why did you put me through hell? I think I know why. I think you needed someone to blame, someone who would look like a plausible father, someone whose family might have money to help you. You chose me because you thought I'd be easy to manipulate. Or maybe you chose me because whoever the real father is, he's not an option. Maybe he's married. Maybe he's someone you can't admit to being with. Maybe he doesn't even know. I don't know and I don't care anymore. What I do know is that you destroyed my relationship with my mother. You made her think I was a liar. You made my father question everything. You put me through the worst 3 weeks of my life, and for what? Because you were scared and desperate? That doesn't excuse what you did. The truth is out now, and you need to face it. I'm not the father. I was never the father. And you need to stop pretending I am. Don't contact me again. Don't text me, don't call me, don't show up at my house. We're done. Whatever mess you're in, you created it. You need to deal with it without dragging me down with you. I hope you figure out your life, Madison. I really do. But I can't be part of it anymore. Send it, I said, handing the phone back. He pressed send and we watched the message go through. 3 dots appeared almost immediately, showing Madison was typing a response. Then they disappeared. Then appeared again. Finally, a message came through, I'm sorry. That was it. Just 2 words. No explanation, no defense, nothing else. What do you think she's sorry for? Ethan asked. Probably everything. Maybe she finally realized what she did. But I was wrong. We were both wrong about what Madison was sorry for and what was really going on. We didn't find out the whole truth until 2 weeks later, and when we did, it changed everything. It started with Catherine. Her behavior had gotten progressively stranger since the paternity test results came back. She was distant, distracted, and spent even more time on her phone. I'd catch her staring off into space, and when I asked what she was thinking about, she'd just shake her head and say nothing. Then one night, I couldn't sleep. I got up around 2 a.m. to get some water and noticed Catherine wasn't in bed. I found her in the living room, sitting in the dark, crying silently. "Catherine, what's wrong?" I asked, sitting beside her. She didn't answer at first. Just kept crying. When she finally spoke, her voice was barely a whisper. "I did something terrible." My heart started pounding. "What did you do?" I believed Madison because I wanted to believe her. No, that's not right. I needed to believe her. "I don't understand." She looked at me then, and I saw something in her eyes I'd never seen before, guilt so profound it seemed to be eating her alive. "Madison came to me first," Catherine said. "Before she showed up at our door that night. She came to me 3 days earlier. She told me she was pregnant and that Ethan was the father. I didn't believe her at first, but she was so convincing. She cried and said Ethan had promised to be careful but they'd made a mistake. She said she was terrified to tell him. And you believed her? Just like that?" "No. I confronted Ethan. Not directly, but I tried to feel him out about Madison, about their relationship. He said they'd broken up and that was that. He seemed completely oblivious. So I went back to Madison and told her she needed to talk to Ethan herself." "That still doesn't explain why you immediately called him a liar when she showed up." Catherine was quiet for a long moment. "Because Madison told me something else. She said if Ethan denied it, it was because he was scared. She said teenage boys lie about this stuff all the time to avoid responsibility. She said her cousin went through the same thing and the boy denied everything until the test proved otherwise. She was so detailed, so specific. I believed her completely." "But why wouldn't you at least listen to Ethan? Why just assume she was telling the truth?" "Because." Catherine's voice broke. "Because I wanted it to be true. I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach." "What?" "I wanted Ethan to have made a mistake. I wanted him to have screwed up in some way. Do you know how awful that sounds? What kind of mother wants their child to fail?" "Catherine, you're not making any sense." She stood up and started pacing. "Ethan is perfect, David. He gets good grades, he's respectful, he's kind, he never gets in trouble. He's everything we could ask for in a son. And I resented him for it." "You resented our son for being a good kid?" "I resented that he made it look so easy. I resented that you two have this perfect relationship where he comes to you with everything and trusts you completely. I resented that he didn't need me the way he needed you. I was starting to see it now, and it made me sick. So when Madison came to you with this story, you saw it as an opportunity. An opportunity for him to need me. An opportunity for me to be the important parent for once. If he'd gotten Madison pregnant, he would have needed my help, my support, my guidance. He would have turned to me. Instead, you turned on him. I know. I know what I did. And when the test came back negative, I realized how wrong I'd been about everything. I damaged my relationship with my son because I was jealous of yours." I stood up, needing distance from her. "You need help, Catherine. Professional help. Because this is not normal." "I know. I've already made an appointment with a therapist." "Good. And you need to tell Ethan the truth. All of it." "I can't. It would destroy him to know I wanted him to have made a mistake. He deserves to know. He deserves to understand why you did what you did." We argued about it for another hour, but Catherine refused. She said she'd take it to her grave if she had to. I didn't push it further that night because I was too angry and too exhausted. But I knew the conversation wasn't over. The next morning, Ethan came down for breakfast looking troubled. "I got another message from Madison last night," he said. "Actually, a bunch of messages." "What did she say?" He showed me his phone. Madison had sent a series of texts, each one more desperate than the last. She was begging Ethan to reconsider, saying she'd made a mistake about the timeline, asking if there was any way he could actually be the father. The last message said, "Please, Ethan. I need you to be the father. I need it to be you." That's a strange way to put it, I observed. Right? Why would she need it to be me? Why not just accept that it's someone else and move on? Unless there's something about the real father that makes him impossible. Ethan nodded slowly. "That's what I've been thinking. I tried to remember anything Madison might have said about other guys, but we never really talked about that stuff. She was always pretty private." "Did she have a lot of friends? Maybe someone close to her would know." "She had a best friend, Kayla. They were inseparable. But I don't have her number or anything." "Do you have her social media?" Ethan pulled up Kayla's profile and sent her a message explaining the situation. To our surprise, she responded within minutes asking if we could meet. She said she had something important to tell us. We met Kayla at the same coffee shop where Ethan had met with Madison. She looked nervous, fidgeting with her coffee cup as Ethan and I sat down across from her. "Thank you for meeting with us," I said. "I've been wanting to reach out," Kayla said. I felt horrible about what Madison did to you, Ethan. I told her it was wrong, but she wouldn't listen. Do you know who the real father is? Ethan asked. Kayla bit her lip. I do. And that's why Madison was so desperate to pin it on you. The real father is Coach Richards. I felt my blood run cold. The basketball coach at your high school? Kayla nodded. Madison started seeing him about a month after you two broke up. He's married with 2 kids. She knew it was wrong, but she said he made her feel special, like she was mature and sophisticated. When she found out she was pregnant, she panicked. She couldn't tell anyone the truth because Coach Richards would lose his job and probably go to jail. He's like 35 or something. Ethan looked sick. So she chose me as a cover story. She chose you because she thought you'd be believable and because she thought your family would help her out financially without asking too many questions. She knew your dad has a good job. She thought if she could convince everyone you were the father, she could get support without ruining Coach Richards' life. What about his life? I asked. What about ruining Ethan's life? I know. I told her that. But she was desperate and scared. She wasn't thinking clearly. Does Coach Richards know? Ethan asked. She told him. He gave her money for an abortion, but she didn't want one. So he told her to figure it out and stop contacting him. That's when she came up with a plan to blame you. I felt rage building inside me. And my wife. Did Madison approach my wife before coming to our house? Kayla looked confused. I don't know about that. She didn't mention it to me. She did, I said. She went to Catherine first and laid the groundwork, made sure Catherine would believe her story. Ethan's face had gone pale. That means she planned the whole thing. It wasn't just desperation. She deliberately set me up. I'm sorry, Kayla said. I should have said something sooner. I just didn't want to betray Madison's trust, but what she did to you was worse than anything I could have done to her. Thank you for telling us, I said. Would you be willing to make a statement if necessary? If we need to take this to the school or the authorities? Yes. Absolutely. We left the coffee shop with our heads spinning. Ethan was quiet on the drive home, processing everything we'd learned. I need to call Mom, he said finally. She needs to know the truth about Madison. Let me tell her, I said. Trust me on this. When we got home, I found Catherine in her office. I closed the door behind me and told her everything Kayla had revealed. I watched as the color drained from Catherine's face. Oh my gosh, she whispered. That means Madison manipulated me too. She came to me knowing I'd be the weak link, knowing I'd help her convince everyone else. Probably, I said. She played you perfectly. Catherine's hands were shaking. I need to apologize to Ethan again. I need to tell him I was manipulated. You need to tell him the whole truth, Catherine. About why you were so easy to manipulate. About why you wanted to believe Madison. I can't. You have to. He deserves honesty from at least one of his parents. Catherine started crying. I'm terrified. What if he hates me? He might. But lying to him again is worse. She didn't tell him that day. Or the next. She kept putting it off, finding excuses and reasons to wait. Meanwhile, Ethan was dealing with the fallout of discovering the truth about Madison and Coach Richards. He wanted to report it to the school, but I urged him to think carefully about the implications. Yes, Coach Richards was a predator who deserved to face consequences. But going public would also expose Madison, and despite everything she'd done to him, Ethan still felt conflicted about destroying her life. She's 18, he said. Technically, it's not illegal even though it's disgusting. And if we report it, everyone will know her business. Everyone will know about the baby. Those are her consequences to face, I said. She chose to get involved with a married teacher. She chose to lie about you. She made her choices. I know. But I keep thinking about how scared she must have been. How alone she felt. I'm not excusing what she did to me, but I understand why she did it. You're a better person than most, Ethan. He smiled sadly. I'm not. I'm angry and hurt and I want her to pay for what she did. But I also don't want to be the person who ruins her life out of revenge. I just want it to be over. It doesn't have to be your responsibility. We could report Coach Richards anonymously. But then Madison would know it was us. And honestly, I think she's suffered enough. Having a baby at 18, knowing the father is a creep who abandoned her, watching her whole plan fall apart. That's punishment enough. I was proud of my son for his maturity, but I also worried he was letting people off too easy. Madison had almost destroyed his relationship with his mother, had put him through weeks of hell, and had damaged his reputation even though they'd kept things relatively quiet. She deserved more than just natural consequences. But it wasn't my decision to make. It was Ethan's. Then something shifted. About a week after our meeting with Kayla, Ethan came to me with a different energy. He seemed resolved, determined. I've been thinking about everything, he said. And I've decided I do want Madison to face consequences. Not legal ones, but real ones. I want her to understand what she did and what it cost. What did you have in mind? I'm going to write her another letter. A real one this time. And I'm going to make sure the people who matter see it. Like who? Like her parents. Like Kayla. Like Coach Richards. Like everyone who needs to know the truth about what she did and why. That's risky, Ethan. It could backfire. Maybe. But staying silent feels like letting her win. She needs to face what she did. He spent the next 3 days writing. I didn't see the letter until he finished it, and when he showed it to me, I understood why he'd taken so long. It was detailed, thorough, and absolutely devastating. He'd laid out the entire timeline, included screenshots of messages between him and Madison that proved they'd never been intimate, referenced the paternity test results, and explained what Kayla had told us about Coach Richards. But the most powerful part was the end, where Ethan described the emotional toll Madison's actions had taken. He wrote about the strain on his relationship with his mother, about the sleepless nights, about the fear that even with the test results, people would always wonder. He wrote about how violated he felt, how his trust had been shattered, how his senior year had been ruined. This is powerful, I said. But are you sure you want to send it? Once it's out there, you can't take it back. I'm sure. She needs to know. They all need to know. Who's they all? Madison's parents, for starters. They need to know what their daughter did and who she was really involved with. They deserve the truth. And Coach Richards? I'm not sending it to him directly. But I am sending it to the school principal along with a formal complaint. He should lose his job at minimum. Madison will hate you for this. Good. She should hate me. It's better than her thinking she can manipulate people without consequences. Ethan sent the letters on a Monday morning. He printed physical copies for Madison's parents and delivered them personally, leaving them in their mailbox. He emailed the principal with a detailed account and attached the letter. He sent copies to Kayla and a few other mutual friends who deserve to know the truth, and he sent one directly to Madison with a simple message: "You need to read this and think about what you've done. I hope it was worth it." The response was swift and dramatic. Madison's parents called our house that evening, furious and confused. They demanded to speak with Ethan, saying Madison was claiming the letter was full of lies. I spoke with him instead, calmly explaining that we had evidence for every claim in the letter and offering to share the paternity test results if they needed proof. They didn't believe me at first. But then I mentioned Coach Richards, and Madison's father went very quiet. "She told you about that?" he asked. "She told a friend who told us. It's the truth, isn't it?" A long pause. "We suspected something was going on with a teacher, but she wouldn't tell us who. She said it was consensual, that she was 18 and it was legal. We told her it didn't matter, that it was wrong, but she wouldn't listen. She got pregnant. Did she tell you that?" Another pause. "She said she had a scare but it was fine. She lied about that too? She's pregnant. And when she realized the father couldn't help her without exposing himself, she decided to pin it on my son instead. She spent weeks making us believe Ethan was responsible. She manipulated my wife into supporting her story. She put my family through hell." Madison's mother got on the phone then, her voice thick with tears. "I'm so sorry. I don't know what to say. We had no idea. Your daughter needs help. Real help. What she did wasn't just lying. It was calculated manipulation. She needs to understand the severity of her actions." "We'll make sure she does," her father said grimly. "Thank you for telling us the truth." The school's response came 2 days later. Coach Richards was placed on immediate administrative leave pending an investigation. Ethan was called in to give a statement, which he did with me present. The principal assured us they were taking the matter seriously and that appropriate action would be taken. Madison tried to contact Ethan multiple times after that, leaving voicemails and sending texts begging him to talk to her. He ignored all of them except one, which he screenshot and showed to me. The message read, "You destroyed my life. I hope you're happy. Everyone knows now. My parents are forcing me to move to my aunt's house in another state to have the baby away from all the gossip. I'm being homeschooled for the rest of the year. I have no friends. My life is over. And for what? Because I made a mistake? Because I was scared? You're cruel, Ethan. You're not the person I thought you were. How do you feel about that?" I asked him. He was quiet for a moment. "I feel like she still doesn't get it. She's mad at me for exposing what she did, not sorry for doing it in the first place. She's angry about the consequences, not remorseful about her actions." "That's probably true. I don't feel good about it, Dad. I don't feel like I won or got revenge or anything like that. I just feel tired." "That's normal. You did what you needed to do to clear your name and protect yourself. The rest is on her." But the situation wasn't quite finished. There was still one more person who needed to face the truth. Catherine had been watching everything unfold from the sidelines, growing increasingly quiet and withdrawn. She'd barely spoken to Ethan since the truth came out about Madison. When she did talk to him, It was superficial, surface-level stuff about homework or dinner or the weather. One evening, about 2 weeks after Ethan sent the letters, I found Catherine in the bathroom crying. Not quiet tears this time, but full sobbing. "You have to tell him," I said. "You can't keep carrying this. I'm destroying what's left of our relationship. You already did that when you didn't believe him. At least this way, he'll understand why." She looked up at me with red, swollen eyes. "What if he never forgives me? Then that's a consequence you'll have to live with. But he deserves the truth. He deserves to know that his mother's betrayal wasn't really about Madison at all." Catherine took a shaky breath. "Okay. I'll tell him. But I need you there." We called Ethan down to the living room that night after dinner. He looked wary when he saw both of us sitting there, clearly expecting bad news. "What's going on?" he asked. "Your mother has something she needs to tell you," I said. "And I want you to listen all the way through before you respond." Catherine was trembling. She took several deep breaths before she started talking. And then, slowly and painfully, she told Ethan everything. About her insecurity, about her jealousy of my relationship with him, about wanting him to need her the way he needed me. About how Madison's story had seemed like an opportunity rather than a crisis. About how she'd wanted him to have made a mistake so she could be the parent who fixed it. Ethan's face went through a range of expressions as she talked: confusion, hurt, disbelief, anger. When Catherine finished, the silence was deafening. "So you wanted me to have gotten Madison pregnant," Ethan said slowly. "You wanted me to have screwed up my life. Not consciously. Not in a way I would have admitted to myself at the time. But yes, on some level, I wanted you to need me more than you needed your father. That's messed up, Mom. That's really messed up." "I know. I'm getting help. I've been seeing a therapist twice a week." "Good for you. But that doesn't change what you did. You called me a liar. You took Madison's side over mine. You made me feel like my own mother didn't believe in me. I'm sorry. I'm so incredibly sorry." Ethan stood up. "I don't know if I can forgive you right now. Maybe eventually, but not now. What you did hurt more than anything Madison did because you're supposed to be on my side. You're supposed to believe me." "I know," Catherine whispered. "I need some time. I need space to process this." He went upstairs, and Catherine collapsed into tears again. I sat with her, not offering comfort exactly, but just being present. She'd made her confession. She'd faced her son with the truth. Whatever happened next was up to Ethan. The next few weeks were difficult. Ethan spoke to Catherine only when necessary. He spent most of his time either in his room or out with friends. He graduated high school in June with honors, and we all attended the ceremony, but there was a distance between him and Catherine that hadn't existed before. Then, in early July, something shifted. Ethan came home from hanging out with friends and found Catherine in the kitchen making dinner. "Can we talk?" he asked. Catherine looked up, hope flickering in her eyes. "Of course." They went out to the back porch, and I watched through the window as they sat together. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I could see Ethan gesturing as he talked, Catherine nodding and occasionally wiping her eyes. The conversation lasted over an hour. When Ethan came back inside, he looked lighter somehow. "How'd it go?" I asked. "We're not okay yet," he said. "But we're working on it. She's still in therapy, and she's doing the work to understand why she reacted the way she did. I told her I forgive her, but I need her to prove that she's really changed." "That's fair." And I told her about the college thing. My stomach dropped. "You told her?" "Yeah. She needed to know." About a month earlier, Ethan had confided in me that he'd been accepted to a university on the other side of the country. It was an excellent school with a great program for his intended major, but it was also very far from home. He'd told me he'd chosen it partly because he needed distance from everything that had happened, particularly from Catherine. I'd supported his decision but suggested he wait to tell his mother. Now the secret was out. "How did she take it?" I asked. "Better than I expected. She cried, but she said she understood. She said she wants me to go where I'll be happiest, even if that means being far away from her." "That's growth." "Yeah. I think it is." Ethan left for college in August. Catherine and I drove him across the country, helped him move into his dorm, met his roommate. It was bittersweet, watching our son start this new chapter, but it felt right. On the drive home, Catherine and I talked more honestly than we had in years. She told me about what she was learning in therapy, about the patterns she was working to break, about the ways she wanted to be a better mother and wife. I told her I was proud of her for doing the hard work, even though it was painful. "Do you think Ethan will ever really forgive me?" she asked. "I think he already has. But forgiveness doesn't mean things go back to how they were. It means moving forward into something new. I can live with that." As for Madison, we heard through Kayla that she'd had a baby boy in late October. She placed him for adoption and moved back to town in January to finish her senior year online. Coach Richards was fired and his wife divorced him. Madison's life had changed completely, and while I felt some sympathy for her situation, I couldn't forget what she'd tried to do to my son. Ethan came home for Christmas break in December, and it was good to have him back. He and Catherine had been texting regularly, rebuilding their relationship slowly. They went out to lunch one day, just the two of them, and when they came back, they both seemed more relaxed with each other. On Christmas Eve, we were all sitting around the fireplace when Ethan said, "I got a Facebook message from Madison last week." Catherine and I both looked up sharply. "What did it say?" I asked. She apologized. Really apologized this time, not the fake stuff from before. She said she's been in therapy too, working through everything that happened. She said she understands now what she did to me and to our family. She doesn't expect forgiveness, but she wanted me to know she's sorry. "How do you feel about that?" Catherine asked. "I don't know. Part of me wants to believe she's genuine. But another part of me doesn't care. Whether she's sorry or not doesn't change what happened. It doesn't give me back those months of hell." "Did you respond?" I asked. "No. I don't think I will. Some apologies you just have to accept silently and move on. I don't owe her closure." And that, I realized, was the real ending to this whole mess. Not some dramatic confrontation or tearful reconciliation. Just Ethan, choosing to move forward without looking back. Choosing to let Madison's apology exist without validating it. Choosing peace over revenge. The letter he'd sent months ago had accomplished what he needed. It had cleared his name, exposed the truth, and forced everyone involved to face reality. Anything beyond that was unnecessary. We finished the holidays and Ethan went back to school in January. He's thriving there, from what I can tell through our weekly phone calls. He's made friends, joined clubs, even started dating someone new. He sounds happy. Catherine continues therapy and has made real progress in addressing her insecurity issues. Our marriage isn't perfect, we've got our own work to do, but we're in a better place than we were a year ago. As for Madison, I don't know what became of her beyond what I heard through Kayla. I hope she's getting help. I hope she's learned from her mistakes. But mostly, I just hope she stays far away from my family. Looking back on everything that happened, I realize how easily it all could have gone differently. If I hadn't believed Ethan from the start, if we hadn't insisted on a paternity test, if Kayla hadn't told us the truth about Coach Richards, Madison's lie could have destroyed Ethan's entire future. He could have been trapped in a situation that wasn't his responsibility, paying for someone else's mistakes. But he wasn't. Because he told the truth, and I believed him, and he had the courage to expose Madison's manipulation even when it would have been easier to stay silent. That's what I'm most proud of, not that we survived the situation, but that Ethan came through it with his integrity intact. He could have lashed out in worse ways. He could have been cruel or vindictive. Instead, he simply told the truth and let the consequences fall where they may. That letter he wrote didn't destroy Madison's world out of malice. It destroyed it because it was built on lies, and lies eventually crumble under the weight of truth. She destroyed her own world the moment she decided to blame him for something he didn't do. Sometimes revenge isn't about punishing someone. It's just about refusing to carry their lies for them. It's about standing up and saying, "No, this isn't my burden to bear." And that's exactly what Ethan did. Story 2. My fiancé's grandparents called me Jake at dinner. I corrected them, "Actually, I'm Michael." They looked confused. It happened 3 more times. I laughed it off. But when I went to the bathroom and overheard my fiancée talking to them in the kitchen, she wasn't correcting them. Instead, she said something that made me realize why they thought Jake was still her boyfriend. The words filtered through the kitchen door with perfect clarity. My hand froze on the bathroom doorknob as Rachel's grandmother spoke in that warm, raspy voice I'd been charmed by all evening. "Such a nice young man, dear. Jake always was so polite." "I know, Grandma." Rachel's voice carried a strange tightness. "He really is. How long have you two been together now?" "Must be close to 4 years?" 3.5. "We're very happy." My stomach twisted into something cold and sharp. I stood there in the dim hallway, my reflection barely visible in the antique mirror hanging near the bathroom door. The face staring back looked like a stranger's. 3.5 years. Rachel and I had been together for 2 years and 3 months. Engaged for 6 weeks. The dinner had been her idea. "My grandparents are getting older," she'd said last Tuesday, curled up on my couch with her laptop balanced on her knees. "I really want you to meet them before we get married. They mean everything to me." I'd agreed immediately. Family mattered to Rachel in a way that touched something deep in my chest. Her parents had died in a car accident when she was 19, leaving her with a modest inheritance and a profound sense of loss. The grandparents who raised her through high school had moved to Florida 3 years ago, seeking warmer weather for her grandfather's arthritis. She visited them twice a year, always alone because of my work schedule or some other logistical complication. Or so she'd told me. The name mix-up had started the moment we'd walked through their front door. Her grandmother had opened it with a brilliant smile, arms already extending for a hug. Jake. Oh, how wonderful to finally see you again. I'd smiled, assuming she'd confused me with someone else from Rachel's past. Actually, I'm Michael. Michael Torres. Her face had crinkled with confusion. Michael? Grandma's memory isn't what it used to be, Rachel had said quickly, squeezing my hand. This is Michael, my fiancé. But it kept happening. During dinner, her grandfather had asked me about my job at the marketing firm, except I worked in software development. He'd mentioned my sister Amanda, but I had two brothers. He'd asked about my apartment in Riverside, though I owned a house in Westbrook. Every single detail belonged to someone else's life. Rachel had laughed it off each time, attributing the confusion to age and forgetfulness. I'd gone along with it because what else could I do? Accuse my fiancé's elderly grandparents of deliberately calling me the wrong name? But now I understood. They didn't have me confused with someone from Rachel's past. They didn't know I existed at all. Footsteps approached from the kitchen. I moved quickly, slipping back into the bathroom and closing the door with a soft click. My heart hammered against my ribs as I stood there, staring at the floral wallpaper without really seeing it. I turned on the faucet to cover any sound, watching water swirl down the drain while my mind raced through every conversation, every visit, every excuse. She'd never invited me to Florida before. Not once in 2 years. I'd thought it was about timing. About work schedules and plane tickets and the complexity of coordinating two busy lives. Now I saw it differently. She'd kept us separate deliberately. Two parallel relationships running on different tracks, never meant to intersect. The water ran cold over my hands. I forced myself to breathe slowly, to think clearly despite the adrenaline screaming through my system. I needed to know more before I acted. Needed to understand the full scope of what I'd stumbled into. When I emerged from the bathroom, Rachel was waiting in the hallway. Her face wore an expression of concern that now looked like a mask. You okay? You were in there a while. Fine. Just felt a little off for a second. She touched my forehead with cool fingers. You're not getting sick, are you? No. I'm good now. We returned to the living room where her grandparents sat on a worn floral couch, photo albums spread across the coffee table. Her grandmother patted the seat beside her. Come look at these, Jake. I was just telling your grandfather about that wonderful trip you and Rachel took to the mountains last spring. Rachel's fingers dug into my arm. Actually, Grandma, I'd love to see them, I interrupted, settling onto the couch before Rachel could finish her sentence. We took some great photos that weekend. Rachel's face went pale. Her grandmother beamed and opened the album to a page filled with images of Rachel and a tall, sandy-haired man standing on a mountaintop. He had his arm around her waist. She was laughing at something he'd said, her face tilted up toward his with unmistakable affection. Such a beautiful spot, her grandmother said. You picked the perfect place for a weekend getaway. I studied the photos with careful attention, committing every detail to memory. Jake, the real Jake, looked athletic and outdoorsy, the kind of man who probably knew how to build a fire without matches and could name every constellation in the night sky. In one photo, he was kissing Rachel's temple while she smiled at the camera. The timestamp read April of this year. 2 months before she'd accepted my proposal. These are lovely, I said evenly. You have a good eye for photography, Mrs. Henderson. Oh, Rachel took most of them. She's always been artistic. I turned the page. More photos. Jake and Rachel at a restaurant, at a beach, at what looked like a family barbecue with people I didn't recognize. The album documented a relationship with depth and history, full of the casual intimacy that comes from years of shared experiences. Rachel stood frozen near the doorway, her face bloodless. You two make such a handsome couple, her grandfather said. When's the wedding again? September? October, Rachel whispered. October, I repeated, meeting her eyes across the room. October 23rd. That was our wedding date. Mine and Rachel's. The date we'd chosen together after hours of discussing venues and seasons and family schedules. The date I'd circled on my calendar with a red marker, counting down the days until I could call her my wife. Apparently, Jake had circled it too. Her grandmother continued flipping through the album, offering commentary on each photo. I nodded and smiled and made appropriate sounds while my mind catalogued everything. The evidence of parallel deception spread across those pages like a map of betrayal. Every smiling photo was another lie, another moment Rachel had given to someone else while promising me forever. We should probably head out, Rachel said abruptly. It's getting late, and Michael has work tomorrow. Already? Her grandmother looked disappointed. But you just got here. We'll visit again soon, Rachel promised, her voice tight. Maybe next month. We made our goodbyes quickly. Rachel's grandparents hugged me warmly, still calling me Jake, still oblivious to the fact that I was the wrong man entirely. I shook her grandfather's hand and thanked them for their hospitality while Rachel practically vibrated with tension beside me. The moment we reached the rental car, she turned to me with desperation in her eyes. "Michael, I can explain." "Not here." I unlocked the doors and slid behind the wheel. "Get in." We drove in silence toward the hotel where we'd booked a room for the night. Rachel's hands twisted in her lap, her breathing shallow and quick. I kept my eyes on the road, my hands steady on the wheel, my expression neutral. I needed time to think. Time to process. Time to decide what to do with this information. The hotel room was small but clean, decorated in generic coastal colors. Rachel closed the door and leaned against it, watching me set our overnight bags on the luggage rack. "Michael, please. Let me explain." "Explain what exactly?" I turned to face her. "Explain why your grandparents think I'm Jake? Explain why you've been lying to them about who you're marrying? Or explain why there are photos of you and another man taken 2 months before you accepted my proposal?" She flinched. "It's complicated." Then uncomplicated. She moved to the bed and sat down heavily, her face crumpling. "Jake and I have been together since college. We started dating sophomore year. He was supposed to be it for me. We talked about marriage, about kids, about building a life together. 2 years ago, we hit a rough patch. He wanted to move to Portland for a job opportunity. I didn't want to leave Boston. We fought about it constantly. I told him I needed space to think about what I wanted." She looked up at me with red-rimmed eyes. "That's when I met you. At Sarah's birthday party. You were so different from Jake. Stable. Ambitious. You had your life figured out. I thought maybe this was life telling me it was time to move on. So you started dating me while you were still with him. We were on a break. Jake knew I was seeing other people. He was seeing other people too. It wasn't cheating." I laughed, a harsh sound that surprised us both. "Rachel, you accepted my engagement ring. You're planning a wedding with me. How is that not cheating?" "Because I was going to end things with him." She stood up, her hands reaching for mine. I stepped back. "I really was, Michael. I just needed time to figure out how. He's been part of my life for so long. His family knows my family. We have all these connections and history. I couldn't just cut him off without breaking everything. So your solution was to keep us both? To lie to everyone?" "My grandparents loved Jake. They've loved him since I first brought him home. When I tried to tell them about you, to explain that I was moving on, they got so upset. They said Jake was perfect for me, that I'd be making the biggest mistake of my life if I let him go." Tears spilled down her cheeks. "I couldn't bear to disappoint them. Not after everything they've done for me." "What about disappointing me?" She had no answer for that. I walked to the window and stared out at the parking lot below. A couple was loading luggage into their car, laughing about something. Normal people doing normal things. I envied them their simplicity. "Does Jake know about me?" "No." Her voice was small. "He thinks I'm visiting my grandparents alone this weekend." "And what happens in October? You're supposed to marry both of us?" "No. Of course not. I was going to tell Jake after I got back from this trip. I was going to end things with him properly. I just wanted my grandparents to meet you first, to see how perfect we are together. I thought maybe once they saw how happy you make me, they'd understand why I had to let Jake go." The logic was so twisted it almost made sense in a horrible way. She'd brought me here as proof, as evidence in her case for choosing me over him. Except she'd never told them she'd made a choice. She'd let them believe Jake was still her future while I sat beside them on their couch like a ghost. "You used me," I said quietly. "You brought me here to manipulate your grandparents into accepting a decision you haven't actually made yet. That's not fair, isn't it?" I turned to face her. "You're still wearing Jake's clothes in those photos, Rachel. Still smiling at him like he's your whole world. When were those mountain photos taken? April? May?" "April," she whispered. 2 months before you agreed to marry me. 2 months before you said yes when I got down on one knee in that restaurant and asked you to spend your life with me." The anger I'd been holding back finally cracked through my careful control. "Were you planning to tell him about the engagement before or after the wedding?" "You're twisting everything." "Am I?" "Because from where I'm standing, you've been running a con. Playing us both. Keeping your options open while making promises you never intended to keep." She collapsed onto the bed, sobbing into her hands. Part of me wanted to comfort her. 2 years of loving her didn't evaporate in a single evening, no matter how much betrayal burned in my chest. But I stayed by the window, watching her cry, feeling nothing but a cold, spreading numbness. "What happens now?" she finally asked, her voice muffled by her palms. "Now? Now I need to think." I grabbed my jacket and left the room before she could respond. The hotel hallway stretched empty in both directions, fluorescent lights humming overhead. I walked until I found a stairwell, then climbed to the roof access door. It was locked, but a second door led to an outdoor pool area that was closed for the night. I sat on a plastic lounge chair and pulled out my phone. The urge to call someone, my brother, my best friend, anyone, was overwhelming. But what would I say? The story was too fresh, too raw. I needed to process it myself first. Instead, I opened Facebook and searched for Jake Morrison. It didn't take long to find him. His profile was public, filled with photos of hiking trips and rock climbing adventures. His relationship status said in a relationship with Rachel Henderson. I scrolled through his timeline. Photos of them together stretched back years, documenting the relationship she'd described. College parties. Graduation. Vacations. Family dinners. An entire life built together, posted for the world to see. My hands shook as I clicked through the images. Here was Rachel in a Christmas sweater, kissing Jake under mistletoe. Here they were at a wedding, dancing together. Here was a selfie from 3 weeks ago, both of them grinning at the camera with a caption that read "Best Sunday Ever." 3 weeks ago, I'd been helping Rachel pick out wedding invitations. I switched to her profile. It was locked down tight, privacy settings on maximum. Anyone looking would see only her profile picture, a solo shot from last year, and nothing else. No relationship status. No photos. No indication of who she spent her time with. Smart. She'd compartmentalized her digital life as carefully as her real one. A message notification popped up on my phone. Rachel. Please come back so we can talk. I turned off the screen and pocketed the phone. The night air was cool against my face, carrying the salt smell of the ocean. Above me, stars wheeled in the darkness, indifferent to human drama. I thought about the engagement ring I'd bought. 3 months of salary, just like the old rules suggested. I'd worked overtime for weeks to afford the exact ring she'd admired in a jewelry store window. The jeweler had spent an hour helping me pick the perfect stone, explaining cut and clarity until my head spun with terminology. She'd cried when I proposed. Happy tears, I'd thought. Looking back, maybe they'd been guilt. Or maybe she'd been genuinely torn. Maybe she'd stood at that crossroads, looking down 2 different paths of her life, and genuinely hadn't known which way to go. Maybe I was being unfair, judging her for being human and confused and terrified of making the wrong choice. But she'd made a choice. She'd said yes to marrying me. And then she'd continued lying to everyone, maintaining her relationship with Jake while planning a future with me. That wasn't confusion. That was calculation. My phone buzzed again. Another message from Rachel. I love you. I know I messed up, but I love you. Please give me a chance to make this right. I stared at those words until they lost all meaning. Did she love me? Maybe. People were capable of loving more than one person at a time. But love without honesty was just another kind of betrayal. I stayed on the pool deck for hours, thinking through scenarios. I could end it tonight, pack my bags and fly home in the morning. Clean break. Move on with my life while she figured out her mess. Or I could stay and listen to whatever explanation she wanted to offer. Give her a chance to convince me that this was all a terrible misunderstanding, that she'd chosen me and meant it, that Jake was history despite all evidence to the contrary. Or I could do something else entirely. The idea formed slowly, taking shape in the darkness. It was petty. Possibly cruel. Definitely not the high road. But it was fair. I pulled up Jake's profile again and clicked on the message icon. My thumbs hovered over the keyboard. One message would blow Rachel's careful deception apart. One message would give Jake the same truth I'd accidentally stumbled into. But I didn't send it. Not yet. Instead, I went back to the hotel room. Rachel was curled up on the bed, still dressed, her face swollen from crying. She looked up when I entered, hope and fear warring in her expression. Michael, I'm not making any decisions tonight, I said, cutting her off. It's late. I'm exhausted. We both need sleep. Okay. She sat up, wiping at her eyes. Okay. We can talk in the morning. I took a pillow and the spare blanket from the closet. I'll sleep on the floor. You don't have to. I do. She didn't argue. I made up a makeshift bed near the window and lay down fully clothed. Rachel turned off the lights, and we lay there in the darkness, 3 feet and a world apart. I didn't sleep. I listened to her breathing gradually slow and deepen, listened to her shift and settle into unconsciousness. When I was certain she was asleep, I got up and retrieved her phone from the nightstand. Her passcode was our anniversary. Of course it was. I opened her messages and found Jake immediately. Their conversation stretched back months, filled with the casual intimacy of a long-term relationship. Good morning texts. Inside jokes. Plans for dinner. A discussion about whether to get a dog. 2 days ago, while I'd been at work, she'd texted him, "Miss you so much. Can't wait to see you next week." Next week. After we got back from this trip. After she'd introduced me to her grandparents and presumably figured out how to handle the situation. Except she wouldn't need to handle it anymore. I would. I scrolled back further, looking for anything about me. There wasn't much. An occasional reference to a work thing that kept her busy. A mention of a friend's wedding she had to attend, our engagement party. She'd compartmentalized so effectively that Jake probably had no idea I existed beyond vague mentions of a busy schedule. I took screenshots of everything. The conversations. The photos. The plans they'd made together. Evidence that she'd been maintaining both relationships simultaneously, lying to both of us with equal conviction. Then I put her phone back exactly where I'd found it and returned to my makeshift bed on the floor. The plan had fully formed now, clear and cold. I knew exactly what I needed to do. In the morning, Rachel woke before me. I heard her moving around the room quietly, probably trying not to disturb me. When I opened my eyes, she was sitting on the edge of the bed, watching me with a nervous expression. "Good morning," she said tentatively. "Morning. Did you sleep?" "Not much." She twisted her hands together. "Michael, about everything. I want to hear the truth," I interrupted. "All of it. No more lies. No more excuses. If we're going to have any chance of working through this, I need complete honesty." Relief flooded her face. She thought I was offering her a path forward. She didn't understand yet that I was building a case. "Okay. Yes. Anything you want to know. Are you still in love with Jake?" She hesitated. "It's complicated." "That's not an answer." "Yes," she admitted finally. "Part of me still loves him. But I love you too. I know that sounds impossible, but it's the truth. You're both important to me in different ways." "Does he know about me? About us?" "No. I told you, he thinks, that you're visiting your grandparents alone." "Right. And after this weekend? What was your plan?" "I was going to talk to him when I got home. Tell him about you. About the engagement. End things properly. But you weren't going to tell me about him." She looked away. I thought it would be easier if you just never knew. If I could close that chapter of my life without dragging you into it." "Easier for who?" "For everyone. What would be the point of hurting you with information about something that was ending anyway? The point would be honesty. Trust. Not building our marriage on a foundation of lies." "You're right. I know you're right. I was scared of losing you." I sat up, folding the blanket with methodical care. "Here's what's going to happen. We're going to fly home today as planned. You're going to tell Jake about me, about the engagement, about everything. And then you're going to choose. Choose? Him or me. You can't have both. You need to make a real decision and commit to it." She nodded eagerly. "I will. I'll tell him today. As soon as we land." "Good. Because I'm going to give you exactly 1 week to figure out what you want. If you choose me, you end things with Jake completely. Block his number. No contact. And you tell your grandparents the truth about who I am. And if I choose him? Then we end this cleanly. No drama. We cancel the wedding and go our separate ways." She crossed the room and knelt beside me, taking my hands in hers. "I don't need a week. I'm choosing you, Michael. I've already chosen you. That's why I accepted your proposal. That's why I'm planning a life with you. Then prove it." We flew home that afternoon. Rachel spent the flight gripping my hand, trying to reassure me with touches and whispered promises. I let her. I played the part of the wounded but hopeful partner, the man who wanted to believe his relationship could survive this betrayal. By the time we landed in Boston, she seemed almost relaxed. She thought she'd dodged a bullet. She thought her confession and my ultimatum had resolved everything. She had no idea what was coming. I dropped her off at her apartment, we didn't live together yet, something I was now grateful for, and drove to my house. The moment I closed the door behind me, I pulled out my phone and opened a new message to Jake Morrison. "Hi Jake. You don't know me, but we need to talk. It's about Rachel." I included my phone number and hit send before I could second guess myself. Then I waited. He called within 20 minutes. His voice was cautious, confused. "Who is this?" "My name is Michael Torres. I'm Rachel's fiancé." Silence stretched between us. Then, "Her what?" "We've been together for 2 years. Engaged for 6 weeks. The wedding is scheduled for October." "That's impossible. Rachel and we're together. We've been together for years." "I know. I saw the photos at her grandparents' house this weekend. That's how I found out about you. This is some kind of joke." "It's not. Check her Facebook. She keeps it private, but you can probably see her relationship status. Or you could ask her directly." "I don't understand." Neither did I at first. But here's what I've figured out. Rachel has been dating both of us simultaneously for the past 2 years. She told me you were her ex. She told her grandparents I was you. She's been living 2 completely separate lives. His breathing was ragged on the other end of the line. "Prove it. I can send you screenshots of her messages to me. Photos of us together. The engagement announcement we sent out last month. Whatever you need to see. Send them." I forwarded everything I had. Photos of Rachel and me at various events. Copies of our engagement party invitation. Screenshots of text conversations. Even a copy of the receipt for the engagement ring. 5 minutes later, he called back. I'm going to kill her. His voice shook with fury. Get in line. But before you do anything, I have a proposition. I'm listening. She told me she's going to end things with you today. Tell you about me and the engagement. Make a clean break. Is that what she told you? Yeah. She said she's choosing me. He laughed bitterly. She told me 3 days ago that she was thinking about us moving in together. We looked at apartments online. She circled her favorite ones. Of course she did. Playing both sides until the very end. Here's my idea, I said. We let her think she's gotten away with it. For now. Let her believe I've forgiven her and we're moving forward with a wedding. Let her believe you don't know about me. Why? Because I want her to feel what it's like to have everything she thinks is safe suddenly fall apart. I want her to stand in front of everyone she knows and have the truth come out in a way she can't explain away or manipulate. You want revenge. I want justice. There's a difference. He was quiet for a long moment. What do you have in mind? We talked for an hour. Jake was an engineer, methodical and detail-oriented. He wanted a plan that was airtight, something she couldn't wriggle out of with excuses or tears. We mapped out every step, every contingency. By the time we hung up, we had an agreement. And over the next 3 months, we executed it perfectly. Rachel called me that evening, her voice bright with relief. I talked to Jake. I told him about you, about the engagement. It was hard, but it's done. How did he take it? He was upset, obviously. But he understood. He said he'd been feeling like we were drifting apart anyway. It was actually more mutual than I expected. The lie rolled off her tongue so easily. I wondered how many other lies she'd told with that same casual confidence. I'm proud of you, I said. That must have been difficult. It was the right thing to do. I should have done it months ago. Well, it's done now. We can move forward. Yes. Her voice trembled with emotion. We can finally move forward. Jake, meanwhile, followed our script perfectly. He continued dating Rachel as if nothing had changed. She'd told me she'd ended things, so she had to hide any contact with him. But according to Jake, she simply became more careful. More secretive. She started putting her phone face down when they were together. She stopped posting anything on social media. She compartmentalized even more aggressively than before. She thought she was being clever. She thought she'd managed to keep both of us without either of us knowing. I played my part too. I was the devoted fiancé, excited about our upcoming wedding. We went to cake tastings and met with photographers. We sent out save the date cards and booked a venue. Rachel seemed genuinely happy, relieved that she'd navigated her complicated situation so successfully. Meanwhile, Jake and I met twice in person. Once at a coffee shop halfway between our homes, where we compared notes and refined our plan. Once at my house, where we went over every detail one final time. He was a decent guy. Under different circumstances, we might have been friends. We certainly had similar taste in women, though neither of us had realized how much we'd had in common until Rachel forced us together. You think she feels guilty? He asked during our second meeting. I think she feels relieved. She thinks she got away with it. That's the part that bothers me most. Not just the lying, but how good she is at it. How easily she looked me in the eye and told me she loved me while planning a wedding with you. Same. Makes you wonder if anything was real. Some of it must have been. You don't fake feelings for years. You can't. Maybe not. But you can be selfish enough to keep two people on the line because you can't make up your mind. He nodded slowly. Or because you like having a backup plan. That thought had occurred to me too. Maybe Rachel had kept both of us because she was terrified of being alone. Maybe she loved us both in her own way, but loved her security more. It didn't matter anymore. The why didn't change the what. The weeks passed. Summer faded into early fall. The wedding approached with relentless momentum. Rachel seemed stressed but happy, juggling final preparations while somehow still maintaining her relationship with Jake. I wondered how she managed it, the mental gymnastics required to keep her story straight, to remember which version of herself she was supposed to be with which person. 2 weeks before the wedding, I suggested having a small pre-wedding dinner with close friends and family. Just an intimate gathering to celebrate before the big day. Rachel loved the idea. Your brothers can meet my grandparents, she said. Everyone can get to know each other better. Perfect. Why don't you invite some of your college friends too? The people who've been part of your life the longest. She hesitated. Most of them can't make it. Work commitments, you know. Invite them anyway. You never know who might be able to come. She did, reluctantly. And when one of them, Sarah, her roommate from sophomore year, said she could make it, Rachel's face went pale. That's great, I said. I'd love to meet her. You talk about her all the time. Right. Yes. Great. Sarah knew Jake. Sarah had been at their college graduation party, according to Facebook. Sarah would recognize immediately that I wasn't the man she'd expected Rachel to marry. But Rachel couldn't uninvite her without raising suspicion. She was trapped. The dinner was scheduled for a Saturday evening at a nice restaurant downtown. Rachel's grandparents flew in Friday and stayed at a hotel nearby. They called me Jake twice on the phone while coordinating plans. I let it slide. Saturday arrived cool and clear, perfect fall weather. I dressed carefully, taking my time with my tie. This was it. The moment months of planning had built toward. Rachel met me at my house before the dinner. She looked beautiful in a navy dress, her hair swept up, her makeup flawless. She also looked terrified. "You okay?" I asked. "Just nervous. You know how I get around big groups. It's not that big. Just family and a few friends." "I know. I'm being silly." We drove to the restaurant together. Her hand trembled slightly in mine. I squeezed her fingers gently, playing the supportive fiancé. "It's going to be great. Everyone's excited to celebrate with us." The restaurant had set aside a private room for our party. We arrived first and checked the seating arrangements. I'd handled the planning, insisting that Rachel had enough to worry about with the wedding. She'd been grateful. Now she studied the name cards with growing unease. "Where's Sarah sitting?" "Next to your grandparents. I thought she'd enjoy talking with them about old times." "Right. Good thinking." My brothers arrived next, boisterous and happy. They'd brought their wives, and everyone hugged and laughed and made the kind of noise families make when they're genuinely glad to see each other. Rachel smiled and chatted, but I could feel the tension in her shoulders when I put my arm around her waist. Her grandparents arrived, beaming. They went straight to Rachel and enveloped her in long hugs. Then they turned to me. "Jake. So good to see you again." "Great to see you too, Mr. and Mrs. Henderson." Rachel's face drained of color. She opened her mouth to correct them, but I spoke first. "Let me get you both a drink. What would you like?" They settled into their seats, chatting with my brothers while Rachel stood frozen near the door. I guided her to a quiet corner. "Michael, we need to tell them." "Tell them what?" "That you're not Jake. That I've been lying. We have to come clean before this gets worse." "I thought you already told them about me." "I did. I called them last month. But Grandma's memory, you know how it is. She must have forgotten." That's unfortunate." Sarah arrived before Rachel could say anything else. She swept into the room with a bright smile, immediately scanning the group. Her eyes landed on me, and confusion flickered across her face. Then she spotted Rachel and moved in for a hug. "Rachel. Oh my gosh, it's been forever. You look amazing." "Sarah. Hi. Thanks for coming. Wouldn't miss it. So where's," she glanced at me again, clearly trying to figure out who I was. "Sarah, this is Michael. My fiancé." "Michael." Sarah shook my hand, her smile fixed but puzzled. "Nice to meet you." I thought. Well, never mind. Congratulations to you both. "Thank you. Rachel's told me so much about you." We made small talk while Rachel stood rigid beside me. Sarah kept glancing at her with questions in her eyes, but Rachel avoided her gaze. The rest of the guests arrived. My best friend, Doug. A couple of work colleagues. Rachel's aunt and uncle. Everyone settled into their assigned seats while servers poured water and wine. I stood and tapped my glass to get everyone's attention. "Thank you all for coming tonight. It means a lot to Rachel and me to have everyone together before the big day. I know you're all excited to celebrate with us, and we're grateful for your love and support." Murmurs of agreement. Rachel's grandfather raised his glass in a small salute. "Before dinner arrives, I wanted to share something special. A little surprise I've been planning." Rachel looked at me sharply. "Michael, you're going to love this," I promised her. I pulled out my phone and connected it to the restaurant's display screen. I made a video montage of our relationship. All our favorite moments together. I thought everyone would enjoy seeing how we got here. Her face went completely white. "Maybe we should save that for later." "Nonsense. Now's perfect." I hit play. The screen lit up with a photo of Rachel and Jake at their college graduation. Young and happy, their whole future ahead of them. The next photo showed them hiking together, then at a beach, then at a wedding where they'd been someone's guests. The room fell silent. "Whoops," I said mildly. "Wrong video." But I didn't turn it off. The photos kept cycling. Rachel and Jake kissing under mistletoe. Rachel and Jake at her grandparents' house last Christmas. Rachel and Jake looking at apartments together, those screenshots Jake had sent me from their text conversation. "Michael, stop." Rachel reached for my phone. I held it out of reach. "Wait, there's more." Now the photos shifted. Rachel and me at our engagement party. Rachel and me touring wedding venues. Rachel and me with my family at a barbecue last summer. Back and forth the images went. Rachel with Jake. Rachel with me. Jake. Me. Jake. Me. A visual representation of the double life she'd been leading. Her grandmother spoke first, her voice confused. I don't understand. Who is that man? That's Jake, I said helpfully. Rachel's boyfriend. They've been together since college. But you're Jake? No, Mrs. Henderson. I'm Michael. I've always been Michael. Rachel has been dating both of us simultaneously for the past 2 years. The room erupted. Questions fired from every direction. Rachel stood frozen, her mouth opening and closing without sound. Is this true? Her grandfather demanded. I can explain, Rachel started. You told us Jake proposed, her grandmother said, her voice breaking. You said you were marrying Jake. She is marrying Jake, I said. In fact, he should be here any minute. On cue, the door to the private room opened. Jake walked in, dressed in a suit, looking calm despite the chaos. Every eye turned to him. Sorry I'm late, he said pleasantly. Traffic was terrible. He walked straight to Rachel and kissed her cheek. She flinched away, but he caught her hand. Good to finally meet everyone, he said, addressing the room. I'm Jake Morrison. Rachel's boyfriend. Or I was, until she told me 2 months ago that she'd ended things to marry Michael here. He nodded at me. Except she didn't actually end things. She just got better at hiding our relationship while planning her wedding. Sarah gasped. My brothers exchanged shocked glances. Rachel's aunt put a hand over her mouth. You're both crazy, Rachel said, her voice shaking. This is insane, is it? I pulled up her text messages on my phone and projected them on the screen. Messages to Jake from last week, can't wait to see you Thursday. Miss you so much. Messages to me from the same day, counting down to the wedding. Love you forever. Here's my favorite part, Jake said. He pulled out his own phone and added more screenshots to the display. 3 days ago, Rachel sent me apartment listings. We talked about adopting a dog together. She said she'd been thinking about names. She liked Cooper. For our hypothetical future dog, I added. While she was simultaneously confirming our honeymoon reservations. Rachel looked around the room wildly, searching for an ally. Finding none. Everyone stared at her with expressions ranging from shock to disgust to pity. I loved you, she said, directing the words at me. Then at Jake. I loved both of you. I didn't know how to choose. I didn't want to hurt anyone. So you hurt everyone instead, Jake finished. Her grandmother stood up, her face etched with disappointment. Rachel Marie Henderson. I raised you better than this. Grandma, please, how could you do this? To these men? To your family? To yourself? Rachel burst into tears. Huge, gasping sobs that shook her whole body. Once upon a time, those tears would have undone me. I would have rushed to comfort her, to fix whatever was wrong. Now I felt nothing but a distant sort of satisfaction. The same satisfaction you feel when finishing a difficult task. The relief of completion. The wedding is cancelled, obviously, I said to the room. I apologize for the dramatic reveal, but Rachel gave us no choice. She refused to be honest. This seemed like the only way to make sure everyone knew the truth. We've already contacted the venue and the vendors, Jake added. Everything's been cancelled. Deposits are forfeited, but Michael and I are splitting the costs. We figured it was only fair since we were both supposed to be the groom. You planned this, Rachel said, looking between us with something like awe mixed with horror. You've been working together. Since the day after I found out about Jake, I confirmed. We've spent the last 3 months making sure you couldn't talk your way out of this. Making sure everyone would see exactly what you are. What am I? She asked it like a genuine question. A liar, Jake said simply. A manipulator. Someone who cared more about having options than about the people who loved you. My brother stood up. I think we should go. Everyone began gathering their things in uncomfortable silence. Rachel's grandparents left first, her grandmother refusing to even look at her. Sarah squeezed Rachel's shoulder briefly before following them out. One by one, the room emptied until only Rachel, Jake, and I remained. She stood in the center of the room, mascara streaked down her face, her careful composure completely destroyed. I never meant for any of this to happen. And yet it did, I said. What happens now? Now? Jake shrugged. Now you live with the consequences. Everyone you love knows what you did. Your grandparents are disgusted. Your friends are shocked. Your reputation is demolished. You'll have to figure out your life without either of us in it, I added. No safety net. No backup plan. Just you and the mess you created. I'm sorry, she said it to both of us, but neither of us acknowledged it. Jake and I walked out together, leaving her alone in the empty room. In the parking lot, we shook hands. Feel better? He asked. Not really. But at least it's over. Yeah. Finally over. We went our separate ways. I drove home through the October darkness, past houses with porch lights glowing and families visible through windows. Normal lives carrying on normally. My phone buzzed continuously with messages from family and friends. Supportive words. Angry questions about Rachel. Offers to talk if I needed it. I ignored them all. At home, I poured myself a drink and sat in my quiet living room. The engagement ring sat on my coffee table where I'd left it that morning. 3 months of salary reduced to a glittering reminder of everything I'd almost lost. The satisfaction I'd felt at the restaurant was already fading, replaced by a hollow ache. We'd gotten our revenge. We'd exposed her lies in the most public, humiliating way possible. We'd taken away her power to manipulate the narrative. But it didn't change what she'd done. Didn't erase the betrayal or the wasted years. Didn't answer the question that haunted me most: had any of it been real? My phone rang. Jake's name appeared on the screen. "Hey," I answered. "Just wanted to check in. You doing okay?" "Yeah. You?" "Not really. I thought I'd feel victorious or something. Triumphant. But mostly I just feel tired." "Same. For what it's worth, I'm glad we did this together. Couldn't have pulled it off alone." "Agreed. At least we got to control how this ended." "True. Anyway, I'll let you go. Take care of yourself, Michael." "You too, Jake." I hung up and sat in the silence. Tomorrow I'd have to start picking up the pieces. Explaining to everyone what had happened. Canceling my parts of the wedding plans. Returning gifts. Moving forward with my life. But tonight, I just sat with the weight of it all. The anger and betrayal and strange, bitter satisfaction of having brought Rachel's carefully constructed lies crashing down around her. She'd wanted to have it both ways. To keep us both while committing to neither. She'd thought she was smart enough, careful enough, to maintain the deception indefinitely. She'd been wrong. And now everyone knew it. I raised my glass to the empty room. To truth, I said to no one. Outside, the October wind picked up, rattling the windows. Inside, I sat alone with my drink and my thoughts and the uncomfortable knowledge that revenge, when you finally get it, tastes nothing like you imagined. It tastes like ashes and endings and the sad certainty that some betrayals leave scars that never fully heal. But at least it was honest. At least it was real. At least it was done. Story 3. My father emptied my house while I was on vacation, selling everything to pay for my sister's $300,000 wedding. When I came back to nothing but bare walls, they were waiting in the driveway, laughing. "Surprise. Now you're broke," my dad shouted while my sister took selfies with my empty house. I just smiled, which made my sister demand, "What's so funny?" I pulled out my phone and sent her a video and said, "Surprise." She started screaming. The rental car's engine ticked as it cooled in my driveway. I'd been driving for 3 hours straight from the airport, exhausted from a red-eye flight that had left me stiff and bleary-eyed. 2 weeks in Costa Rica had been exactly what I needed, hiking through cloud forests, photographing wildlife, sleeping without an alarm clock. My phone had stayed off for most of the trip, tucked away in my backpack while I disconnected from the relentless pace of my usual life. But something felt wrong the moment I turned onto my street. My father's truck sat parked at an angle across my driveway, blocking the garage. My sister Madison's white BMW was pulled up on the lawn, tire tracks visible in the grass I'd carefully maintained before leaving. A U-Haul trailer was hitched to the truck, empty and still bearing rental stickers. The front door of my house stood wide open. I killed the engine and sat there, confusion turning rapidly into cold dread. Dad and Madison emerged from the doorway, both holding their phones. They were laughing, actually laughing, recording something on their screens as they walked toward me. "There he is," Dad shouted, his face flushed with what looked like excitement. "The man of the hour." Madison's heels clicked on the concrete. She'd dressed up for this, whatever this was, a designer dress that probably cost more than most people's monthly rent, hair and makeup done like she was attending a premiere. She held her phone at arm's length, making sure to capture both herself and my house in the frame. I got out of the car slowly. "What's going on?" "Surprise." Dad spread his arms wide, gesturing toward my house like a game show host revealing a prize. "Now you're broke." The words didn't make sense. I looked past them toward the open door, trying to understand what I was seeing. Through the entrance, I could see straight through to the back windows. No furniture blocked the view. No couch, no entertainment center, no dining table. Just empty space and bare walls. "What did you do?" My voice came out steady, which surprised me. Madison lowered her phone, unable to contain her grin. "We helped you declutter. You're always saying you want to simplify your life, right? Well, now you can start fresh." "Where is everything?" "Sold it," Dad said proudly. "Every last piece. Made about $140,000, maybe more once we finish with the online listings. Not bad for 2 weeks of work, right?" The numbness spreading through my chest must have been shock. I'd read about it, that strange calm that descends when your brain can't process what's happening fast enough to generate appropriate emotion. You broke into my house and sold my belongings. We didn't break in, Madison corrected, still recording. Dad has your spare key, remember? You gave it to him for emergencies. And this was definitely an emergency. What emergency? She rolled her eyes like I was being deliberately dense. My wedding, obviously. Do you have any idea how expensive it is to create a once-in-a-lifetime experience? The venue alone was $80,000. That's not counting the flowers, the dress, the photographer, the caterer, the string quartet. I didn't agree to pay for your wedding. You didn't have to agree, Dad interrupted. Family helps family. That's how it works. Madison needed help, and you weren't answering your phone, so we made an executive decision. I started walking toward the house. They followed, still filming, Madison providing running commentary for her social media followers. So we basically saved his life by removing all this materialistic stuff. He should be thanking us, honestly. The inside was worse than I'd imagined. They hadn't just taken furniture, they'd stripped everything. The TV was gone from the living room wall, leaving only the mounting bracket and a tangle of cables. The curtains had been pulled down, the rods removed from the windows. In the kitchen, they'd taken the microwave, the coffee maker, even the dish rack from beside the sink. The cabinet stood open, empty except for a few mismatched plates they must have deemed not worth the effort. My home office had been completely gutted. The desk where I'd built my web design business over 5 years, the 3 monitors I'd saved for months to buy, the ergonomic chair that had cost $800 but had saved my back from the chronic pain I'd developed in my 20s, all gone. The external hard drives containing backups of years of work, the networking equipment, the specialized keyboard I'd imported from Germany. Vanished. We got great prices for the electronics, Dad said from the doorway. Your computer setup especially. Some tech guy drove up from Portland and paid cash. My bedroom was an empty box. They'd taken the bed, the nightstands, the dresser that had belonged to my grandfather. The closet stood open, hangers empty. Where are my clothes? Goodwill, mostly, Madison said, examining her nails. Some of the nicer stuff we sold at that consignment shop downtown. Your sneaker collection went for a lot more than I expected, actually. Who knew old shoes could be worth so much? The sneakers had been a hobby, something I'd collected since college. Nothing crazy expensive, but I'd spent years finding vintage pairs in good condition, tracking down specific colorways, trading with other collectors online. Each pair had a story, the ones I'd worn to my first client meeting, the ones I'd found at a garage sale that turned out to be rare, the ones my best friend had given me before he moved to Japan. Gone. I walked through the entire house in silence while they followed with their phones, narrating my reaction for whatever audience they'd cultivated. The bathroom had been stripped of towels, the shower curtain, even the bath mat. The guest room where I'd stored equipment for my photography work, my cameras, lenses, tripods, lighting gear, completely empty. Thousands of dollars in equipment I'd acquired over years, each piece chosen carefully for specific purposes. In the garage, my tools had been cleared from the pegboard. The workbench I'd built myself, the table saw I'd inherited from my uncle, the organization system I'd spent a weekend installing, all of it removed, leaving ghost marks on the walls where things had hung. We saved you from yourself, Dad said as we returned to the living room. All this stuff was weighing you down. You're always working, never visiting, barely making time for family. Maybe now you'll have the freedom to focus on what really matters. And we're only asking for a small thank you, Madison added. I mean, we did all the heavy lifting. Literally. Do you know how hard it is to move a king-size mattress downstairs? We earned this. I stood in the center of what used to be my living room, looking at the rectangular patches on the hardwood where furniture had protected the finish from sunlight. The afternoon light streamed through the bare windows, illuminating dust motes that danced in the air. Something must have shown on my face, maybe the beginning of a smile, because Madison's expression shifted from smug satisfaction to uncertainty. What's so funny? She demanded, stepping closer. Why are you smiling? I pulled out my phone, opening the video app. My thumb hovered over the send button for just a moment while I looked at both of them, memorizing this instant before everything changed. Then I tapped Madison's contact and sent the file. Surprise, I said quietly. Madison's phone chimed. She glanced down at the notification, then tapped it. Dad moved to look over her shoulder. The video began to play, the audio tinny from her phone's speaker. It showed Madison's fiancé, Trevor, in what was clearly a hotel room. He wasn't alone. The woman with him definitely wasn't my sister. The timestamp in the corner read 3 days ago, right in the middle of the final wedding preparations. Madison's face went white, then red. How did you? Keep watching, I suggested. The video continued. Trevor and his companion were having a conversation between their other activities, and Trevor was being remarkably candid about his future plans. About how Madison's family money was the whole point. About the prenup he'd convinced her not to sign because it would show they didn't trust each other. About his buddy who'd helped him work out the financial strategy for cleaning out accounts and disappearing once the joint assets were properly combined. This can't be. Madison's hands shook as she watched herself getting discussed like a mark, a target, someone too naive to see the setup. The video went on for another minute, capturing enough detail to make the situation crystal clear. Trevor thought he was meeting a wealthy older woman for a mutually beneficial arrangement. He had no idea the woman was actually a private investigator I'd hired the moment Madison had announced her engagement to a man she'd known for 6 months. "You're lying," Madison said, but her voice cracked. "This is fake. You edited this or something." "The investigator has the original files," I replied. "Time-stamped, location tagged, verified. She'll testify in court if needed. I also have bank statements showing Trevor's been doing this before, 2 previous relationships with women from wealthy families, both ending the same way. He's got quite a system." Dad had gone very quiet. His face had taken on a grayish tinge, and he'd lowered his phone to his side, the recording apparently forgotten. Madison was cycling through emotions rapidly: disbelief, anger, humiliation, rage. "You knew? You knew this whole time and you didn't tell me?" "I tried to tell you," I said, and this was true. 5 months ago. You screamed at me for being jealous, said I couldn't stand to see you happy, and didn't speak to me for 3 weeks. Remember that fight at Mom's birthday dinner? When I tried to bring up concerns about Trevor and you threw your wine in my face. She had no response to that. I hired the investigator after that," I continued. "Figured if you wouldn't listen to words, maybe you'd listen to evidence. I was planning to show you this last month, but you'd already sent out the wedding invitations. Then I thought I'd tell you during my vacation, have it out over the phone where you couldn't physically attack me. But someone convinced me to wait until after the wedding, to let you figure it out yourself." I looked at Dad. "You remember that conversation? When you told me to stop interfering, that Madison deserved her special day, that I was being selfish by trying to ruin her happiness." Dad's jaw tightened. "That was different. We thought you were just bitter because you're still single at 34. So instead of listening, you decided to rob me. To fund a wedding that was basically an elaborate setup to steal from our family." "We didn't steal," Dad said, but he sounded less certain now. "We borrowed. We were going to pay you back." "With what money?" "You're retired on a fixed income. Madison works part-time at a gallery because Trevor convinced her she didn't need a real career. Where exactly was this repayment going to come from?" Silence. Madison was still staring at her phone, watching the video loop. Tears had started running down her face, taking her makeup with them. "The wedding was yesterday," she whispered. "We're married. We're already married." "I know," I said. "I timed the reveal specifically. The investigator sent me the final report while I was in Costa Rica. I knew you'd come here the moment you got back from the honeymoon, probably planning this whole stunt with Dad as some kind of punishment for missing the ceremony. I also knew you'd have spent essentially all the money by then, because Trevor's been encouraging you to go bigger and better with every detail, hasn't he? Suggesting upgrades, pushing for the premium packages, making sure every dollar got committed?" Her silence confirmed it. "So now you're married to a con artist, you've spent $300,000, including $140,000 stolen from me, on a wedding to said con artist, and you have no money left to escape when he inevitably cleans out your accounts and disappears." I paused. "Which, according to the investigator, he's planning to do in about 3 months, once the wedding gifts are liquidated and the joint accounts are properly established." Madison's legs seemed to give out. She sat down hard on the bare floor, still clutching her phone. Dad found his voice. "We'll fix this. We'll get an annulment, or a divorce, or whatever." "With what lawyer?" "Divorces cost money. Good lawyers who can protect assets during a divorce cost a lot of money. Money you just spent on a fraudulent wedding." "The house, we can sell the house. Your house has a reverse mortgage," I said. "You took it out 3 years ago to fund Madison's gallery investment that never turned a profit. You've got maybe $30,000 in equity left, and that's before real estate fees." His face showed me I was right. He'd never told Madison about the reverse mortgage, probably hoping to hide it until after he was gone. "We'll go to the police," Madison said suddenly. "We'll report him." "For what? Marrying you? He hasn't technically done anything illegal yet. Being a con artist planning a crime isn't the same as committing one. And the moment you report him, he'll know his cover is blown, and he'll disappear before you can secure any assets." "Then what do we do?" Her voice was small now, all the earlier bravado gone. I pulled out a chair from the breakfast nook, one of the few pieces of furniture that apparently left because it was built in, and sat down. My legs were tired from standing, and I was still fighting jet lag from the flight. "Let me tell you what you're going to do," I said. "First, Madison, you're going to go home and act like nothing is wrong. You're going to be the happy newlywed, excited about your future, completely oblivious. You're going to do exactly what Trevor expects. I can't even look at him. You're going to learn, I interrupted. Because the alternative is losing everything and spending years in debt trying to recover. While you're playing happy wife, the investigator and I are going to document every move he makes. Every transfer, every hidden account, every communication with his accomplice. We're building a case that will let you divorce him with cause, keep your assets protected, and possibly see him prosecuted for fraud. How long? She whispered. 2 months, maybe 3. Long enough to gather everything we need, short enough to get you out before he makes his move. Dad had been watching this exchange with growing horror. And what about the house? What about all his stuff you sold? Oh, that. I leaned back in the chair. That's where things get interesting for you, Dad. His expression went wary. See, what you did is called theft. Probably also breaking and entering, definitely conversion of property, possibly fraud depending on how you represented ownership when you sold my things. I could have you arrested right now. I've got documentation proving everything in this house was mine, purchased with my money, part of my home that you had no legal right to enter for purposes of theft. You gave me a key. For emergencies. Not for liquidating my assets. Any lawyer would laugh you out of court if you tried to claim that as consent. The silence stretched out. Madison had stopped crying, watching our father with an expression that suggested she was seeing him differently now. Here's what's going to happen, I continued. You're going to spend the next 6 months working to pay me back. Every dollar you stole, with interest. You're going to get a part-time job, I don't care what it is, retail, landscaping, whatever you can manage at your age, and every penny you earn beyond your basic living expenses comes to me. I can't work, he protested. My back. Your back was fine when you were hauling my furniture out of here. You'll manage. And if you don't, if you refuse, if you miss payments, if you decide this is unfair, then I go to the police, file charges, and let the legal system handle it. At your age, even a short sentence would basically be a life sentence. Plus, you'd lose what little equity you have left in the house to pay for lawyers and restitution. Dad's face had gone from gray to red. You'd actually do that? To your own father? You mean like how you actually broke into my house and sold everything I owned to fund a wedding for a con artist? That kind of family loyalty? He had no answer. Madison spoke up, her voice hoarse from crying. What about me? You get a job too, I said. A real one, full-time, with benefits. The gallery doesn't count, Trevor probably set that up to keep you dependent anyway. You're going to find work that pays enough to support yourself, because when this divorce happens, you're going to need to stand on your own feet. I don't have any real experience. I studied art history. Then you'll start somewhere entry-level and work your way up, like most people do. Museums, auction houses, corporate art consulting, whatever. Or you could go back to school, get a teaching certificate, become a professor. You're smart enough when you bother to apply yourself. You've just been coasting on family money and men who wanted access to it. She flinched, but didn't argue. Both of you are going to help me replace what you stole, I went on. Not just with money, you're going to put in physical work too. Every weekend for the next 2 months, you're going to help me shop for furniture, move it in, reassemble my home office, rebuild what you destroyed. You're going to understand, viscerally, how much effort goes into creating a life that you decided to dismantle for your own convenience. And if we do all this? Dad asked. If we pay you back, help you rebuild, do everything you're demanding? Then I don't press charges. You get to keep your freedom, your house, and some shred of dignity. Madison gets help escaping her marriage before it destroys her financially. And maybe, eventually, we can rebuild something like a family relationship. But that last part isn't guaranteed. That's going to depend on whether you two can actually demonstrate sustained change, not just compliance under duress. Madison was nodding slowly. She'd pulled herself together somewhat, though her makeup was ruined and her designer dress was dusty from sitting on the floor. Okay, she said. Okay, I'll do it. Whatever it takes. Dad took longer to respond. He stood there, hands clenched at his sides, clearly warring with his pride. Finally, he gave a single, sharp nod. Fine. But this doesn't make what you're doing right. What I'm doing is giving you a chance to make restitution instead of going to prison, I replied. If you can't see the mercy in that, then you're more lost than I thought. He turned and walked out, leaving without another word. Madison stood up slowly, using the wall for support. I need to go home, she said. Trevor's expecting me for dinner. He'll wonder where I've been. Tell him you were showing off the wedding photos to friends. Stay vague. Men like him don't actually care about the details of your day as long as you seem happy and admiring. She nodded, then hesitated at the door. I really didn't know. About Trevor, I mean. I thought he loved me. I know you did. That's what makes people like him so effective. After she left, I walked through the empty house again, this time without an audience. The anger I'd been suppressing started to surface, not explosive rage, but a cold, deep fury at the violation of my space, my privacy, my trust. They'd come into my home, the place I'd worked for years to afford, and treated it like a warehouse they could raid whenever convenient. My phone buzzed with a text from the investigator, a woman named Laura who'd been invaluable over the past few months. "Saw your location is back home. Everything go according to plan?" "Perfectly," I typed back. "They took the bait exactly as predicted." "Good. Trevor made 3 large purchases yesterday: catering deposit for a business event that doesn't exist, down payment on a car under a separate LLC, and a wire transfer to an offshore account. I've got documentation of all of it. Send everything to the lawyer. Let's start building the divorce case now so it's ready when Madison needs it." "Already done. Also, I've got a lead on Trevor's partner, the guy he mentioned in the video. Might be able to get evidence of conspiracy to commit fraud. Whatever you can find. Bill me the hours." I sat down on the floor where my couch used to be, leaning against the wall, and closed my eyes. The house was silent except for the occasional creak of settling wood and the distant sound of traffic. In 2 weeks, I'd gone from a comfortable, established life to essentially camping in my own home. But unlike Madison and Dad, who'd expected me to crumble, I'd prepared for this. The storage unit across town held my actual valuables, my real computer setup, my important hard drives, my grandfather's dresser, the photography equipment I actually cared about. I'd moved it all there before leaving for Costa Rica, replacing everything with cheaper versions purchased secondhand specifically to be stolen. The clothes at Goodwill were old items I'd been meaning to donate anyway. The rare sneakers they'd sold were replicas I'd ordered online for $100 total. My real collection was in climate-controlled storage, along with every item of actual monetary or sentimental value I owned. The investigator had cost $15,000. The storage unit rental, the replacement furniture, the replica items, another $8,000. The vacation to Costa Rica, deliberately timed and extended to give them opportunity, $4,000. $27,000 total to catch a con artist, document my family's theft, and set up a situation where I held all the power. Madison's $300,000 wedding had bought her a marriage to a criminal that would implode in months. My $27,000 had bought me evidence, leverage, and the moral high ground. Worth every penny. The next morning, Dad showed up at 7 with coffee and bagels, his version of a peace offering. I let him in, noting how he winced when he saw the empty rooms in daylight. Somehow it looked worse when the sun was streaming through the bare windows, highlighting every scuff mark on the walls where furniture had been dragged out. "I've been thinking," he said, handing me a cup. "About what you said. About getting a job. And? There's a hardware store hiring. Part-time, but it's something. I've got an interview this afternoon." "That's a start." He sat on the floor near the window, looking uncomfortable without furniture. "I owe you an apology. A real one, not just compliance because you're forcing me." I waited. "I told myself we were doing you a favor," he continued. "That you had too much stuff, that you were too focused on material things, that you needed to learn the value of family over possessions. But the truth is I was jealous." This surprised me enough that I sat down too, my back against the opposite wall. "You built something," he said. "With your business, your house, your life. You did it yourself, without handouts, without taking shortcuts. And instead of being proud, I resented it. Because I never managed that. I worked the same factory job for 40 years, retired with barely enough to survive, and had to watch my son succeed where I'd struggled. So you decided to tear it down. I decided to tell myself a story where I was still the wise elder and you were the foolish child who needed teaching. Madison's wedding was just the excuse. If it hadn't been that, I would have found something else eventually." The admission sat between us, heavy and uncomfortable. "The thing is," I said finally, "I would have helped with the wedding if you'd asked. Not $300,000, that's excessive no matter how you look at it, but I would have contributed something meaningful. I would have been there. You didn't have to rob me. You just had to treat me like a person whose boundaries and choices mattered. I know that now." "Do you?" "Because knowing it now, after you got caught, is different from knowing it when you were loading my furniture into a truck." He didn't have an answer for that. Madison arrived an hour later, dressed for a job interview in one of the few professional outfits she must have owned. "Museum admin position," she explained. "Entry level, but it's something. The interview's at 10. How was dinner with Trevor?" Her expression darkened. "Horrible. He was all over me, talking about our future, showing me properties he wants to look at for investment opportunities. Every word out of his mouth made me feel sick. I kept thinking about that woman in the video, about how he talked about me like I was just an ATM with legs. Can you hold it together for 2 more months? I don't know. Maybe. I have to, right? Otherwise I lose everything." "You're going to need a therapist," I said. "Someone who specializes in financial abuse and manipulation. This is going to mess with your head in ways you won't see coming." Add it to the list of things I can't afford. I'll pay for it, I said, surprising both of us. Not as a gift, you'll pay me back eventually. But you need support to get through this, and you need it now. She looked at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. Why are you helping? After what we did to you? Because you're my sister. Because Dad's manipulation affected both of us, just differently. And because watching you suffer through a bad marriage while pretending everything is fine serves no purpose except sadism, and that's not who I want to be. Dad had been quiet during this exchange, but now he spoke up. You should tell your mother about this. Mom lives in Florida with her new husband and their boat, I said. She stopped being actively involved in family drama after the divorce. Why would I drag her into this? Because she'll want to know. And because she's got some money saved, she could help Madison when the divorce happens. Mom has money she saved by establishing boundaries with you, I corrected. I'm not asking her to compromise those boundaries to fix a problem you created. He fell silent again. Madison left for her interview, promising to come back with lunch. Dad and I spent the morning driving to furniture stores, pricing out replacements for what they'd stolen. He was visibly shocked by the costs. This couch is $4,000, he said, staring at a tag. That's what quality furniture costs when you're not buying stolen goods at 70 cents on the dollar. I sold your couch for $600. I paid $3,000 for it 5 years ago. So you cost me $2,400 in depreciation, plus whatever sentimental value it had. He moved through the showroom in silence after that, starting to understand the scope of what he'd done. By the time Madison returned, with good news about the interview, they wanted her to start next week. Dad had compiled a list of furniture and estimated costs. The total came to $68,000, not counting the photography equipment, the computer setup, or the specialized items that couldn't be easily replaced. I can't pay this back, he said, staring at the numbers. Even working full-time, it would take years. Then it takes years. You created the debt, you carry the weight. Madison looked at the list, then at me. What about the stuff in storage? You said you moved your real valuables before you left. Doesn't that mean some of this replacement cost is fake? I'd wondered when she'd start thinking critically about the situation. Some of it is, yes. The computer equipment you sold was worth maybe $5,000, not the $40,000 replacement cost. The photography gear was older backups. The clothes were donations waiting to happen. So we're paying for stuff you didn't actually lose? You're paying for the violation of breaking into my house and deciding you had the right to liquidate my life. The actual financial loss is one component. The breach of trust, the invasion of privacy, the casual cruelty of thinking this was funny enough to film, that's the rest of it. She absorbed this. That seems harsh. Harsh would be pressing charges and letting you both deal with criminal records. Harsh would be telling Trevor exactly what I know and watching him clean out your accounts tomorrow instead of giving you time to prepare. Harsh would be sharing that video publicly so everyone knows what happened. I'm being remarkably restrained, all things considered. Dad cleared his throat. He's right, Madison. We don't get to complain about the consequences when we created the situation. She nodded slowly, and something shifted in her expression, a kind of acceptance, maybe, or the beginning of genuine understanding rather than just fear of punishment. The next 2 months became a strange routine. Dad started at the hardware store, working 4-hour shifts 5 days a week. His first paycheck was direct deposited into an account we'd set up specifically for restitution. Madison started at the museum, answering phones and doing data entry for barely above minimum wage, a shock after years of minimal work at the gallery. Every weekend, they helped me slowly refurnish the house. The work was harder for them than I'd anticipated. Dad's back did hurt, but he pushed through it, taking breaks when needed but never quitting. Madison broke a nail moving a bookshelf and cried for 20 minutes before pulling herself together and finishing the job. They were learning, slowly, what it meant to build something through sustained effort. Meanwhile, Laura continued documenting Trevor's activities. He was setting up the con methodically, transferring money to hidden accounts, creating shell companies, establishing a paper trail that would make him look like a legitimate businessman rather than a thief. He'd convinced Madison to add him to her bank accounts, to put his name on her credit cards as an authorized user, to list him as a beneficiary on her retirement accounts from her previous job. Every move was calculated to give him access to everything while maintaining plausible deniability. Madison played her part better than I'd expected. She came to my house every few days, ostensibly to help with furnishing but really to decompress from the stress of living with Trevor. She'd sit on the floor of what was slowly becoming a living room again and tell me about her day, how Trevor had suggested she quit her museum job because it was beneath her, how he'd gotten angry when she'd said she wanted to keep working, how he'd smoothly pivoted to being supportive but kept finding ways to sabotage her schedule. He's isolating you, I explained during one of these sessions. Classic abuser tactic. Make you dependent, cut you off from income and purpose, ensure you have nowhere to go when things fall apart. I see it now, she said. But while it's happening, he makes it sound so reasonable. Like he's concerned about my stress levels, or he thinks I deserve better, or he's planning this amazing future for us. The words sound good even when the intent is horrible. That's why people like him are successful. They're fluent in the language of care while practicing exploitation. She hugged her knees to her chest. I keep wondering how I fell for it. I'm not stupid. I went to college, I've traveled, I've had relationships before. How did I not see this? Because he studied you. He figured out what you wanted: romance, excitement, security, someone who seemed successful and confident, and he gave you exactly that. You weren't stupid, you were targeted by someone who's good at targeting. It still feels like I should have known. Maybe. But beating yourself up about it doesn't change the situation. Learning from it does. 3 weeks before the planned confrontation, Trevor made his mistake. Laura called me at midnight, excited despite the hour. He just moved $120,000 to an offshore account in the Caymans. I've got the transfer records, the account numbers, everything. And he got sloppy, used his regular laptop instead of the burner phone he usually uses for this stuff. I was able to capture screenshots of the banking portal. Enough to prove intent? Enough to prove fraud. He can't claim this was a legitimate business transaction, the account is in a fake name, the routing is deliberately obscured, and I've got messages between him and his partner discussing how to time the final extraction. Send everything to the lawyer. Let's be ready to move. The plan had always been to wait until Trevor made an obvious move, something we could use to freeze accounts and file for emergency orders. But I hadn't expected him to act this early. Apparently Madison's new job had spooked him. If she was earning her own money, she was harder to control. He was accelerating his timeline. I called Madison immediately. We need to move now. Can you get to my house tomorrow morning without Trevor knowing? He's got a golf tournament this weekend. He'll be gone from 7 until at least 2. Perfect. Be here at 8. Bring any documents you have, marriage certificate, bank statements, property records, anything with both your names on it. She arrived 15 minutes early, looking exhausted. I barely slept. I kept thinking he'd somehow know, that he'd see it on my face or read my mind or something. He's not psychic. He's just observant. And you've been giving him what he expects to see, the happy wife, the trusting partner. Laura showed up at 8:30 with the lawyer, a woman named Patricia Chen who specialized in fraud cases. She spread out the documentation across my new dining table, a much cheaper replacement than the original, but functional, and walked Madison through what we'd found. Your husband has been systematically moving money into accounts you don't have access to, Patricia explained. He's established a pattern of financial abuse and is preparing to commit fraud by draining the joint accounts and disappearing. We have enough evidence to file for divorce with cause, request emergency restraining orders against asset dissipation, and possibly pursue criminal charges. Madison's hands shook as she looked at the documents. Seeing it all laid out, official and documented, made it real in a way the video hadn't. What do I do? First, we file the divorce papers this morning. I've got a judge on standby who's agreed to issue a temporary restraining order against Trevor moving any more money. Second, we freeze the joint accounts before he can access them. Third, we serve him with papers at the golf tournament so he can't prepare or hide anything. Will I get any of the money back? The stuff he already moved? Some of it, probably. The offshore accounts will be harder, but we can pursue recovery through international fraud channels. It'll take time and cost money and legal fees, but you're likely to recoup at least part of your losses. And what about the wedding money? The $140,000 from my brother's house? Patricia glanced at me. I nodded. We're listing that as marital debt that you're responsible for repaying as part of the divorce settlement. Trevor gets stuck with half the debt but none of the assets. It's not perfect, but it ensures he can't profit from the theft even indirectly. Madison signed the papers with a shaking hand. By 10 o'clock, the divorce was filed, the accounts were frozen, and a process server was on his way to the golf course. By noon, it would all be over. Trevor's con would be exposed, his access cut off, his future considerably more complicated. Madison sat in my living room, staring at nothing, processing what she'd just done. I was married for exactly 63 days. Better 63 days than 63 years. I thought I'd found something real. Someone who actually saw me, who wanted to build a life together. And it was all just an elaborate lie to steal money. People are going to judge you for falling for it, I said. They're going to say you should have known, should have been smarter, should have seen the red flags. But the truth is most people have been conned in some way. They just don't want to admit it, so they blame the victims instead. Have you been conned? Once. Business partner in my mid-20s. He seemed brilliant, had all these ideas about expansion and growth. Turned out he was using our business account as his personal piggy bank. By the time I figured it out, he'd taken about $30,000 and disappeared. I spent a year paying off the debt he'd created. Did you ever find him? Nope. But I learned to trust carefully and verify constantly. Doesn't make it hurt less when someone betrays you, but it makes you more prepared to deal with it. She pulled her knees up on the couch, a second-hand find that Dad had helped me negotiate down to $800. What happens now? After the divorce, after I've paid you back, after everything is settled? You build a new life. You figure out who you are without Dad's manipulation or Trevor's exploitation. You develop your own identity based on what you actually want, not what other people tell you to want. That sounds exhausting. It is. It's also necessary. Dad arrived that afternoon with news that he'd gotten a raise at the hardware store, 25 cents more per hour, but management had been impressed with his work ethic. He'd also picked up an additional shift on Sundays. Every bit helps, he said, adding his latest paycheck to the restitution account. When I told him about Madison's divorce being filed, he went quiet for a long time. Finally, he said, I almost cost her everything. If you hadn't caught Trevor, if you hadn't documented everything, she'd have been destroyed. Yeah. I don't know how to forgive myself for that. Don't forgive yourself, I said. Just do better. That's the only thing that matters. Trevor's arrest happened 4 days later. Turned out the offshore transfers qualified as wire fraud, and the FBI had been tracking his partner for months in connection with other cons. Trevor's mistake had been connecting himself to a known criminal, giving investigators the thread they needed to unravel the whole operation. Madison called me from the police station where she'd gone to give a statement. They said I might get back all of it. Everything he moved, everything he stole. They seized his accounts, his partner's accounts, some storage unit full of cash from previous cons. The detective said I'd have to wait for the trial, but I'm listed as a victim with a claim against the assets. That's good news. It doesn't feel good. It feels like I've been turned inside out and examined and judged and I just want to hide somewhere and never come out. You will feel that way for a while. But eventually, you'll feel other things too. Relief. Pride in surviving. Strength from getting through it. Promise? I promise. The next 6 months were a study in rebuilding. Dad continued working at the hardware store and picked up odd jobs doing yard work for neighbors. Madison stayed at the museum and got promoted to assistant registrar after proving she had an eye for detail and a knack for organization. Together, they managed to pay back about $30,000, not nearly the full amount, but enough to show consistent effort. I'd already retrieved my actual belongings from storage, but I let them keep helping with the replacement furniture anyway. The ritual seemed important to them, a tangible way to demonstrate change. And watching them work, seeing Dad teach Madison how to properly assemble a bookshelf or Madison teaching Dad how to coordinate colors in a room, something had shifted between them too. They were relating to each other differently, without me as the scapegoat for their frustrations. Trevor's trial happened in the spring. Madison testified, composed and clear-eyed, describing how he'd manipulated her and systematically worked to isolate and control her. The jury convicted him on multiple counts of fraud and theft. The judge sentenced him to 8 years in federal prison and ordered restitution to his victims, including Madison. She got back $195,000, not everything, but more than expected. After legal fees and expenses, she had enough to pay me back in full, with interest, and still have a cushion for emergencies. She brought me a check on a Saturday afternoon, laying it on my kitchen counter. Paid in full. Plus the $27,000 you spent on the investigation, the storage, all of it. I calculated interest at 5%, which seemed fair. I looked at the amount, $208,000. You're giving me too much. No, I'm not. You saved my life, literally saved my financial life and probably my actual life, given how men like Trevor escalate when they lose control. This is what I owe you. Madison, take it. Please. Let me finish paying this debt so I can move on. I took the check. Dad's contribution was smaller but no less significant. He'd paid back $42,000 over 10 months, and he'd aged visibly from the effort. The physical labor had been hard on him, but he'd never missed a payment or a weekend of helping me rebuild. On the day he made his final payment, he sat in my living room, fully furnished now, looking lived in and comfortable, and said, I need to tell you something. Okay. The day I sold your furniture, when I was loading it into the truck, I felt powerful. Like I was finally taking control, finally showing you that you weren't better than me just because you had money and success. And when you came home and I saw your face, I felt triumphant. Like I'd won something. I waited. But then you pulled out that video, and everything flipped. Suddenly I wasn't powerful, I was pathetic. A thief. A betrayer. And every day since, working to pay you back, I've had to sit with that knowledge. That I chose cruelty. That I chose violation. That I damaged my relationship with my son because I was jealous and small. Why are you telling me this? Because you deserve to hear it. And because I don't want to pretend the work I've done over these months has magically fixed what I broke. I've paid back the money, sure. But the trust? The relationship? That's still broken, and I don't know if it can be fixed. It can't be what it was, I said. But it could be something different. Something more honest. I'd like that, he said quietly. If you're willing to try. I'm willing to try. He nodded, and something that had been tense in his shoulders for months finally relaxed. Madison's recovery took longer. She'd started therapy immediately after the divorce filing and was still going twice a week, working through the layers of manipulation and abuse she'd experienced. She'd also joined a support group for survivors of financial exploitation, which seemed to help her understand she wasn't alone or uniquely foolish. One evening, about a year after everything started, she showed up at my house with takeout and a bottle of sparkling cider. I got promoted again, she announced. Associate registrar. Real salary, real benefits, real career track. That's fantastic. And I signed a lease on an apartment downtown. Small, but it's mine. First place I've ever had that I paid for completely myself. We ate dinner on my couch while she told me about her new responsibilities at work, about the apartment she was decorating on a budget, about the trip she was planning to visit mom in Florida. She was animated in a way I hadn't seen in years, excited about her own life rather than about someone else's vision for her. Do you ever regret it? She asked during a lull in conversation. The way you handled everything? The setup, the revenge, making us pay you back? I thought about it. Sometimes I wonder if there was a gentler way to teach the same lessons. But honestly, I don't think gentle would have worked. You and Dad needed to face consequences severe enough to break through the patterns you'd established. If I'd just confronted you, lectured you, explained why what you did was wrong, would you have really changed? No, she admitted. I would have apologized, felt guilty for a week, and then gone back to how I was living. The consequences forced me to change structurally, not just emotionally. That was the idea. Well, it worked. I'm a different person now. Not perfect, not done growing, but different in fundamental ways. She paused. I'm sorry, by the way. For all of it. I know I've said it before, but I want you to know I mean it differently now. I'm not sorry because I got caught or because I faced consequences. I'm sorry because I genuinely understand what I did to you, and I'm horrified by it. I know you are. Are we okay? Really okay? We're getting there. It's a process, not a destination. She smiled, the first genuinely relaxed smile I'd seen from her in over a year. I'll take that. 2 years after the robbery, my house looked completely different from the bare shell they'd created. I'd replaced most of the major furniture and equipment, though I'd been more thoughtful about it than before, buying quality pieces that mattered rather than filling space because I could. The photography equipment I'd lost had been upgraded with the insurance payout I'd received once the police verified the theft. My office was more efficient, my living room more comfortable. But the changes went deeper than furniture. Dad came over every Sunday for dinner, a tradition we'd established during the rebuilding process. He'd retired from the hardware store but stayed active, volunteering at a youth center teaching basic carpentry skills. He'd also reconciled with Mom to some degree. They'd never be together again, but they'd managed to build a friendly relationship based on mutual respect rather than obligation or resentment. Madison had built a career she was proud of. She'd become an expert in authentication and provenance research, helping museums verify the legitimacy of acquisitions. The irony of her specialty wasn't lost on either of us. She'd become an expert in detecting fraud because she'd been a victim of it. She dated occasionally but was cautious, taking time to really know people before trusting them. And me? I'd learned something too. I'd learned that revenge, when it's really about justice and accountability rather than cruelty, can be transformative. Not just for the people being held accountable, but for the person doing the holding. I'd stood up for myself in a way I'd never done before. I'd refused to be a victim or an enabler. I'd demanded that my family treat me with basic respect, and I'd been willing to enforce consequences when they didn't. That changed how I moved through the world. I was less apologetic, less willing to smooth over conflicts to keep the peace, more confident in establishing and defending boundaries. My business grew because I stopped accepting clients who didn't respect my expertise or time. My friendships deepened because I invested in people who invested back rather than maintaining relationships out of obligation. The robbery had been meant to diminish me, to put me in my place, to take away the success they resented. Instead, it had forced all of us to confront who we really were and decide who we wanted to become. On the second anniversary of coming home to bare walls, I had everyone over: Dad, Madison, Mom and her husband Steve, a few close friends. We stood in my fully rebuilt living room, and Madison raised a glass of champagne. To consequences, she said. And to second chances. To learning the hard way, Dad added. To family, Mom said, the messy, complicated, real kind. To moving forward, I finished. We drank, and I looked around at the people in my home, flawed, complicated people who'd hurt me and been hurt, who'd learned and grown and changed. Not perfect. Not undamaged. But present, and trying, and real. The house around us was more than just replaced furniture and repaired walls. It was proof that things broken badly can be rebuilt, not as they were, but as something new and potentially stronger. And sometimes, that's the best revenge of all, not destruction, but transformation. Not punishment, but growth. Not getting even, but getting better. My father had tried to take everything from me, and in doing so, had given me the opportunity to rebuild not just my house, but my relationships, my boundaries, and my understanding of what family could be when it was built on honesty instead of convenience. I'd come home to nothing, smiled at their cruelty, and sent a single video that changed everything. 2 years later, I had everything that mattered. And they did too, though what they'd gained looked nothing like what they'd expected. The road to get here had been brutal, exhausting, and absolutely necessary. And I wouldn't change a single step of it. Story 4.
Refused to attend our son's wedding because his sister was having a bad mental health day and needed us more. Now he's changed his name, won't return our calls, and his wife tells people his parents died. Everyone thinks we're monsters. The voicemail notification glowed on my phone screen at 6:47 a.m. on a Tuesday. My son's voice, trembling in a way I'd never heard before, asked me to call him back. He had something important to tell us. Something about his girlfriend Maya and a date we needed to save. I remember smiling as I poured my coffee. Finally, I thought. After 3 years together, he was going to propose. Robert had always been my methodical child, the one who planned everything down to the smallest detail. It made sense he'd give us advance notice about an engagement party. I called him back during my lunch break. Traffic hummed through my car's speakers as I sat in the hospital parking lot, eating a sandwich between shifts. Robert answered on the first ring. Mom. His voice carried an edge of excitement I recognized from his childhood, when he discovered something wonderful and couldn't wait to share it. Maya and I are getting married. Oh, sweetheart. Congratulations. When did you propose? A pause stretched between us. Last night. On the pier where we had our first date. But Mom, there's something you need to know. We're not having a long engagement. How long are we talking? I wedged the phone between my shoulder and ear, pulling out my planner. 6 months? That's tight, but we can make it work. 3 weeks. My pen stopped midair. 3 weeks? Robert, that's barely enough time to book a venue, let alone plan a proper wedding. We don't want a big wedding. Just immediate family and close friends. Maybe 30 people total. We're having it at the Botanical Gardens on the 16th. Saturday afternoon. I flipped through my planner, my heart sinking as I reached the date. Oh no. Honey, that's the weekend of your sister's birthday. I know. It's the only Saturday the Gardens had available for months. We really love that place, Mom. It's where Maya's parents got married. Can you do Sunday instead? Or the following weekend? They're completely booked. This was a cancellation. We grabbed it because we knew if we waited, we'd keep putting it off. Maya's dad isn't doing well. The doctor said he has maybe a year, and he really wants to walk her down the aisle. My chest tightened. I'd met Gerald Thompson twice, a gentleman with kind eyes who spoke about his daughter like she hung the moon. The thought of him facing terminal illness made my throat constrict. I'm so sorry to hear that. Gerald seemed like such a lovely man. He is. That's why we're doing this quickly. Please tell me you and Dad can make it work. I thought about Lydia, my daughter, my firstborn. Her 23rd birthday. She'd been struggling lately, pulling away from friends, calling me at odd hours just to hear my voice. The previous month, she'd confessed she sometimes couldn't get out of bed for days. Let me talk to your father. I'll call you tonight. That evening, Richard and I sat at our kitchen table, the same scarred oak surface where we'd made every major family decision for 25 years. I explained the situation while he listened, his fingers drumming that familiar pattern against his coffee mug. Robert's getting married in 3 weeks, he said slowly, processing. On Lydia's birthday. Maya's father is dying. They want him to be there. Richard nodded, his jaw working. And Lydia? She's been having such a hard time. You know how she gets around her birthday. All those memories of the accident come flooding back. 5 years earlier, Lydia had been in a car crash on her 18th birthday. A drunk driver ran a red light. She'd walked away with minor injuries, but her best friend Jessica died at the scene. Every year since then, the date became a minefield of grief and guilt. We've always spent her birthday with her, Richard said. Every single year since the accident, we've made sure she's not alone. I know. But this is Robert's wedding. I know that too. We sat in silence, the kitchen clock ticking away seconds that felt weighted with impossible choices. Finally, Richard spoke. What if we split up? I go to the wedding, you stay with Lydia? He asked for both of us. He specifically said mom and dad. And you know Lydia. She'll fall apart if she thinks we chose Robert over her. She already feels like we love him more. We don't love him more. I know we don't. But she believes we do. Richard rubbed his face. Maybe we can convince Robert to move it. Even by a week. I'd already considered this. They grabbed a cancellation slot. 3 weeks of availability in a place that books out months in advance. You know how particular Maya is about aesthetics. She's been dreaming about that garden since she was a little girl. So what do we do? I reached across the table, taking his hand. We talked to both of them. We explained the situation. We're a family. We'll figure something out. But families, I would learn, are more fragile than we want to believe. The next morning, I called Lydia. She was living in an apartment across town, working part-time at a bookstore while taking online classes. The call went to voicemail 3 times before she finally picked up. Mom? Hi, sweetheart. How are you feeling today? Tired. I didn't sleep much. Her voice sounded thin, stretched like old elastic. What's going on? I explained about Robert's wedding, choosing my words carefully. Lydia listened without interrupting, which felt more ominous than if she'd started crying immediately. My birthday, she said finally. I know. It's terrible timing. You're going though, right? Both of you. Well, we wanted to talk to you about that. We know this day is really difficult for you, and we don't want you to be alone. I'm 23 years old, Mom. I can handle being alone on my birthday. Can you though? The words came out sharper than I intended. Last year you called me 17 times between midnight and 3 a.m. You were having a panic attack so severe we almost took you to the emergency room. Silence filled the line, heavy and suffocating. So you're not coming to the wedding, Lydia said. Not a question. A statement. We haven't decided anything yet. We're trying to figure out what's best for everyone. What's best is for you to go to Robert's wedding. Obviously. It's not that simple. It actually is. He's getting married. I'm just having another birthday. Her voice cracked on the last word, and I heard the little girl she'd been, the one who climbed into our bed during thunderstorms and believed her parents could fix anything. Lydia, listen to me. You're important too. Your mental health matters. We can't just abandon you on the anniversary of Jessica's death. Don't. The word came out sharp. Don't use Jessica to justify this. I'm not justifying anything. I'm trying to be there for both of my children. Then go to the wedding. I'll be fine. You don't sound fine. Well, I'm not fine, Mom. I'm never fine on my birthday. But that doesn't mean you should miss Robert's wedding because of me. We argued in circles for 20 minutes, her voice growing more strained, mine more desperate. Finally, she said she had to go, that she had work, and the line went dead. I called Robert that afternoon. He was in his apartment, packing up boxes. He and Maya were moving in together the week after the wedding. So what did Lydia say? He asked. She told us to come to the wedding. Great. Then it's settled. Robert, it's not that simple. She's not in a good place right now. She's never in a good place around her birthday, Mom. That's been true for 5 years. But she's an adult. She has a therapist. She has coping mechanisms. Those don't always work. And missing my wedding will help her how, exactly? I pressed my fingers against my temple, feeling a headache building. Don't be dismissive of your sister's pain. I'm not being dismissive. I love Lydia. But I'm also getting married, and I'd like my parents there. Is that really too much to ask? Of course not. We want to be there. Then be there. We're worried about leaving her alone. Robert's sigh crackled through the speaker. What if Maya and I postpone by a week? Would that help? Hope flickered in my chest. Would you be willing to do that? I can ask. But I'm not making any promises. The venue might not have availability, and Maya's dad is getting weaker every day. Just ask. Please. He called back 3 hours later. The botanical gardens were booked solid for the next 4 months. The only reason they'd had the original date was a cancellation, and those were rare. The wedding would stay on the 16th or be pushed back to March. Maya's father won't make it to March, Robert said quietly. The oncologist was clear about that. I understand. So you'll come? I looked at Richard, who'd been listening to my side of the conversation. His face was drawn, older than it had been that morning. We need a little more time to think about it. Time to think about whether you'll attend your son's wedding. His voice had gone flat, empty of the warmth I was used to hearing. That's what we're doing here? Robert, please try to understand. I understand perfectly. Lydia's mental health crisis trumps my wedding. That's been the dynamic of this family for 5 years. Maybe longer. That's not fair. Isn't it? When was the last family dinner where we didn't have to tiptoe around Lydia's feelings? When was the last holiday that didn't revolve around whether she was having a good day or a bad day? Your sister has been through a trauma. She watched her best friend die. And I'm sorry about that. Truly, I am. But her trauma doesn't mean mine and Maya's happiness has to take a backseat indefinitely. We're not asking you to put your happiness on hold. You're just asking us to get married without my parents present. Got it. Robert, let me know what you decide, Mom. The wedding is in 19 days. He hung up before I could respond. That night, Richard and I lay in bed, neither of us sleeping. The darkness felt oppressive, like the weight of our choice was pressing down on our chests. What if we ask Robert and Maya to do a video call? Richard suggested. We could watch the ceremony remotely, be with Lydia physically. You think Robert would agree to that? Probably not. You think Lydia would be okay with us watching Robert's wedding on our phones while sitting with her? Definitely not. I rolled onto my side, facing him in the darkness. What do you want to do? I want both of our kids to be okay. I want to be in 2 places at once. I want life to stop putting us in impossible situations. That's not an answer. I don't have an answer, Claire. This is a no-win scenario. But we had to choose. By the end of that week, we had to tell Robert whether we'd be at his wedding. The invitations were going out. Catering numbers needed to be finalized. A simple yes or no, with the understanding that whichever we chose, someone we loved would be hurt. I called Lydia's therapist, Dr. Morrison, asking if she could schedule extra sessions around the birthday. Dr. Morrison was sympathetic but firm. I can certainly see Lydia more frequently, she said. But Claire, you need to understand something. Your daughter is building her entire emotional framework around avoidance. She avoids the date, avoids the memories, and when she can't avoid them, she relies on you to buffer the pain. That's not healthy. So you think we should go to the wedding? I think Lydia needs to learn that she can survive difficult days without her parents present. She's 23. At some point, she has to develop her own resources for managing grief. But what if something happens? What if she hurts herself? Has she ever expressed suicidal thoughts? No. Not directly. Then you're catastrophizing. I understand the instinct, but you're not helping Lydia by treating her like she's made of glass. I wanted to believe her. But I kept thinking about all those phone calls, Lydia's voice ragged with panic, begging me to stay on the line because the silence was too loud and the memories were too vivid. Saturday morning, 10 days before the wedding, Lydia showed up at our house unannounced. She looked terrible. Her hair hung limp, her eyes were swollen, and she wore the same clothes I'd seen her in 3 days earlier. Lydia? I pulled her inside. What's wrong? I had a nightmare about Jessica. She collapsed onto our couch, pulling her knees to her chest. We were in the car again, and I could see the other car coming, and I was screaming at her to brake, but she couldn't hear me. And then the impact, and the glass, and she was looking at me but her eyes were empty, Mom. Her eyes were empty. I sat beside her, pulling her against me. She felt small, breakable. It was just a dream, sweetheart. It was a memory. The memory can't hurt you now. It hurts every single day. Richard came downstairs, his face creasing with concern. Lydia? Is everything okay? She had a nightmare, I explained. He sat on Lydia's other side, and for a moment, we were just 3 people holding each other against the weight of loss that never seemed to lighten. Are you going to the wedding? Lydia asked suddenly, her voice muffled against my shoulder. We're still deciding, Richard said. You should go. Lydia, I mean it. Robert deserves to have you there. I'm being selfish. I pulled back, tilting her face up to look at me. You're not selfish for needing support. Yes, I am. I've been the center of attention for 5 years. Everything revolves around my bad days and my panic attacks and my inability to move forward. Meanwhile, Robert got accepted to graduate school, got a promotion, met the love of his life, and we barely celebrated any of it because I was having a crisis. That's not true, I protested, even as something uncomfortable shifted in my chest. It is true. You know it is. And now he's getting married, and you might miss it because I can't handle one day alone. It's not just one day, Richard said gently. It's the anniversary of the worst day of your life. Every day feels like the worst day of my life lately, Lydia whispered. Maybe that's the problem. We kept her home that day, making her favorite foods, watching old movies. She fell asleep on the couch around 8, and Richard carried her upstairs to her old bedroom. She looked younger in sleep, peaceful in a way she never seemed while awake. She's not getting better, Richard said as we stood in the doorway. Dr. Morrison says she needs to face things on her own. Dr. Morrison isn't her mother. No. But maybe she's right. Maybe we're enabling Lydia's avoidance. Richard looked at me, his eyes tired. Are you saying we should go to the wedding? I'm saying I don't know what the right answer is anymore. We called Robert on Monday morning. I'd rehearsed what I wanted to say, trying to find words that would make everyone happy. But there were no such words. Robert, your father and I have talked about this extensively, I began. We love you. We're so excited about your marriage to Maya. But we're genuinely worried about your sister's safety. Her safety, he repeated. Mom, has Lydia threatened to hurt herself? Not in so many words. Has she attempted suicide? No. Has she done anything to indicate she's a danger to herself or others? She's having severe panic attacks. She's not eating properly. She had a breakdown at our house on Saturday. So she's struggling. But she's not actively suicidal. Robert, that's not. Let me ask you something, Mom. If Lydia's birthday was on any other day, would you be this worried? I faltered. That's not a fair question. It's completely fair. Every year for the past 5 years, you've dropped everything on her birthday. You call out of work, cancel plans, devote the entire day to making sure she's okay. And every year, she survives. She wakes up on the 17th, and she's still here. Because we're with her. Or maybe she'd be fine regardless, and you've convinced yourself she needs you so you don't have to feel guilty about what happened to Jessica. The words hit like a slap. Excuse me? You weren't driving that car, Mom. Neither was Dad. Neither was Lydia. A drunk driver killed Jessica. But you act like if you'd been there, if you'd driven them to that party instead of letting Lydia take her own car, maybe things would be different. So now you overcompensate. You hover. You treat Lydia like she's one bad day away from falling apart. I'm trying to help my daughter. You're enabling her. That's what Dr. Morrison said. The words slipped out before I could stop them. Oh? Robert's voice sharpened. So her therapist thinks you should back off, but you're ignoring professional advice because you think you know better? It's not that simple. It really is, though. You have to choose, Mom. Are you going to trust that Lydia can survive one day without you, or are you going to miss my wedding and probably damage our relationship permanently? Don't give me an ultimatum. I'm not. I'm stating a fact. If you're not at my wedding, I'll understand it to mean that my sister's feelings will always matter more than mine. And I'll adjust my expectations accordingly. What does that mean? It means I'll stop expecting you to prioritize me at all. Future children you might have? Lydia's mental health will be more important. Holidays? Better check if Lydia's having a bad day first. My career accomplishments? Can't celebrate too loudly, might upset Lydia. That's fine. I'll build my life accordingly. You're being dramatic. Am I? When's the last time we had a family dinner that didn't end with Lydia in tears and you comforting her for 2 hours? When's the last time you asked about my life without it being immediately derailed by whatever crisis Lydia's having? I wanted to argue, but the memories wouldn't come. Every recent conversation with Robert had been rushed, interrupted, or overshadowed by some emergency with his sister. I love you both equally, I said. Then act like it. Be at my wedding. That conversation played on repeat in my head for the next 2 days. I found myself watching old home videos, looking for evidence that I'd neglected Robert. What I saw instead was a quiet, competent child who never demanded much attention, standing in the background while his older sister commanded the spotlight. Even before Jessica's death, Lydia had been the dramatic one. The artistic one. The child who felt everything intensely and expressed it loudly. Robert had been our steady presence, the kid who did his homework without being asked and got himself to soccer practice, and never complained about hand-me-down clothes. Had we taken his easygoing nature for granted? Had we assumed he didn't need us as much because he didn't ask as often? Richard and I sat down on Thursday evening, 6 days before the wedding, and made our decision. We're going to the wedding, I said aloud, testing the words. They felt both right and catastrophically wrong. We're going to the wedding, Richard echoed. Lydia will be okay. Lydia will be okay. We called Robert immediately, before we could second-guess ourselves. He answered on the third ring, and I could hear Maya's voice in the background, excited and hopeful. Robert, I said. We're coming to the wedding. Both of us. The exhale of relief crackled through the line. Thank you. You have no idea how much this means to us. We love you. We should have said yes immediately. I understand why you hesitated. I really do. But Mom, this is the right choice. I hope so. We talked for another 20 minutes about logistics. The ceremony would start at 3. We should arrive by 2:30. Dress code was garden formal. Parking would be available in the main lot. After we hung up, I called Lydia. She didn't answer. I left a voicemail asking her to call me back, that we needed to talk about plans for her birthday. She didn't return my call that night. Or the next day. By Saturday morning, I was starting to worry. I drove to her apartment, knocking on her door for 10 minutes before the neighbor informed me she hadn't seen Lydia in 2 days. I used my emergency key to let myself in. The apartment was dim, curtains drawn, dishes piled in the sink. Lydia was in bed, buried under blankets. Sweetheart? I sat on the edge of her mattress. Are you okay? Go away, she mumbled. I've been trying to call you. I know. Why haven't you answered? She pulled the blanket down, revealing red-rimmed eyes. Because I know what you're going to say. What am I going to say? You're going to Robert's wedding. Yes. She closed her eyes. Okay. Just okay? What do you want me to say, Mom? That I'm thrilled? That I understand? I already told you to go. You're going. That's that. We'll spend the whole day before with you. The 15th. We'll do whatever you want. The 15th isn't my birthday. I know, but, you know what? Just go. Have fun at the wedding. Tell Robert the first I'm happy for him. Lydia, please don't shut me out. I'm not shutting you out. I'm giving you permission to go. Isn't that what you wanted? I want you to be okay. I'm always okay, Mom. Haven't you heard? I'm a survivor. The bitterness in her voice made my throat tighten. We can set up extra sessions with Dr. Morrison. I'll make sure you have support. I don't need support. I need to learn how to handle things alone, right? Isn't that what everyone keeps telling me? That's not what I meant. Sure it is. You think I'm being manipulative. You think I'm using Jessica's death to control you. I never said that. Robert did though. And you listened. How did she know what Robert had said? Had he told her? Or had she simply guessed, knowing her brother well enough to predict his arguments? Lydia, we love you. I know you do. But you love Robert too, and he's getting married. I understand math, Mom. Sometimes 2 isn't enough to be divided. I stayed for another hour, trying to pull her out of the darkness I could feel surrounding her. But she built walls, and every word I said seemed to reinforce them rather than tear them down. When I finally left, I felt physically sick. Maybe we should reconsider, I told Richard that night. We can't keep changing our minds. We told Robert we'd be there. But Lydia is an adult who has access to professional help and a support system beyond just us. We're going to the wedding. The week passed in a blur of anxiety. I texted Lydia every day. Her responses were brief, perfunctory. Fine. Okay. Sure. One-word confirmations that she was alive but nothing more. 2 days before the wedding, she finally called me. Mom? Lydia. How are you feeling? Not great. I was wondering if maybe you could come over on the 16th. In the morning. Before the wedding. Relief flooded through me. Of course. Absolutely. What time? Early? Like 7? 7 is perfect. We'll bring breakfast. We'll spend the whole morning with you. Just you, actually. Not Dad. Why not Dad? I just need some mom time, you know? Girl talk. Something felt off about the request, but I pushed the feeling down. Lydia was reaching out. She was asking for help in a healthy way, setting boundaries, communicating her needs. This was progress. Okay. Just me. 7 o'clock. Thanks, Mom. I love you. I love you too, sweetheart. I felt better after that conversation. We'd support Lydia in the morning, she'd feel loved and secure, and then Richard and I would go to Robert's wedding with clear consciences. Everyone would get what they needed. The morning of the 16th arrived with bright sunshine and unusually warm weather for the season. I woke early, showered, and put on comfortable clothes for my visit with Lydia. I'd change into my wedding outfit afterward. Richard was already up, drinking coffee in the kitchen. Headed to Lydia's? Yeah. I'll be back by 10 at the latest. The wedding's not until 3, so we'll have plenty of time. Tell her I love her. I will. The drive to Lydia's apartment took 20 minutes. I stopped at her favorite bakery, picking up croissants and those ridiculous frosted sugar cookies she'd loved since childhood. A small birthday celebration before the wedding. I knocked on her door at precisely 7. No answer. I knocked again, louder, a flutter of concern starting in my chest. Lydia? It's Mom. Silence. I used my key, pushing the door open. Lydia? I brought breakfast. The apartment was dark. And empty. Lydia's bed was made, her bathroom was clean, and her phone charger lay abandoned on the nightstand. A folded piece of paper sat on her kitchen table, my name written across it in Lydia's looping handwriting. My hands shook as I opened it. Mom, I'm sorry. I couldn't do today. I've gone to Jessica's grave. I need to be alone. Please don't come looking for me. I'll be okay. I promise. Tell Robert congratulations. Love, Lydia. I read the note 3 times, my heart rate accelerating with each pass. She'd gone to the cemetery. An hour away. On her birthday. Alone. I called her phone. It went straight to voicemail. I called again. And again. Each time, voicemail. I was still standing in Lydia's empty apartment, phone pressed to my ear, when Dr. Morrison's words from weeks earlier floated back to me. You're not helping Lydia by treating her like she's made of glass. But what if this was the day she finally broke? I called Richard. Lydia's gone to the cemetery. She left a note. She's not answering her phone. What do you want to do? I don't know. Should I go after her? Do you think she's in danger? I don't know. Claire, take a breath. What did the note say exactly? I read it to him, my voice wavering. She said she'll be okay, Richard pointed out. She's communicating. She's telling us where she is. But she's alone at Jessica's grave on the worst day of the year. Maybe she needs to be alone. Maybe that's part of her healing. Or maybe she's going to hurt herself and this is her way of saying goodbye. The words hung between us, terrible in their possibility. I'll go get her, I said. You go to the wedding. You can explain to Robert. Claire. I can't leave her alone, Richard. I just can't. If you go to that cemetery, we miss our son's wedding. I know. Robert will never forgive us. I know that too. Another pause, longer this time. Then Richard sighed, and I heard all the weariness of our impossible situation in that single exhale. I'll come with you, he said. We'll go together. But the wedding, we're a team. If you're going, I'm going. We met at Lydia's apartment and drove toward the cemetery, both of us silent. Every mile felt like a betrayal, distance expanding between us and Robert's wedding, between us and the choice we should have made. I kept calling Lydia's phone. It kept going to voicemail. What if she's not even there? Richard asked as we passed the exit for the botanical gardens. The wedding would be starting in 6 hours. Setup was probably already underway, chairs being arranged, flowers being placed. Then we'll find her. And if we can't find her before 3? I didn't answer. We both knew the answer. The cemetery sat on a hillside, sprawling and quiet under the morning sun. We drove through the gates, following the familiar path to Jessica's grave. We'd been here before, multiple times over the past 5 years, whenever Lydia needed company in her grief. Jessica's headstone was a simple gray marker with her name, dates, and the phrase "Forever Young." Silk flowers decorated the base, bright against the grass. Lydia wasn't there. We searched the cemetery for an hour, walking every path, checking every section. Richard called her name until his voice went hoarse. I left 6 more voicemails, each one more desperate than the last. She wasn't there. She lied, Richard said finally, standing next to Jessica's empty grave. She sent us on a wild goose chase. Why would she do that? But even as I asked, I knew. Lydia had wanted us to choose her. She'd wanted proof that we put her first, and when we'd said we were going to the wedding, she'd manufactured a crisis that would force our hand. Call Robert, Richard said. Tell him we're coming. I checked my watch. 11:47. The ceremony started at 3. The gardens were an hour and 45 minutes away. We could make it. Barely. I called Robert. He answered immediately. Mom? Is everything okay? You're still coming, right? Robert, my voice cracked. Something happened with Lydia. What happened? I explained about the note, the cemetery, the empty grave. The silence that followed was deafening. So you're not coming, he said finally. We're still looking for her. We don't know where she is. We can't just. Yes, you can. You absolutely can. Lydia is fine. She's playing you. You don't know that. I know Lydia. She knew if she disappeared, you'd spend the whole day trying to find her. And look at that, it worked. Robert, please understand, I understand perfectly. You're choosing her. Again. Like you always do. Your sister could be in danger. My sister is a 23-year-old adult who's been manipulating you for 5 years. But fine. Stay with her. Miss my wedding. Just know that when you finally realize what she's been doing, it'll be too late to fix this. Robert, the line went dead. I tried calling back. He didn't answer. Richard and I stood in the cemetery, the sun climbing higher, the minutes ticking away. Neither of us moved. We should keep looking, I said finally. For how long? Until we find her. And if we don't? We will. But we didn't. We drove to the bookstore where she worked. Closed. We checked her favorite coffee shop, the park where she liked to walk, the library. She wasn't anywhere. By 2 o'clock, we were out of options. The wedding was starting in an hour. We were 40 minutes away in the wrong direction. We have to make a choice, Richard said. We can't leave until we know she's safe. Then call the police. File a missing person report. She's only been gone a few hours. Then she's not missing. She's avoiding. And we're letting her control us. I wanted to argue, but I couldn't. Some part of me recognized the truth in his words, even as another part refused to accept it. At 2:47, 13 minutes before our son's wedding ceremony, I received a text message from an unknown number. A photo of Lydia, sitting in what looked like a hotel room, holding a newspaper with today's date visible. She looked fine. Healthy. Unharmed. Below the photo, a message, she's okay. She needed space. She'll call you tomorrow. Go to your son's wedding. The number belonged to Lydia's friend Amanda, someone she'd mentioned a few times. I called immediately. Where is she? I demanded. Somewhere safe. That's all I can tell you. Put her on the phone. She doesn't want to talk right now. I don't care what she wants. I need to hear her voice. Mrs. Patterson, Lydia is fine. She's with people who care about her. But she needed to step away from the situation. She knew you'd panic, which is why she asked me to send proof of life. This isn't funny. Nobody thinks it's funny. Lydia is working through some stuff. Give her space. The call ended. I showed Richard the photo. He stared at it for a long time, his jaw clenched. We've been manipulated, he said. We don't know that. Claire. Look at this picture. Look at her. She's fine. She was always going to be fine. She just needed us to miss Robert's wedding. I wanted to defend Lydia. But the photo told its own story. Clean clothes. Styled hair. No visible distress. This wasn't someone in crisis. This was someone making a point. It's 2:52, Richard said. The wedding started 7 minutes ago. We missed it. We'd missed our son's wedding. I called Robert again. He didn't answer. I called Maya. No answer. We drove to the botanical gardens anyway, arriving at 3:45. The parking lot was full. Through the gates, I could see guests mingling, champagne glasses in hand. The ceremony had already happened. A security guard stopped us at the entrance. Sorry, this is a private event. We're the groom's parents, I said. He checked his clipboard, his expression apologetic. I don't have you on the list. There must be a mistake. Our son is Robert Patterson. One moment. He spoke into his radio, then waited. When he turned back to us, his face had hardened. The bride and groom have asked that you leave the premises. What? They don't want you here. I'm going to have to ask you to go. I saw Robert then, standing under an arch covered in white roses, Maya beside him in a stunning lace dress. He looked happy. He looked like a man who'd just married the love of his life. He also looked at us with an expression I'd never seen before. Cold. Distant. Like he was looking at strangers who meant nothing to him. Maya whispered something in his ear. He nodded, then turned his back, leading her toward their guests. The security guard cleared his throat. "Folks, I need you to leave now." We left. What else could we do? That night, I called Robert 17 times. Every call went to voicemail. I sent text messages explaining about the photo, about how we'd been looking for Lydia, about how we tried to make it. None of them were answered. Lydia called on Sunday morning, her voice bright and cheerful. "Hey, Mom. Sorry about yesterday. I just really needed some time alone. Did you guys make it to the wedding?" "You know we didn't." "Oh." She had the decency to sound surprised. "Oh no. Really? Don't play games with me, Lydia. You knew exactly what you were doing." "I don't know what you mean." "The note. Disappearing. Having Amanda send that photo right before the ceremony. I needed space. Is that a crime? You manipulated us into missing Robert's wedding." "I manipulated you?" "Mom, you chose to look for me. Nobody forced you. You made us think you were in danger. I said I'd be okay. I literally wrote that in the note." The conversation devolved into screaming, accusations flying back and forth. Finally, Lydia hung up on me. I tried calling Robert again. No answer. This pattern continued for weeks. I'd call Robert. He wouldn't answer. I'd call Lydia. She'd be defensive and angry. Richard and I would argue about whose fault it was, what we should have done differently, how we could fix this. But some things, I was learning, couldn't be fixed. 2 months after the wedding, I received a formal letter from an attorney. Robert was legally changing his name. Patterson to Chen, his wife's maiden name. The letter informed us that he wished to have no further contact with us. "He's disowning us," Richard said, holding the letter with shaking hands. I couldn't speak. Couldn't breathe. I tried going to Robert's apartment. He'd moved. I tried his workplace. Security escorted me out. I tried reaching out to Maya's family. They wouldn't speak to me. My son had vanished from my life as completely as if he'd never existed. 3 months later, I ran into one of Robert's colleagues at the grocery store. A nice young woman I'd met at a holiday party years earlier. "Mrs. Patterson," she said warmly, then her face fell. "Oh. I'm so sorry about everything." "Sorry about what?" "About." She looked confused. "About you and your husband passing away. Robert told us. He's been really brave, handling it all." The grocery bag slipped from my hands, oranges rolling across the floor. "Passing away," I repeated numbly. "He said it was a car accident. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to upset you." She hurried away, leaving me standing in the produce section, very much alive, very much grieving. Robert was telling people we were dead. When I told Lydia, expecting sympathy, she shrugged. "Can you blame him? You missed his wedding. You chose me over him. What did you think would happen? I thought he'd be angry. Not that he'd erase us from existence. Maybe that's easier for him. Dead parents are tragic. Parents who didn't show up for your wedding are just terrible people. We were trying to save your life. Nobody asked you to." That's when I finally understood. Lydia had been testing us. She'd wanted us to choose Robert, to call her bluff, to prove that we wouldn't be controlled. But we'd failed the test. We'd reinforced every manipulative behavior she'd developed over 5 years, and in doing so, we'd lost our son. The grief was suffocating. I'd lost Robert, yes, but I'd also lost the illusion that I was a good mother. Good mothers didn't enable one child at the expense of another. Good mothers didn't raise children who would rather pretend they were dead than maintain contact. I started seeing a therapist myself. Dr. Chen, no relation to my former daughter-in-law, was patient but direct. "You made a choice based on fear," she said during one session. "You were afraid of Lydia hurting herself. But that fear made you miss one of the most important days of your other child's life. I was trying to be a good mother." "To which child?" The question haunted me. Lydia and I barely speak now. She calls on holidays, perfunctory conversations filled with awkward silences. She never apologized for the wedding day. I don't think she believes she did anything wrong. Richard and I are still together, but something between us broke that day. We make decisions as a team, But we second guess every choice now, wondering if we're repeating our mistakes. Robert remains absent. I've stopped trying to contact him. The attorney's letter was clear. No contact means no contact. But I think about him constantly. I wonder if he has children. If he's happy. If he ever thinks about us, or if we're just ghosts in his past, dead and buried and forgotten. I see posts on social media sometimes, shared by distant relatives or family friends. Pictures of Robert at company events, on vacation with Maya, living a life we're not part of. He looks happy. That should be enough. Maybe it would be, if I didn't know that happiness exists in a world where his parents don't. Sometimes I imagine what I would say if I could talk to him. I'd tell him I'm sorry. That I made the wrong choice. That I'd give anything to go back and do it differently. That I love him. That I've always loved him. But those words mean nothing now. They're too late and too small for the damage that's been done. The real tragedy isn't that we missed his wedding. It's that we taught him his happiness would always be secondary to his sister's pain. And when he finally demanded to be prioritized, we couldn't do it. So now I'm the mother whose son tells people she's dead. And in a way, maybe I am. The mother he needed, the mother who should have been at his wedding, died the day we chose to search empty graves instead of celebrating his new life. People at work ask about my children sometimes. I used to tell them about Lydia's struggles, Robert's accomplishments. Now I keep it vague. They're doing well, I say, which is both true and a complete lie. Lydia is doing well, working steadily, slowly building a life that doesn't revolve around tragedy. She's dating someone, a kind person who wasn't part of her history with Jessica. Progress, I suppose. Robert is doing well too, from what I can tell through the fragments of information that reach me. Successful career. Loving marriage. A life built on the foundation of a wedding day we weren't there to witness. And me? I'm the woman who made the impossible choice and lost everything anyway. A cautionary tale about the cost of good intentions and the price of being needed too much by the wrong child at the wrong moment. The hardest part is knowing that if I could do it over, I'm still not sure I'd choose differently. In that moment, with Lydia's note in my hand and her phone going to voicemail, the fear was real. The possibility that she'd hurt herself was real. The maternal instinct to protect a child in danger was overwhelming. But so was our son's need for us to show up. To prove that his milestone mattered as much as his sister's crisis. To demonstrate that we could see him, truly see him, as more than just the easy child who didn't demand much. We failed that test. And Robert, with the cold clarity of someone who's been let down too many times, decided he was done testing. I understand why. If I were him, I might have done the same thing. Cut off the parents who always chose his sister. Build a new family, one that puts him first for a change. Tell people the old parents died because, in every meaningful way, they did. The mother and father Robert needed died in a cemetery parking lot while searching for a daughter who was never really in danger. What's left are just two people with his old last name, living with the consequences of loving imperfectly and choosing poorly. In my worst moments, I think about all the milestones we'll miss now. Future grandchildren we'll never meet. Holidays we won't be invited to. Birthdays that will pass without acknowledgement. Robert will build an entire life, rich and full, and we'll know nothing about it. In my better moments, I hope he's happy. I hope Maya's father got to walk her down the aisle. I hope their wedding day was perfect, that they danced their first dance surrounded by people who showed up for them, that they look back on it with joy rather than the taint of our absence. I hope he doesn't spend too much time being angry at us. I hope he's moved past anger into something calmer, more peaceful. Indifference, maybe. That would be better than rage. And I hope, someday, he might consider forgiving us. Not reconciling, necessarily. I've accepted that ship has probably sailed. But maybe, eventually, he'll reach a place where he can think about us without bitterness, where our failures don't cast such a long shadow over his past. That's all I have left. Hope. It's a small thing, fragile as glass, but I hold on to it because the alternative is too dark to contemplate. Richard and I went to the botanical gardens last weekend. We stood outside the gates, looking at the place where our son got married without us. It was just another Saturday. Families walked past, children played, couples took photos. None of them knew that one of the most important days of our lives had happened here, and we missed it. Do you think he was happy? I asked Richard. That day? I hope so. Even without us there? Maybe especially without us there. That hurt to hear, but it was probably true. Robert had spent his whole life being understanding, patient, secondary. His wedding day was finally his day, and he spent it surrounded by people who prioritized him. That's how it should have been. We just weren't those people when it mattered most. As we walked back to our car, I thought about the version of myself that woke up on the morning of the 16th with such clear intentions. Go see Lydia. Support her. Then attend Robert's wedding. Simple. Everyone gets what they need. I want to tell that version of myself to be smarter. To see the manipulation. To choose differently. To save us all from this outcome. But I can't. That version of me is gone, replaced by this one, the woman who knows exactly how much a single choice can cost. The woman whose son tells people his parents died because, in the way that matters most, we did.
Story 5. My landlord's son pounded on our door at midnight, demanding to see my 14-year-old daughter who'd rejected his advances earlier that day. When I called 911 as he screamed threats through the door, my landlord texted, "He's just being a boy, don't overreact." I didn't respond. That was last night. This morning, I woke to find my bedroom window shattered and my car's windshield smashed. I said nothing, just dealt with him myself. 10 minutes later, his father was begging me to stop. The pounding started at 11:47 p.m. I know because I checked my phone before rolling out of bed, my heart already hammering against my ribs. 3 months we'd lived in this duplex, and nothing like this had ever happened. Emma. The voice outside was slurred, aggressive. I know you're in there. Come talk to me. My daughter's door flew open. She stood in the hallway, her face pale in the dim light from the bathroom nightlight we'd never gotten around to replacing with something less childish. She was 14 but looked younger in her oversized sleep shirt, her dark hair tangled around her shoulders. "Dad, it's Brandon," she whispered, and I heard the tremor in her voice. Brandon Kellerman. 22 years old, still living in the main house with his father Robert, our landlord. I'd met him exactly twice since we moved in. Both times he'd been polite enough, if a bit too interested in asking questions about Emma when I mentioned having a daughter. The pounding came again, harder this time. "Emma. Don't be like this. We had a connection." I moved past my daughter and checked the peephole. Brandon stood on our small porch, swaying slightly, his fist raised to pound again. His face was flushed, eyes unfocused. Behind him, the main house sat dark and silent. "Get away from our door," I called through the solid wood. "Go home, Brandon. I just want to talk to her." His voice cracked on the last word. She was different today. She smiled at me. She gets me. Emma grabbed my arm. "Dad," I didn't smile at him. I was walking home from the bus stop and he was mowing their lawn. I waved because I thought I should be polite. That's all. I swear. The pounding intensified, making the door shudder in its frame. "Emma. Please. I know you feel this too." I pulled out my phone and dialed 911. The operator answered on the second ring, professional and calm. I gave her the address, explained the situation in low tones while Brandon continued shouting through the door. His words were becoming less coherent, more threatening. "If you won't come out, I'll come in." He threw his weight against the door. The deadbolt held, but the frame groaned. "Officers are on their way," the operator assured me. "Stay on the line." My phone buzzed with a text. Robert Kellerman's name appeared on the screen. "He's just being a boy, don't overreact." I stared at those words while my daughter pressed against my side, shaking. While this grown man screamed obscenities at my 14-year-old child through our door. While the operator asked if we were safe, if he had a weapon, if he'd made specific threats. I didn't respond to Robert's text. The police arrived 12 minutes later. By then Brandon had stopped pounding and started crying, sitting on our porch steps with his head in his hands. The officers were young, probably early 30s, and they treated the situation with the appropriate seriousness once they heard the recording the 911 operator had captured. Brandon was arrested for disorderly conduct and harassment. As they put him in the patrol car, he looked at our window, where Emma and I stood watching. The hatred in his eyes made my daughter step back. Robert appeared then, emerging from his house in a bathrobe, confusion playing across his features. The officers spoke with him briefly. I watched his expression shift from concern to dismissal. He glanced toward our unit, shook his head, and went back inside without a word to us. I made Emma sleep in my room that night. She took the bed while I sat in the chair by the window, watching the main house, watching our door, watching everything. Sleep felt impossible. At some point near dawn, I must have dozed off because Emma's scream woke me. Sunlight streamed through the bedroom window. Except it wasn't a window anymore. It was a gaping hole, glass scattered across the carpet in my bed. The rock that had done the damage sat among the shards, roughly the size of a softball. "Stay here," I told Emma, and went to check the rest of the unit. Everything else seemed intact until I reached the front door and looked out at where I'd parked my car. The windshield was a spiderweb of cracks radiating from a center impact point. Another rock sat on the hood, larger than the first. My tires were fine, the paint untouched, but the windshield was completely destroyed. I'd need a full replacement, and my insurance deductible was $500 I didn't have lying around. I stood there in my t-shirt and sweatpants, bare feet on the cold concrete of our small porch, and felt something shift inside my chest. Not anger, exactly. Anger was too hot, too immediate. This was colder. Cleaner. Robert's truck sat in his driveway. He was home. Brandon's car was gone, probably still impounded. The morning was quiet, peaceful even, with birds singing in the maple trees that lined the property. Our duplex sat on 3 acres at the edge of town, the main house in front, our smaller unit set back about 100 feet. The nearest neighbor was a quarter-mile down the road. Private. Isolated. I pulled out my phone and took photographs. The window. The rock on my bed. The glass everywhere. My car. The rock on the hood. I documented everything with the timestamp clearly visible in each shot. Then I sent them to my email address and backed them up to cloud storage. Emma appeared in the doorway, having gotten dressed. "Dad, what are we going to do?" "Get your things packed," I told her. "You're going to stay with Aunt Monica for a few days." "But school, I'll handle it." "Go pack." She knew better than to argue when I used that tone. My sister Monica lived 45 minutes away, far enough to be safe, close enough that Emma wouldn't miss much school. I called Monica while Emma packed, explained the situation in brief, clipped sentences. Monica had met Robert exactly once, at the lease signing, and had told me then that something about him made her uncomfortable. I should have listened. "Bring her now," Monica said. "Stay as long as you both need to." "Just Emma. I need to handle some things here." "Be careful." Monica knew me well enough not to ask questions. We'd grown up in a house where you learned to handle your own problems, and sometimes that meant doing things that made other people uncomfortable. I drove Emma to Monica's in my damaged car, the wind whistling through the cracked windshield. We didn't talk much. Emma knew I was planning something. She'd inherited enough of my stubbornness to recognize it in others. "Dad," she said as we pulled into Monica's driveway. "Don't do anything that'll get you in trouble." I kissed her forehead. "I'll see you in a few days." The drive back took 50 minutes. I used the time to think, to plan, to consider every angle. Robert Kellerman owned 4 rental properties in town, all managed personally. He'd inherited them from his father and coasted on that income while working part-time at a hardware store. Brandon was his only child, his pride and joy, his blind spot. I'd done my research before signing the lease. Robert had a reputation as a fair landlord, if a bit slow on repairs. No major complaints. Nothing that suggested I'd be putting my daughter in danger by living on his property. But I should have dug deeper. I should have asked about Brandon. I should have wondered why a 22-year-old man still lived with his father, why he didn't seem to have a job or go to school. I should have protected my daughter better. The thought sat heavy in my gut as I pulled back into the driveway. Robert's truck was still there. Good. I parked and walked to his front door. My knock was polite, measured. Professional. Robert answered wearing the same bathrobe from the night before, though he'd added sweatpants underneath. His eyes were bloodshot, hair mussed. He looked like he hadn't slept either. "We need to talk," I said. He sighed and stepped back, letting me in. The house was dated but clean, decorated in a style that hadn't changed since the 90s. Family photos covered the walls. Brandon as a baby. Brandon in Little League. Brandon at high school graduation. Brandon. I didn't see any pictures of a woman who might have been his mother. "Look," Robert started, but I held up my hand. "Did you see what happened to my unit this morning?" He had the grace to look uncomfortable. Brandon was upset. He shouldn't have done that. He destroyed my property. Endangered my daughter. Traumatized her. He's going through a rough time. Robert moved into his living room and sank onto a worn couch. His medication needs adjusting. He gets confused sometimes. There it was. The excuse. The justification. The explanation that was supposed to make everything okay. "He's an adult who harassed a child," I said. "Your son committed multiple crimes last night and this morning. The police have him on harassment charges. I could add vandalism and intimidation to that list." "You could," Robert agreed. "Or we could handle this like adults. I'll pay for the repairs. Your window, your windshield. I'll cover all of it. We'll call it even." Even. I let the word hang in the air between us. Your son terrorized my daughter and you think money makes it even. What do you want me to say? Robert's voice rose, frustration bleeding through. He's sick. He doesn't think right sometimes. You don't understand what it's like, raising a kid who's different. I've been raised by a single mother who worked 3 jobs to keep us fed. My sister and I had learned early that the world didn't owe us anything, that excuses were just another word for failure. When Monica got bullied in middle school, I handled it. When our mother couldn't afford the medication she needed, I found a way. You protect your family. You do what needs to be done. I understand that you're enabling him, I said. I understand that you've probably been making excuses for him his whole life. I understand that last night, when he was threatening to break into my home to get to my daughter, you texted me to tell me not to overreact. Robert's face flushed. I didn't know it was that serious. You didn't want to know. There's a difference. I pulled out my phone and showed him the photos. The shattered window with glass all over Emma's bed, where she would have been sleeping if I hadn't made her stay in my room. The destroyed windshield. The rocks. Everything documented, time-stamped, undeniable. He could have killed her, I said quietly. If that rock had hit her while she was sleeping. If the glass had cut an artery. Your son could have killed my daughter, and you're worried about his feelings. Robert looked away. Brandon's bond hearing is this afternoon. The lawyer says he'll probably get released on his own recognizance. First offense, mental health issues. He'll be home by dinner. Then I'm pressing charges for the vandalism. And I'm suing for emotional distress, for the cost of moving, for my time and damages. I'll make this public. I'll make sure everyone knows what your son did and how you enabled it. You can't do that. Robert stood, his bathrobe falling open. This is my family's legacy. These properties are all I have. If you drag Brandon's name through the mud, if you make this into some big thing, it'll destroy everything. Then you should have thought about that before you raised a man who thinks he can terrorize children. I moved toward the door. Your son is home by dinner, you said. I want you both out of this house by tomorrow morning. This is my house. And that's my daughter. Figure out your priorities, Robert. I left him standing there, mouth open, face red with anger and shame and a dozen other emotions he probably couldn't name. The door slammed behind me harder than I'd intended, but I didn't feel bad about it. Back in my unit, I started making calls. First to my insurance company, reporting the vandalism. Then to a lawyer I'd found online, one who specialized in tenant rights and property disputes. I explained the situation. She listened without interrupting, asked pointed questions, and told me she'd have a consultation available tomorrow morning. Then I called my boss at the warehouse where I worked as a logistics coordinator. Explained I needed a few personal days. He was understanding. I'd worked there for 6 years without taking much time off. I had the goodwill banked. Next, I sat down at my laptop and started documenting everything. The timeline of events, every interaction with Brandon and Robert, copies of texts and emails, the police report number from last night. I created a folder, organized it meticulously, backed it up in 3 separate locations. My phone rang. Robert's name appeared on the screen. I let it go to voicemail. He called again. Voicemail. A text appeared. We need to talk about this reasonably. I didn't respond. Another text. Brandon's lawyer says he'll be released at 4 p.m. Please don't do anything to complicate this. I turned off my phone and got to work. The beauty of the internet age is that information wants to be free, and property records are public. I pulled up Robert's other rental properties. 3 houses, all in decent neighborhoods, all probably bringing in steady income. I found the county assessor's records, the tax information, everything legal and above board. Then I started looking into Robert himself. Social media was sparse. A Facebook account he barely used, mostly pictures of Brandon. No criminal record that I could find. But I did find something interesting buried in old newspaper archives. 20 years ago, Robert's wife Sarah had filed for divorce. The proceedings had been nasty enough to make the local paper because Sarah had accused Robert of covering up Brandon's behavioral problems at school. Brandon had been expelled from 3 schools before age 10. The articles used careful language, but the implications were clear. Brandon had hurt other children, and Robert had used his family's money and influence to make the problems go away. Sarah had died in a car accident 6 months after the divorce was finalized. Single vehicle accident, late at night, ruled accidental. Brandon had been 10 years old. I sat back in my chair and rubbed my eyes. This wasn't new behavior. This was a pattern that had been enabled for over a decade. Emma wasn't Brandon's first target. She was just the latest. My phone buzzed. I'd turned it back on to check something and forgotten to silence it. Another text from Robert. Please. Let's talk. I looked at the shattered window, now covered with a trash bag and duct tape. Looked at the photos on my computer screen. Thought about Emma's face when she'd heard Brandon pounding on the door. Then I started making more calls. The local newspaper was small, the kind of operation that survived on community interest and local drama. I reached a reporter named Jennifer Park who covered crime in courts. She was interested in the story, especially when I mentioned Brandon's juvenile record was likely sealed but could be referenced in the context of a pattern of behavior. I'd need to verify everything, she said. Talk to the police, get the reports, maybe speak with Robert and Brandon for comment. Do what you need to do. I'm just telling you what happened. Next, I called the other rental properties. Introduced myself as a concerned neighbor, asked if they'd had any problems with the Kellerman family. 2 of the tenants didn't know what I was talking about. The third, a woman named Patricia, got very quiet. Why are you asking? I told her. Not everything, just enough. Brandon's harassment of Emma, the vandalism, Robert's response. Patricia was silent for a long moment. Then, he came to our house once, about 2 years ago. My daughter was 15. Robert said Brandon was just being friendly, that we were overreacting. We broke the lease and moved out a month later. Robert kept our security deposit and sued us for breaking the lease. We couldn't afford a lawyer to fight it. Would you be willing to talk to a reporter? Another pause. Yes. Yes, I would. I gave her Jennifer Park's number. By the time 4 p.m. rolled around, I'd found 3 more families with similar stories. None had pressed charges. All had been pressured or manipulated into silence. All had lost money or time or peace of mind. Brandon's pattern was clear. He fixated on teenage girls, made them uncomfortable, escalated when rejected. Robert's pattern was equally clear: minimize, excuse, threaten, pay off if necessary. They'd been doing this for years. My phone rang. A number I didn't recognize. I answered. This is Detective Sarah Chen with the County Sheriff's Department. I'm investigating the incident at your residence last night. Do you have time to speak? We talked for 45 minutes. I told her everything, sent her the photos, gave her the names of the other families I'd found. She listened with the kind of careful attention that suggested this wasn't her first encounter with Brandon Kellerman. He's been on our radar, she admitted. But without victims willing to press charges, our hands were tied. This time is different. We have the 911 recording. We have him at the scene. We have the vandalism. We have you willing to testify. I'm pressing every charge possible. Good. She paused. His bond hearing went through. He's being released to his father's custody this evening with a restraining order in place. He's not allowed within 500 feet of you or your daughter. A piece of paper doesn't protect her. No, Detective Chen agreed. It doesn't. But it gives us grounds to arrest him immediately if he violates it. And between you and me, his lawyer isn't as confident as your landlord seems to think. The judge was not pleased with what she saw in the police report. After we hung up, I sat in the growing darkness of my unit and waited. The trash bag over the window flapped in the evening breeze. Outside, I heard a car pull into the driveway. Doors opened and closed. Voices, muffled but agitated. Brandon was home. I watched from behind the curtain of my intact window as Robert and Brandon got out of an older sedan. Brandon looked smaller in the daylight, diminished somehow. Robert had his hand on his son's arm, guiding him toward the house like he was fragile, breakable. They went inside. Lights came on in the main house. I could see shadows moving past windows. My phone buzzed. Robert. He's sorry. He wants to apologize. I typed back one word: no. Please. He's getting help. He starts therapy tomorrow. New medication. Please give him a chance to make this right. He shattered my daughter's bedroom window while she could have been sleeping in that bed. There's no making that right. Then what do you want? Just tell me what you want. What did I want? I wanted Emma to feel safe. I wanted Robert to understand that consequences were real. I wanted Brandon to face justice instead of hiding behind excuses. I wanted to not feel sick every time I thought about what could have happened if that rock had hit my daughter. I wanted a lot of things I couldn't have. I want you to understand that your son is dangerous, I typed. I want you to stop making excuses for him. I want you to accept that your choices brought you here. No response. The next morning, I met with a lawyer. Her name was Angela Morrison, and she'd been practicing tenant law for 15 years. She reviewed my documentation with the kind of thorough attention that comes from experience. You have an excellent case for breaking the lease without penalty, she said. The harassment and vandalism constitute a breach of the implied warranty of habitability. You can also sue for damages. Emotional distress, moving costs, time off work. We could probably get somewhere between 10 and 20,000, depending on the jury. I don't want money. I want him to understand what he did. Angela looked at me over her reading glasses. Money is how the legal system makes people understand. It's the only language that matters in court. Then I want to make sure he understands loud and clear. I'll draft the papers today. We can file by end of week. I left her office and drove to Monica's house. Emma was in school, but I needed to check on the unit anyway, make sure everything was secure. Monica met me at the door with coffee and worry. How bad is this going to get? As bad as it needs to be. She studied my face. Be careful. Men like Robert, when they feel cornered, they do stupid things. He's already done stupid things. Now he gets to live with the consequences. Back at the rental unit, I found a note taped to my door. Robert's handwriting, shaky and rushed. Please. We need to talk. Brandon is sorry. I'm sorry. Don't destroy my son's future over a mistake. A mistake. Like forgetting to use a turn signal or leaving the stove on. Not terrorizing a child. Not vandalism. A mistake. I took the note inside and added it to my documentation folder. Jennifer Park called that afternoon. I've confirmed the details with the police department. The story runs tomorrow. I wanted to give you a heads up. Did you reach Robert? He declined to comment. Brandon's lawyer sent a statement saying his client suffers from mental health issues and is receiving treatment. Standard deflection. And the other families? 3 agreed to go on record. 2 wanted to remain anonymous but confirmed the pattern. It's a solid story. Fair, balanced, factual. But it's not going to make your landlord happy. Good. The story ran in the morning edition of the local paper and online by 6 a.m. By 7, my phone was ringing. Robert, over and over. I let every call go to voicemail. At 8, someone knocked on my door. I looked through the peephole and saw Robert standing there, newspaper in hand, his face red and angry. I didn't open the door. I know you're in there. His voice was loud but controlled, nothing like Brandon's drunken screaming. This was cold fury. You did this. You destroyed everything. I called 911. Explained that my landlord was harassing me in violation of the ongoing police investigation. The dispatcher said officers were on the way. Everything I built, Robert continued through the door. My father's legacy. My family's name. You destroyed it all because you couldn't just let it go. The police arrived within 10 minutes. 2 officers, both familiar from the night Brandon was arrested. They spoke with Robert on the porch while I gave a statement from inside. I could hear Robert's voice rising, falling, pleading. The officers were patient but firm. Eventually, Robert left. The officers checked to make sure I was safe, advised me to document everything, reminded me that the restraining order extended to Robert if his behavior could be seen as intimidating or threatening on Brandon's behalf. After they left, I sat down and checked my email. 3 new messages from other tenants of Robert's properties. They'd seen the news story. They wanted to talk. They had their own experiences with Brandon, with Robert's response, with being made to feel like they were overreacting. I forwarded all of it to Detective Chan and Angela Morrison. The next morning, I woke to the sound of someone working outside. I looked out to see a glazier replacing my bedroom window. A professional job, expensive glass, done without my request or permission. An hour later, a mobile auto glass repair truck pulled up. The driver approached my door with a clipboard. I'm here to replace your windshield? Job was called in yesterday, prepaid. Robert trying to fix things with money. Robert trying to make the problem go away the same way he always had. I sent the windshield guy away. I need the damage documented for court. Come back in 2 weeks. He shrugged and left. The window I couldn't turn away without looking petty, so I let that work finish. But I documented it thoroughly. More photos, more emails, more evidence that Robert knew his son had committed vandalism and was trying to cover it with quick repairs. My phone buzzed. A text from a number I didn't recognize. You're ruining an innocent man's life. I blocked the number. Another text came from a different number. Brandon made a mistake. You're destroying him. I blocked that one too. Over the course of the day, I received 7 more texts from unknown numbers, all variations on the same theme. Robert had clearly told people his version of events. I was the villain who'd overreacted, who wouldn't accept an apology, who was destroying a sick young man's life. I saved every text, documented every number, forwarded it all to Detective Chen. She called that evening. We're seeing a harassment campaign. 7 different numbers, all traced back to Robert Kellerman's contact list. Friends and family, pressured into sending you messages. We can add this to the case if you want to pursue it. I want to pursue everything. Good. Because we found something else. Brandon's juvenile records were supposed to be sealed, but we got a judge to review them in chambers based on the pattern of behavior. There were 4 incidents involving teenage girls before he turned 18. 4 families who were paid off or threatened into silence. Your daughter is the first victim whose father fought back. The word hit me hard. Victim. Emma was a victim. Not because of anything she'd done, but because a sick man had fixated on her and his father had spent decades enabling that sickness. What happens now? Brandon's lawyer is pushing for a plea deal. Mental health treatment, probation, no jail time. The prosecutor wants to push for trial, especially with the new information about the pattern of behavior. But it depends on whether the other victims are willing to testify. What about my case? That's separate. Civil court. But everything we find for the criminal case can help your lawsuit. And vice versa. After we hung up, I sat in the darkness and thought about Sarah Kellerman, Robert's ex-wife who tried to stop this 20 years ago and died before she could protect anyone else. I thought about the families who'd been pressured into silence, who'd lost money and peace of mind. I thought about Emma, who'd done nothing but wave politely to a neighbor. And I thought about what it meant to truly protect someone you love. The next morning, I received a certified letter. Robert was suing me for defamation, claiming I destroyed his reputation and business through false accusations. The amount he wanted, $50,000. I forwarded it to Angela Morrison. She called me an hour later, laughing. This is the dumbest thing he could have done. He just opened himself up to discovery. We can subpoena everything now. His finances, his communications, Brandon's medical records if they're relevant. He literally gave us the keys to the kingdom. So what do? We file a motion to dismiss based on truth being an absolute defense against defamation. Then we countersue for malicious prosecution. Then we watch him panic. I couldn't help but smile. How long will this take? Months. Maybe a year. Civil cases move slowly. But every step of the way, we'll be turning over rocks and showing the world what's underneath. Are you prepared for that? Yes. Good. Because he's going to fight dirty. He's already shown he's willing to harass you, to pressure his friends into harassing you. It could get worse before it gets better. Let it get worse. I'm not backing down. True to Angela's prediction, Robert escalated. Within a week, I received a notice that he was beginning eviction proceedings based on my alleged failure to maintain the property and disturbing other tenants. Never mind that I was the only tenant in the building, or that any property damage was caused by his son. Angela filed an immediate response, pointing out the absurdity of the claims and requesting an expedited hearing. The judge assigned to the case took one look at the documentation and dismissed the eviction attempt with prejudice, meaning Robert couldn't try it again. Robert's lawyer withdrew from his case shortly after. Apparently, even attorneys have limits to what they'll argue. Brandon's criminal case went to trial 3 months after the initial incident. I testified. So did Detective Chen. So did 3 other families who'd finally found the courage to come forward. The jury took 4 hours to find Brandon guilty on all counts: harassment, vandalism, criminal threatening. The judge sentenced him to 3 years in prison, with credit for time served. He'd be eligible for parole in 18 months with good behavior and proof of ongoing mental health treatment. Robert sat in the courtroom and cried. Not for the families his son had hurt. Not for Emma, who still couldn't sleep without a nightlight and jumped at unexpected sounds. He cried for Brandon, for himself, for the life he'd imagined where none of this would ever catch up with him. I felt nothing watching him cry. The civil trial came 6 months later. By then, Robert had lost 2 of his rental properties to foreclosure. The news coverage had destroyed his reputation, and tenants had broken their leases en masse. The remaining properties barely covered his costs. Angela Morrison was brilliant in court. She walked the jury through every incident, every cover-up, every payment made to silence victims. She showed them Robert's pattern of enabling, of choosing his son over the safety of children. She made it crystal clear that this wasn't about one bad night, but about decades of choices. The jury awarded us $35,000 in damages. It wasn't about the money for me, but it was devastating for Robert. Combined with his legal fees and lost rental income, it effectively bankrupted him. He sold the main house 3 months after the verdict. Moved to another state, somewhere he could start over where nobody knew the Kellerman name or what it represented. Brandon served his full sentence. No parole. Apparently, he didn't respond well to treatment in prison and lost good behavior privileges multiple times. When he was released, he had nowhere to go. Robert had moved away without leaving a forwarding address. I heard through Detective Chen that Brandon ended up in a halfway house 2 states away, working minimum wage and attending court-mandated therapy. His name was on a registry now. Employers could see his conviction. Landlords could refuse to rent to him. The world he'd returned to was much smaller than the one he'd left. Emma and I moved out of the rental unit a week after the criminal trial ended. We found a small house on the other side of town, nothing fancy but safe in ours. Emma slowly stopped jumping at sounds. The nightmares came less frequently. She smiled more. She never asked me what I'd done, exactly. She knew I'd fought for her, protected her, made sure the man who'd threatened her faced consequences. That was enough. Monica asked me once if I felt guilty about destroying Robert's life. We were sitting on my new porch, watching Emma play basketball in the driveway with some friends from school. Normal teenager things. He destroyed his own life, I told her. I just made sure everyone could see what he'd built it on. No regrets? I watched Emma laugh at something her friend said, carefree and young in a way she hadn't been for months after Brandon's attack. None. The reporter, Jennifer Park, won an award for her coverage of the case. Her series on wealthy families using money and influence to cover up their children's crimes sparked a state-level investigation into juvenile record-sealing practices. Changes were made. Not enough, probably, but more than there had been before. Sometimes I still think about that first night, about Brandon pounding on our door and Robert's text message telling me not to overreact. I think about all the moments where I could have let it go, could have accepted the apology and the money and moved on with our lives. Emma would have been fine, probably. Kids are resilient. We would have found somewhere else to live eventually. But somewhere else, another man like Brandon would have fixated on another girl. Another father like Robert would have covered for his son. The pattern would have continued because nobody had ever made it stop. I didn't destroy Robert's life out of revenge, though that's how he probably sees it. I didn't pursue the case to punish him, though punishment was certainly part of it. I did it because someone had to. Because Emma deserved to see that justice existed, that actions had consequences, that the powerful couldn't always buy their way out of responsibility. I did it because the alternative was teaching my daughter that her safety mattered less than a man's comfort. That she should stay quiet, accept apologies, not make a fuss. I did it because sometimes the only way to protect your family is to burn down everything that threatens them and let the ashes settle where they may. Last year, I got a call from Patricia, the mother whose daughter had been harassed by Brandon years before. She'd followed the trial, read the news coverage. She wanted to thank me for doing what she hadn't been able to do. I let him get away with it, she said, her voice thick with old regret. I took the easy way out. Moved away, tried to forget. And he did it again because nobody stopped him. You did what you needed to do to protect your daughter, I told her. There's no shame in that. But you did more. You made it stop. Maybe I did. Or maybe I just got lucky, had the right resources, met the right people. Maybe the timing was finally right for someone to listen and act. Or maybe I just refused to let the world teach my daughter that her fear didn't matter. Emma graduates high school in 2 years. She wants to study criminal justice, maybe become a prosecutor. She talks about helping other victims find their voice, about making sure people like Brandon and Robert face consequences. I tell her I'm proud of her, because I am. But sometimes I worry that I taught her the wrong lesson. That standing up for yourself means burning everything down. That justice requires destruction. Then I remember her face in the hallway that night, pale and frightened, and I know I taught her exactly what she needed to learn, that she matters. That her safety matters. That nobody gets to make her afraid in her own home. Robert's last text to me came 6 months after he moved away. Just 3 words, "Are you happy?" I never responded. But if I had, I would have told him that happiness wasn't the point. Safety was the point. Justice was the point. Making sure my daughter could sleep without nightmares was the point. He wanted me to feel guilty for destroying his life. To second-guess every decision, to wonder if I'd gone too far. But when I tuck Emma in at night, when I see her smile without fear, when I watch her live her life without looking over her shoulder, I know I didn't go too far. I went exactly far enough. And if I had it to do again, knowing everything it would cost Robert, knowing how completely it would destroy the life he'd built, I wouldn't change a single thing. Because 10 minutes after I decided to fight back instead of staying silent, Robert was begging me to stop. And I didn't. I couldn't. Not when stopping meant letting him continue the pattern, meant abandoning other potential victims, meant teaching Emma that her voice didn't matter. So I kept going. Through the trials, through the harassment, through the threats and the lawsuits and the long nights wondering if I was doing the right thing. I kept going until the job was done. And now, sitting on my porch watching my daughter laugh with friends, seeing her rebuild the confidence that Brandon tried to steal, I know it was worth it. Every single second. The aftermath took longer to settle than the crisis itself. 18 months after Brandon's conviction, I received a letter from his therapist at the correctional facility. She wanted to interview me as part of his treatment program, to help him understand the impact of his actions from the victim's perspective. I declined. Emma's healing wasn't a teaching tool for Brandon's redemption. The therapist called anyway, persistent in a way that made me wonder if Robert had put her up to it. She explained that Brandon was finally accepting responsibility, that understanding the harm he'd caused was crucial to his recovery. Then he can accept responsibility without using my daughter's trauma as his curriculum, I said, and hung up. Angela Morrison warned me that Brandon might try to contact Emma directly once he was released. We filed for a permanent restraining order, presenting evidence of his behavior in prison, the multiple violations of rules, the inability to manage his impulses even in a controlled environment. The judge granted it without hesitation. Detective Chen retired 6 months after the trial. She called me the day she turned in her badge, told me that our case had been the most satisfying of her career. Not because of the conviction, though that mattered, but because for once the system had worked the way it was supposed to. You gave those other families permission to speak up, she said. That's what changed everything. Not the lawyers or the courts or even the evidence. You showed them that fighting back was possible. I didn't feel like a hero. Heroes don't lie awake at night wondering if they've made their daughter's life harder by refusing to let things go quietly. Heroes don't second-guess their decisions or wonder if taking the settlement money and moving away would have been simpler. But simple isn't always right. Emma started seeing a therapist shortly after we moved into our new house. Dr. Martinez specialized in trauma recovery for adolescents. The first few sessions were rough. Emma would come home red-eyed and exhausted, emotionally wrung out from digging into memories she'd tried to bury. "Do I have to keep going?" she asked after the 4th session. "No," I told her honestly. "But running from it won't make it go away. It'll just wait for you in the dark. She kept going. Slowly, the sessions became easier. She started talking about the incident without that haunted look in her eyes. She stopped checking the windows before bed, stopped flinching when someone knocked on the door unexpectedly. Dr. Martinez called me in for a family session 3 months into Emma's treatment. She wanted to talk about my role in Emma's recovery, about how my response to the trauma had shaped Emma's understanding of herself. Your daughter watched you fight for her, Dr. Martinez said. She saw you refuse to accept inadequate apologies or easy solutions. That taught her something powerful about her own worth. But she also saw me destroy a man's life, I said. What does that teach her? That sometimes protecting the people you love requires difficult choices. That justice isn't always comfortable or clean. That her father would move heaven and earth to keep her safe. Dr. Martinez leaned forward in her chair. Emma doesn't need you to be perfect. She needs you to be present and protective. You've been both. The conversation stayed with me for weeks. I'd spent so much time focused on the legal battles, on making sure Robert and Brandon faced consequences, that I hadn't stopped to consider what Emma was learning from watching me wage those battles. She was learning that she mattered enough to fight for. That seemed like the right lesson. The state investigation that Jennifer Park's reporting triggered eventually led to policy changes. Juvenile records in cases involving violence or sexual misconduct could now be reviewed by judges when evaluating adult charges for similar behavior. It wasn't perfect, but it closed a loophole that predators like Brandon had exploited for years. Robert's name appeared in the news one more time, about a year after he moved away. He'd been arrested for threatening a court clerk who'd refused to expunge Brandon's record. The charges were eventually dropped after Robert completed an anger management program, but the incident told me everything I needed to know about whether he'd learned anything from his experience. He hadn't. He still believed the world had treated his son unfairly. He still thought money and influence should be enough to erase consequences. He'd just lost the money and influence necessary to make it work. I ran into Patricia again at a community meeting about tenant rights. She was advocating for stronger protections against landlord retaliation, sharing her story publicly for the first time. Afterward, we grabbed coffee at a diner down the street. I used to have nightmares about Brandon finding my daughter again, Patricia admitted, stirring sugar into her coffee with trembling hands. Even after we moved, even after years passed, I'd wake up convinced he was outside our house. Do you still have them? Not since the trial. Knowing he's locked up, knowing everyone knows what he is, it gave me closure I didn't think was possible. She looked at me across the chipped Formica table. You did that. You gave that to all of us. I did what any parent would do. No. Patricia shook her head firmly. Most parents would have taken the money and moved on. I know because that's what I did. You're the exception, not the rule. Maybe she was right. Maybe most people would have chosen the path of least resistance, would have prioritized peace over justice. I couldn't judge them for that choice. Everyone's circumstances are different. Everyone's capacity for fighting is different. But I also couldn't regret my choice, even knowing what it had cost in time and stress and sleepless nights. Emma joined the debate team at school. Her first topic was about justice system reform. She argued passionately for better protections for victims, for closing loopholes that allowed wealthy families to evade consequences. She won the regional competition and placed third at state. Watching her stand at that podium, articulate and confident, I saw zero trace of the frightened girl who'd stood in our hallway that night. She'd taken the worst experience of her young life and transmuted it into purpose. I want to be the person who helps other people like us, she told me on the drive home from the state competition. The ones who don't know how to fight back, or are too scared to try. That's a hard path, I warned her. You'll see a lot of pain. Hear a lot of stories that'll stay with you. I know. But someone has to do it. And I already know what it feels like to be helpless. I don't want anyone else to feel that way if I can prevent it. Pride doesn't quite cover what I felt in that moment. Awe, maybe. Humility at having raised someone with that much strength and compassion. The house Robert sold went on the market again a year later. The new owners were a young couple with a baby, excited about the space and the acreage. I'd driven past it once after they moved in, saw children's toys in the yard, a swing set being assembled in the back. Life goes on. Spaces that held trauma get filled with new memories. The world keeps turning regardless of individual struggles. I found work as a consultant for a company that helped landlords implement better tenant screening and conflict resolution procedures. The irony wasn't lost on me. My experience with Robert had made me unexpectedly qualified to help property owners avoid making his mistakes. Most of the landlords I worked with were decent people who wanted to do right by their tenants. They were grateful for the guidance on how to handle difficult situations, how to balance compassion with accountability. A few reminded me too much of Robert, more interested in protecting themselves than their tenants. Those contracts I didn't renew. Money got easier after the settlement. Not comfortable, exactly, but the constant anxiety about making rent or covering unexpected expenses faded. We could afford small luxuries now. Emma got the laptop she needed for school without me having to work overtime. We took a weekend trip to the beach. Normal things. The kind of life we should have always had without the shadow of Robert's negligence and Brandon's obsession hanging over us. Monica asked if I'd ever consider dating again. I'd been divorced from Emma's mother for almost 8 years, since Emma was 6. The relationship had ended badly but quietly, neither of us willing to fight in front of our daughter. Since then, dating had seemed like an unnecessary complication. You deserve companionship, Monica said during one of our regular Saturday morning calls. You deserve someone who appreciates what you did for Emma. What I did was protect my daughter. That's baseline parenting, not heroic. You know what I mean? Someone who understands that you're the kind of person who finishes things, who doesn't back down when it matters. Maybe someday. But for now, my energy went into rebuilding our life, into making sure Emma had everything she needed to thrive. Romance could wait. The second anniversary of Brandon's conviction passed quietly. No dramatic revelations or unexpected contact. Just another day where he remained locked up and unable to hurt anyone else. I marked it by taking Emma out for dinner at her favorite restaurant. We didn't talk about Brandon or the trial or any of it. We talked about her classes, about the colleges she was starting to look at, about her plans for the summer. Normal conversation. Normal life. Hard-won and precious because of how easily it could have been taken from us. The restaurant was crowded, full of families enjoying their Friday evening. At one point, a man walked past our table who reminded me viscerally of Robert. Same build, same age, same defeated slouch to his shoulders. My heart rate spiked before I realized it wasn't him. Emma noticed my reaction. You okay? Fine. Just thought I saw someone I knew. She nodded, understanding immediately. We didn't need to spell everything out anymore. The shorthand of shared experience meant we could communicate in glances and half-finished sentences. After dinner, we drove to the park near our house and sat on the swings. Emma was almost too big for them now, her legs too long, but she swung anyway, pumping higher and higher until she was nearly parallel with the support bar. You know what I realized? She called over to me. He doesn't get to take this from me. The swings, the park, feeling safe. I get to keep all of it because you made sure he couldn't touch me again. You did the hard work, I said. The therapy, the healing. I just made sure you had the space to do it. We both did it. She dragged her feet to slow down, twisting the chains until she was facing me. Together. The moon was rising over the tree line, full and bright. Crickets sang in the grass. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked. Ordinary sounds of an ordinary evening in an ordinary town. Except there was nothing ordinary about sitting in a park at night without fear, without constantly checking shadows, without wondering if tonight would be the night everything fell apart again. We'd earned this peace. Fought for it. Refused to let anyone take it from us. That was worth more than any settlement, any legal victory, any public vindication. As we walked back to the car, Emma slipped her hand into mine. She was too old for hand-holding, really, but neither of us cared. Some gestures transcend age or coolness. Some moments demand physical connection to anchor them in memory. Thanks, Dad, she said quietly. For what? For being scary when it mattered. I laughed, surprised. Scary? When you get that look in your eyes, the one that says you're going to handle something. It's kind of terrifying. But also, it made me feel safe. Like nothing could hurt me because you'd burn it down first. I'd burn down the whole world for you, I said, and meant it absolutely. She squeezed my hand. I know. That's what made him stop. We drove home in comfortable silence. The house was dark when we arrived, just the porch light glowing in welcome. Inside, everything was as we'd left it. Safe. Secure. Ours. I locked the door behind us, checked the windows out of habit, and headed to my room. Emma called goodnight from her doorway, then closed her door with a soft click. Alone in the darkness, I thought about Robert one last time. Wondered if he was sleeping soundly wherever he'd ended up, or if the weight of his choices kept him awake. Wondered if he'd ever truly understand what he'd enabled, or if he'd die believing himself the victim of an overreaction. It didn't matter. His understanding wasn't required for justice to be served. His repentance wasn't necessary for Emma's healing. His approval wasn't needed for me to know I'd done the right thing. The only thing that mattered was that my daughter slept safely in her own bed, in her own room, in our own house. Everything else was just noise. And if Robert was awake somewhere, replaying his choices, finally understanding the cost of his negligence, well, that was just a bonus. I slept soundly that night, and every night after. The peace of knowing I'd done everything possible to protect my daughter, of knowing I hadn't backed down or taken the easy way out, was worth every difficult moment. Some battles you fight because you have no choice. Some battles you fight because they're right. And some battles you fight because the alternative is teaching your daughter that her safety matters less than someone else's comfort. I fought this battle for all three reasons, and I'd do it again without hesitation. Story 6.
After 12 years with my boyfriend who kept making excuses not to propose because he didn't have the money, despite buying himself a brand new Range Rover, I finally got fed up and called off the entire relationship. 4 years later, he's losing it, begging me to come back after seeing me live my dream life with my husband and my 2 kids. The Range Rover showed up on a Tuesday. I came home from my shift at the hospital to find Marcus standing in our apartment parking lot, arms crossed, grinning like he'd just won the lottery. The vehicle gleamed under the afternoon sun, black exterior, chrome accents, leather interior visible through the spotless windows. "What do you think?" he asked, running his hand along the hood. I set down my bag. "What is this?" 2024 Range Rover Sport. Just picked it up. 78,000, but I got them down to 72. My stomach dropped. $72,000? Investment in my image, babe. Clients see you pull up in something like this, they know you're serious. He opened the driver's door. "Come on, check out the interior." I didn't move. "We talked about saving for a house." "We will. This is a business expense. Tax write-off. Your contracting business barely broke even last quarter." His smile faded. "You keeping tabs on my finances now?" "We've been together 12 years, Marcus. We live together. Your finances are my finances." "Not how I see it." He slammed the door. "I earned this. I worked for it." I wanted to say that I'd worked 2 60-hour weeks as an ICU nurse, covering our rent when his jobs fell through, paying for groceries when his clients were late on payments. Instead, I went inside. That night, he took his new truck to show his brother. He didn't come home until after midnight. 3 months later, I brought up marriage again. We were eating takeout on our worn couch, the television playing some reality show neither of us watched. The apartment lease renewal sat on the coffee table, unsigned. "I've been thinking," I started. "Maybe it's time we made things official." Marcus didn't look up from his phone. "Official how?" "You know how." "Babe, we've talked about this." "We haven't talked about anything. You keep avoiding it." He set down his phone with exaggerated patience. "Emma, I told you. When I have the money saved, when things are stable, we'll do it right. Big wedding, nice ring. You deserve that." "I don't need big. I need commitment." "We're committed. We live together. For 12 years. We've been dating since college. And it's been great. Why do we need a piece of paper to validate what we have?" I gestured toward the window where his Range Rover sat in its designated spot. "You had 72,000 for a truck." His jaw tightened. "That's different." "How?" "It's business. It projects success." "And a wedding ring? What does that project?" "A financial burden I'm not ready for." The words hung between us like smoke. I picked up my plate and walked to the kitchen. Behind me, the television continued its mindless chatter. The following weeks played out in familiar patterns. Marcus left early for job sites, came home late smelling of sawdust and ambition. I worked my rotating shifts, came home to an empty apartment more often than not. We passed each other like roommates who'd forgotten why they'd chosen to live together. My sister Rachel called one evening while I was folding laundry. "How's Mr. Wonderful?" she asked. "Fine." "That bad?" I sat on the edge of the bed. "He bought a $72,000 truck." Silence. Then, "Tell me you're joking." "Wish I was." "And the proposal?" "Still waiting for financial stability, apparently." "Emma." Rachel's voice shifted into big sister mode. "How long are you going to do this?" "I don't know." "Yes, you do. You're just scared to admit it." She was right, but I wasn't ready to face it yet. We said goodbye, and I went back to folding Marcus's work shirts, creasing the sleeves the way he liked. Month 13 arrived with spring rain and no change. Marcus scheduled a weekend trip with his brother to look at investment properties upstate. I didn't ask how he'd suddenly found capital for real estate ventures. He kissed my forehead before leaving, promised to be back Sunday night. I spent Saturday deep cleaning the apartment, scrubbing away months of accumulated resentment along with the grime. My phone rang around noon. Unknown number. "Is this Emma Hartley?" A woman's voice, professional. "Yes?" "This is Jennifer from Hartman Jewelers downtown. We have a ring here that was brought in for resizing 6 weeks ago, and we haven't been able to reach the customer. The name on the order is Marcus Chen." My heart stopped. "A ring?" "Engagement ring. White gold, princess cut, 1.2 carats. The customer said it was urgent, but we've called the number on file repeatedly with no answer. Since the billing address matches yours, we thought you might know how to reach him. I gripped the phone. Can you text me the details? Of course. Is everything all right? Fine. Just send me everything you have. The text arrived 30 seconds later. Order placed 7 weeks ago. Rush fee paid. Multiple calls to Marcus's number, all unanswered. I stared at my phone screen until it went dark. He bought a ring 2 months ago. And he'd been dodging the jeweler's calls while telling me he couldn't afford to get engaged. I called the jeweler back. Hi, this is Emma again. I'll pick up the ring this afternoon. Wonderful. Just bring ID and the order number. Actually, can you tell me what the inscription says? I want to make sure it's correct. Papers shuffled. Let me see. Forever yours, M. I hung up and sat very still. The vacuum cleaner stood abandoned in the middle of the living room, cord stretched across the floor like an accusation. Marcus came home Sunday evening with takeout and stories about the property he and his brother were considering. I listened from the kitchen, arranging plates I'd already set out. Needs work, but the location's perfect. Tyler thinks we could flip it in 6 months, make 40% profit. He appeared in the doorway. You okay? You're quiet. Just tired. Hard week? Something like that. We ate in near silence. He didn't notice I barely touched my food. After dinner, he settled onto the couch with his laptop, scrolling through contractor websites and making notes. I watched him from the kitchen, this man I'd spent 12 years building a life with, and felt nothing but exhaustion. Tuesday, I drove to Hartman Jewelers on my day off. The ring sat in a small velvet box, tasteful, traditional, exactly what I would have chosen for myself. I held it up to the light, watching it catch fire. It's beautiful, the sales associate said. Your fiancé has excellent taste. Ex-boyfriend, I corrected. Can I sell it back? Her smile faltered. We don't typically buy back custom orders. It's not custom. It's a standard setting. The engraving makes it custom. I closed the box. How much for a pawn shop? She named a figure roughly half what Marcus had paid. I thanked her and left, the ring burning a hole in my purse. At home, I sat at our small dining table and opened my laptop. Joint expenses spreadsheet. Rent, utilities, groceries, car insurance. For 12 years, I'd documented everything, splitting costs down the middle even when Marcus's income fluctuated wildly and mine remained steady. The numbers told a story I'd been refusing to read. In the past 3 years, I'd covered his share of rent 4 times. Paid his truck insurance twice when jobs ran long and clients paid late. Bought groceries on my card more weeks than not. Thousands of dollars disappeared into the black hole of "I'll pay you back when this check clears." The bedroom door stood open. I walked in and opened Marcus's nightstand drawer, the one he thought I never looked in. Beneath old receipts and loose change, I found a folder. Inside, loan documents for the Range Rover, 0 down payment, 7-year term at 8% interest. Monthly payment, $1,200. Credit card statement showing the ring purchase, $6,800, minimum payment made. I sat on the floor with the evidence of his choices spread around me. He financed everything. The truck, the ring, probably the investment property he'd been discussing with his brother. He had no money because he'd leveraged himself into oblivion chasing an image of success while telling me he couldn't afford commitment. My phone buzzed. Marcus, working late. Don't wait up. I texted back a thumbs up and kept digging. By the time he came home around 11, I'd compiled a complete picture. His business bank statements, which he'd carelessly left in his email, still logged in on our shared tablet, showed a company barely treading water. More outgoing than incoming. Equipment purchases on credit. His personal savings, $800. Meanwhile, my savings account, which I'd been building alone, assuming we were working toward a shared future, held $43,000. He found me sitting in the dark living room, laptop closed on my knees. Hey babe, you still up? He set his keys on the counter. Finished that job on 5th Street. Homeowner loved it, left a great review. I picked something up today. Yeah? He opened the fridge, peering inside. I held up the ring box. He froze. The refrigerator light cast strange shadows across his face. Where did you get that? Hartman Jewelers. They called me because you've been ignoring them for 6 weeks. He closed the fridge slowly. I can explain. Please do. I wanted to surprise you. I was planning this whole thing, waiting for the right moment. For 2 months? While telling me you couldn't afford to get engaged? It's complicated. No, Marcus. It's actually very simple. I opened the box. You spent $7,000 on credit for a ring, financed a $72,000 truck you can't afford, and you're planning to invest in real estate you don't have capital for. All while I've been saving for our future, covering your expenses, and hearing about how you need financial stability before we can get married. It's not like that. Then what's it like? He sat down heavily on the couch. I was trying to build something. For us. You were building an image. There's a difference. You don't understand the pressure. The competition. I need to look successful to get good clients. And you need to look successful more than you need to actually be successful? That's not fair. I stood. You're right. What's not fair is lying to me for 12 years about building a future together while you play pretend with money you don't have. I never lied. You lied every time you said you couldn't afford to get engaged while buying things for yourself. You lied every time I covered your share of rent and you didn't pay me back. You lied by omission every single day you let me believe we were on the same page about our life. His face hardened. I work hard. I deserve nice things. We both work hard, Marcus. The difference is I was working towards something together. You were working towards something for yourself. So what, you're going to throw away 12 years over this? You threw them away when you decided your image mattered more than our partnership. I walked to the bedroom and began pulling clothes from the closet. He followed, standing in the doorway. What are you doing? Leaving. You can't leave. We need to talk about this. We've been talking about this for 12 years. I'm done. I packed 2 suitcases, enough for a week, and grabbed my laptop bag. He watched without moving, his face cycling through disbelief, anger, and something that might have been panic. At the door, I turned back. The lease is up next month. I won't be renewing. You can have the furniture. I want my half of the security deposit. Emma, come on. I'll come back next week with my sister for the rest of my things. Please don't be here. I stayed with Rachel for 3 days before finding a studio apartment across town. Small, furnished, month to month. My sister helped me move my remaining belongings while Marcus was supposedly at a job site. I left my key on the counter and closed the door on 12 years of misplaced trust. The first month felt like withdrawal. I checked my phone expecting his texts, find nothing, and remember I'd blocked his number. I'd come home to my empty studio and cook dinner for one, the silence deafening after years of shared space. Rachel called every evening, talking about nothing in particular until I felt human again. Marcus tried twice to come by the hospital. Security escorted him out both times. He sent emails I didn't open, left voicemails I deleted unheard. After 6 weeks, the attempt stopped. I threw myself into work. Extra shifts, cross-training in the emergency department, volunteering for the overnight rotation no one wanted. The ICU director noticed my dedication and recommended me for a specialty certification program. I applied, got accepted, began classes that fall. The studio apartment eventually felt less like a placeholder and more like possibility. I painted the walls, bought plants that somehow survived my schedule, started cooking real meals instead of surviving on takeout. Rachel introduced me to her book club. I joined a gym. Small steps toward a life I'd put on hold for someone else's dreams. Year 2 brought changes I hadn't anticipated. The specialty certification led to a position in the cardiac ICU, better hours, significant raise, work that challenged me in ways I'd forgotten I needed. I moved into a 1-bedroom apartment with actual natural light and space for a home office. Began contributing to a retirement account. Booked a solo trip to Portland to visit a college friend. In Portland, I met Daniel at a coffee shop near Powell's Books. He was reading a thriller I'd just finished, and I made a joke about the ending. We talked for 3 hours, exchanged numbers, promised to stay in touch. I flew home not expecting anything. He called 2 days later. We talked until 2 in the morning about everything and nothing, his work as a software engineer, my nursing career, shared love of hiking and terrible movies. He flew to visit me a month later. I visited him 6 weeks after that. By month 4, we'd established a rhythm of weekend visits and nightly calls. Daniel met Rachel at month 5. She pulled me aside in her kitchen afterward. He's good, she said simply. I know. Marcus was never good. Not really. I know that too. So don't sabotage this because you're scared. I wasn't scared. For the first time in years, I felt completely certain. Daniel asked thoughtful questions and remembered the answers. He split checks without being asked, respected my schedule, showed up when he said he would. Small things that shouldn't have felt revolutionary but did. Month 7, he accepted a job transfer to my city. Found an apartment 10 minutes from mine. We didn't move in together, both agreed we needed our own spaces, but we fell into an easy pattern of shared dinners, weekend adventures, and the kind of comfortable silence I'd never experienced with Marcus. The proposal came after a year and a half, during a camping trip in the mountains. No grand gestures, no expensive ring beyond what was sensible. Just Daniel, kneeling in the dirt by our campfire, asking if I'd build a life with him. I said yes before he finished the question. We married 4 months later in Rachel's backyard, 40 people we actually cared about, food trucks instead of catering, and vows we wrote ourselves. My dress came from a boutique consignment store. His suit was one he already owned. The whole event cost less than Marcus had spent on his truck payment in a year, and it was perfect. Daniel's steady income and my continued advancement at the hospital meant we could afford a small house within 6 months of marriage. Nothing fancy, a 3-bedroom ranch that needed cosmetic work, but it was ours, purchased with a reasonable down payment and a mortgage we could comfortably manage. We spent weekends painting rooms and planting a garden, building something real together. I got pregnant 3 months after we moved in. Unplanned but welcome. Our daughter Lily arrived in early autumn, healthy and loud and utterly transforming. Daniel took paternity leave, and we fumbled through new parenthood together, exhausted, overwhelmed, happier than I'd known possible. 14 months later, our son James completed our family. 2 under 2 felt insane most days, but we'd found our rhythm. Daniel's job allowed remote work twice a week. I transitioned to a part-time schedule with full benefits. We had help. Rachel babysat 1 day a week, Daniel's parents visited monthly, we'd found an excellent daycare, and we needed all of it. Life wasn't perfect. The house needed a new roof. James had colic that lasted months. We were perpetually tired, often overwhelmed, sometimes short with each other over whose turn it was to handle the 3 a.m. feeding. But we were partners. Every decision, every challenge, every small victory, we faced them together. I rarely thought about Marcus. He becomes someone I used to know, a cautionary tale I'd occasionally share with younger nurses navigating bad relationships. Rachel mentioned seeing his truck around town sometimes, still gleaming, and I'd feel nothing but relief that I'd escaped. The Instagram message arrived on a random Wednesday afternoon, 4 years and 7 months after I'd left him. I was home with both kids. Daniel was traveling for work, trying to convince Lily that nap time wasn't a punishment while James destroyed a pile of blocks in his playpen. My phone buzzed with a DM notification. Marcus Chen, hey Emma. Hope you're doing well. Been thinking about you lately. Would love to catch up if you're open to it. I stared at the message, James babbling happily in the background. My private account showed only a profile picture from my wedding day and a generic bio. He'd have had to search for me specifically. I didn't respond. Deleted the message, blocked the account, went back to negotiating with a 3-year-old about the importance of quiet time. He found my email address next. The message appeared in my inbox 3 days later, subject line, no pressure, just wanted to reach out. Emma, I know this is random, but I've been doing a lot of thinking lately about how things ended between us. I realize I made mistakes, and I'd really like the chance to talk to you, apologize properly, maybe get coffee if you're willing. I'm in a better place now, more mature, and I think we could have a good conversation about everything. Let me know if you're interested. Hope life is treating you well. M. I showed Daniel that evening after the kids were in bed. He read it twice. You want to respond? No. Then don't. He handed back my phone. Guy's probably going through something and getting nostalgic. Probably. But it didn't stop. The next week brought another email. 2 days later, another. Not aggressive or demanding, just persistent attempts at friendly contact, each one carefully worded to seem casual and harmless. Each one deleted unread after the first few lines. Rachel called one evening, her voice tight with an emotion I couldn't identify. Marcus showed up at my office today. I nearly dropped my phone. What? Asked the receptionist to send a message to me. Wanted your current phone number. Said it was important. What did you tell him? That he was insane if he thought I'd give him anything after what he put you through. Security walked him out. I'm sorry he bothered you. Don't apologize for him. But Emma, he seemed off. Desperate, maybe? I don't know. Just be careful. I updated my privacy settings on every platform, made my social media fully private, blocked his email addresses. The attempt stopped for 3 weeks. I thought maybe he'd given up. Then he found Daniel's LinkedIn. The message was professional, neutral. "Hi Daniel, I'm an old friend of Emma's from way back. Lost touch a few years ago and have been trying to reconnect. If you could pass along my contact info, I'd really appreciate it. No pressure, just hoping to catch up. Thanks, Marcus Chen." Daniel showed me immediately. Want me to respond? Block him. Done. That night, I couldn't sleep. Daniel snored softly beside me while I stared at the ceiling, trying to understand what Marcus wanted. 4 years of silence, and suddenly this campaign of contact. It didn't make sense. The answer arrived via Rachel 2 days later. She forwarded me a Facebook post from Marcus's brother Tyler, publicly visible, proud of my bro for taking steps to turn things around. Recovery isn't linear, but he's doing the work. Family supports you always. The comments revealed the story. Marcus's business had failed 18 months ago. He'd lost the Range Rover to repossession. Moved back in with his parents. The stress had triggered a breakdown that led to therapy, medication, and apparently a deep dive into examining his past choices. Tyler's most recent post, from 3 days ago, "Sometimes seeing other people living the life you could have had is the wake-up call you need." Proud of Marcus for facing hard truths. I closed the tab and sat very still. Marcus hadn't been nostalgic. He'd been catastrophizing, looking at my life, my marriage, my children, my home, and seeing what he'd lost. The direct approach came on Saturday. Daniel took the kids to the park, giving me 2 rare hours of silence to catch up on laundry and meal prep. The doorbell rang just after noon. Through the peephole, I saw Marcus standing on my porch. He looked different. Thinner, older, wearing jeans and a plain t-shirt instead of his usual contractor gear. The confident swagger had been replaced with something tentative. He rang the bell again. I opened the door but not the screen. "Emma." Relief flooded his face. "Thank God. I wasn't sure if. How did you get my address?" "I just wanted to talk." "That's not what I asked." He looked down. "Tyler knew someone who knew Daniel's last name. I found your address through public records. You need to leave. Please, just 5 minutes. I drove an hour to get here." "I didn't ask you to do that." "Emma, please." His voice cracked. "I've been trying to reach you for weeks. I need to apologize. I need you to understand. There's nothing to understand. We ended 4 years ago. I've moved on. I know, I saw your Instagram before you blocked me. You look happy. The kids are beautiful." Something cold settled in my stomach. "You need to leave right now. I just want to explain what happened, what I've been through. If you knew, Marcus, I don't care what you've been through." He flinched. "That's harsh." "It's honest. You made your choices. I made mine. We're done. But we spent 12 years together. That has to mean something. It meant something then. It means nothing now. I know I messed up. The truck, the money, all of it. I was stupid and selfish and I took you for granted. But I've changed. I've been working on myself, going to therapy, dealing with my issues. I'm glad you're getting help. But it has nothing to do with me. Doesn't it?" His voice rose. "You were the best thing in my life, and I destroyed it. Seeing you now, with everything I could have had, everything you chose not to have. I was scared. I didn't know what I wanted. And I spent 12 years waiting for you to figure it out. I'm not waiting anymore." Behind me, I heard Daniel's car pull into the driveway. Marcus heard it too. His expression shifted, hardened. "That's him? The new husband? You need to go." Daniel appeared on the walkway, holding James on his hip, Lily trailing behind. He took in the scene immediately, Marcus on the porch, me behind the screen door, tension thick enough to cut. "Everything okay?" he asked, his voice carefully neutral. "This is Marcus," I said. "He was just leaving." Marcus looked at Daniel, at my children, at the evidence of my complete life. Something broke in his expression. "I could have given you this," he said quietly. If I'd been smarter." "You couldn't have," I said. "Because you were never willing to give up anything for it." "That's not true. You're here right now, seeing my family, and you're still making it about yourself. What you lost. What you could have had. Not once have you acknowledged what you put me through." "I'm trying to apologize." "No, you're trying to make yourself feel better." I stepped back from the door. Daniel, please take the kids inside. He ushered Lily and James through the side entrance, giving me one last look before closing the door. I heard him settling them in the living room, his voice bright and cheerful, protecting them from whatever this was. Marcus sagged against the porch railing. I'm a mess, Emma. My business failed. I lost everything. I had to move back in with my parents. I'm 37 years old and I have nothing. I'm sorry you're struggling. But that's not my responsibility. I'm not asking you to fix me. He looked up, and I saw genuine desperation there. I just need to know if you ever think about me. If there's any part of you that wonders what would have happened if I'd been different. Honestly? He nodded. No. I don't think about you. I don't wonder about alternative versions where you were different, because if you were different, you would have been different then. You had 12 years to choose me. You chose yourself every single time. I loved you. Maybe you did. But you loved your image more. You loved the idea of success more. You loved your freedom more. And that's fine, those were your choices to make. But they were also mine to accept or reject. So that's it? 12 years means nothing? It means I learned what I don't want. And I found what I do want. I gestured toward the house. That's my family in there. My real life. The one I built after I stopped waiting for you to decide I was worth committing to. He's not better than me. He's different than you. He shows up. He's honest about what he wants. He treats our partnership like it matters. That's not better or worse, it's just what I need. Marcus pushed off the railing. Fine. I get it. You're happy now, and I'm the villain in your story. But you're not perfect either, Emma. You could be controlling. You judged every decision I made. You made me feel like nothing I did was good enough. I almost laughed. You're probably right. I'm not perfect. But I was present. I was invested. I was building towards something. You were building a facade. That's all you see? Just my failures? No. I also see the years we had that were good. The person I was when we met. The things I learned from loving you. But none of that changes the fact that we weren't right for each other, and I'm happier now. He stood there, struggling for words. Finally, I miss you. You miss the idea of me. The version of me that centered her entire life around waiting for you. That person doesn't exist anymore. Did I really hurt you that badly? The question hung in the afternoon air. Behind me, I heard Lily laugh at something Daniel said. James started crying, probably tired from the park. Yes, I said simply. You hurt me badly. But I survived it, and I built something better. I don't know how to fix this. You can't fix it. It's not broken, it's over. It's been over for years. So what am I supposed to do? Move forward. Work on yourself. Build a life that isn't based on impressing other people. Find someone who wants what you want. But leave me alone. He nodded slowly, defeat settling over him like a cloak. I really am sorry. For all of it. I believe you. But it doesn't change anything. No. He walked down the porch steps, crossed to a beaten-up sedan parked on the street, such a contrast to the Range Rover he'd been so proud of. Before getting in, he turned back one last time. You really look happy. I really am. He drove away, and I watched until his car disappeared around the corner. My hands were shaking. I went inside, locked the door, and found Daniel in the living room with both kids. He put on a movie for Lily and was bouncing James to calm him down. You okay? He asked quietly. I sat beside him. Yeah. I am. Was that hard? It was necessary. That evening, after the kids were asleep, I told Daniel the whole story, the 12 years with Marcus, the ring that had been bought but never given, the slow realization that I'd been building a fantasy. He listened without interrupting, his hand warm on mine. You think he'll come back? He asked when I finished. No. I think he needed to see that he couldn't get back what he threw away. Now he has to live with it. Do you feel bad for him? I considered the question. A little. But not enough to wish anything different. He made his choices. I made mine. No regrets? About leaving him? None. About the time you spent? Those years taught me what I needed. I wish I'd learned it faster, but I don't regret the education. Daniel kissed my forehead. For what it's worth, I'm really glad you learned it. Me too. The next day, I blocked Marcus's number, which he'd apparently gotten from somewhere, and sent a brief email to his last known address: Marcus, I need you to respect my boundaries and stop contacting me. I wish you well in your recovery, but we have no future relationship. Please don't reach out again. He didn't respond. No more emails arrived. No more surprise visits. Rachel reported that Tyler's Facebook went quiet on the subject of his brother's recovery journey. 2 weeks later, Daniel got a promotion. We celebrated with takeout and sparkling cider while the kids made towers from blocks and knocked them down, delighted by the crash. Life settled back into its chaotic rhythm: preschool drop-offs, work meetings, bedtime battles, weekend grocery runs. I thought about Marcus sometimes, usually late at night when the house was quiet. Not with longing or regret, but with a kind of detached curiosity. I wondered if he'd actually work on himself, find happiness, build something real. I hoped he would, in an abstract way that had nothing to do with me. Mostly, though, I was too busy living my actual life to spend much time thinking about the one I'd escaped. Lily started ballet. James learned to walk. Daniel and I planned a vacation for the following summer. The house needed painting. Work was demanding. My sister was dating someone new and wanted my opinion. There were bills to pay, meals to cook, bedtime stories to read. All the small, mundane, extraordinarily ordinary pieces of a life I'd chosen. One evening, maybe 6 weeks after Marcus's visit, I was giving Lily a bath while Daniel cleaned up dinner. She was arranging foam letters on the tub wall, singing a song from preschool. "Mama?" she asked suddenly. "Yes, sweetheart? Are you happy?" The question surprised me. "Very happy." "Why do you ask?" She shrugged, the way 3-year-olds do when they don't quite know why they're asking something. "Just wondering." I helped her rinse shampoo from her hair, watching the soot slide away. "Yes, Lily. I'm very, very happy." "Good," she said matter-of-factly, and went back to her song. Later, after both kids were asleep and Daniel was reviewing work documents at the kitchen table, I stood in our living room and took inventory. Toys scattered across the floor. Dishes drying in the rack. Photos on the walls: our wedding, the kids' births, family vacations. Scuff marks on the baseboards that needed touching up. A pile of laundry waiting to be folded. Evidence of life being lived, messily and imperfectly and completely. I'd spent 12 years waiting for someone to decide I was worth choosing. Then I'd chosen myself. And in choosing myself, I'd found someone who chose me back, every single day, in 1,000 small ways that actually mattered. Marcus had wanted me to acknowledge what he'd lost. The truth was, he'd lost exactly what he'd been willing to risk. And I'd gained exactly what I'd been brave enough to pursue. The ending wasn't dramatic. There was no final confrontation, no moment of triumphant revenge. Just a man driving away in a car he could barely afford, leaving behind a life he couldn't reclaim, while I went inside to the family I'd built from scratch. Sometimes the best revenge is simply refusing to remain stuck in someone else's failure. Sometimes moving forward is enough. 3 months passed before I heard anything about Marcus again. Rachel mentioned it over coffee while our kids played together in her backyard, Lily pushing her cousin on the swing set, James attempting to eat mulch despite our best efforts. Tyler updated his Facebook, she said carefully, watching my face. "And? Marcus is seeing someone. A woman named Bethany." Tyler posted a photo from some family dinner. I took a sip of coffee. Good for him. That's it? Good for him? What else should I say? Rachel studied me. I don't know. I thought maybe you'd feel something. I feel fine. I hope it works out for them. And I meant it. Whatever lingering connection I'd felt to Marcus had dissolved completely after his desperate appearance on my porch. He'd become a stranger wearing the face of someone I used to know. Work provided plenty of distraction from any residual thoughts. The cardiac ICU had taken on a research initiative studying postoperative recovery protocols, and I'd been selected for the team. It meant additional training, occasional evening meetings, and the kind of intellectual challenge I thrived on. Daniel adjusted his schedule to cover more pickups and drop-offs, never once suggesting my career should take a backseat to logistics. We'd established a rhythm that worked. Tuesday and Thursday mornings, I went to the gym before my shift while Daniel handled breakfast and preschool. Wednesday evenings, he had his gaming night with college friends while I did bedtime solo. Weekends were chaos, errands, playground visits, family dinners, but shared chaos, the kind where you could laugh about the absurdity of trying to grocery shop with a tantruming toddler. Lily turned 4 in October. We threw a party at a local park, inviting her preschool class and a handful of family friends. 20 children screaming through a playground while adults attempted conversation and cake distribution. Exhausting and perfect. Daniel's mother pulled me aside during the chaos. "You're glowing," she said. "I'm sweating. It's 80 degrees and I've been chasing children." She laughed. "That's not what I mean. You just seem content." "I am." Daniel told me about his father, she said quietly. "The man who showed up." "Marcus." "Yes. That must have been difficult." I watched Daniel across the playground, helping James navigate the climbing structure while simultaneously preventing another child from eating sand. It was easier than I expected. Seeing what I have now versus what I had then, there's no comparison. Still, 12 years is a long time. It was. But it taught me the difference between waiting for life to happen and actually living it. She squeezed my hand. "I'm glad my son found you." "I'm glad I found him." That evening, after the party debris was cleared and both kids were crashed in their beds, sugar exhausted and happy, Daniel and I collapsed onto the couch. "Successful party?" he asked. "Only 2 crying incidents and 1 minor scraped knee. I'd call that a win." Lily looked happy. She was. Though I think she's more excited about the presents than the actual birthday. "She's 4. That's age appropriate." I leaned against his shoulder. "Your mom mentioned Marcus today." "Yeah?" She asked if it had been difficult. "Seeing him." "Was it?" Not the way she meant. It was more like confirmation that I made the right choice. Daniel shifted to look at me. "You ever doubt that?" "No. But seeing him desperate and seeing us solid, it just reinforced everything." "I'm not going anywhere," he said quietly. "I know. And not because I'm perfect or because we don't have problems. But because I chose this. I choose this every day." "I know that too." He kissed my forehead. "Good." November brought the first real cold snap. We bundled the kids into winter coats they'd already half grown out of and took family photos at a local orchard. Lily refused to smile for half the shots, James tried to eat fallen apples, and the photographer probably earned every cent we paid her. But the photos turned out beautiful, imperfect, genuine, real. I had one framed for the living room, Daniel and me sitting in the grass, Lily on his lap laughing at something out of frame, James in my arms looking skeptical of the whole enterprise. We looked tired. Happy. Fully present. Rachel came over for dinner one Sunday, bringing her new boyfriend Marcus, different Marcus, which I found absurdly funny. He was a high school teacher, soft-spoken and thoughtful, nothing like my ex beyond sharing a name. We grilled chicken while the kids played, and I watched my sister smile more than she had in years. "He's good," I told her while Daniel and teacher Marcus dealt with a toy dispute in the living room. "He really is." "How long now?" 4 months. Early still, but it feels different than my other relationships. "Different how?" She considered. "Like we're building something instead of just passing time together." "Does that make sense?" "Perfect sense." "You and Daniel make it look easy." I laughed. "It's not easy. Last week we had a huge fight about whether to refinance the house. We didn't speak for 4 hours. But you worked it out." "We did. Because we both wanted to work it out. That's the difference, we're both invested in the solution, not just in being right." "That's what I mean. It's work, but you're both doing the work." "Exactly." She hesitated. Tyler posted something else about original Marcus. "I don't need to know." "You sure?" "Completely sure. That chapter is closed." "Fair enough." She grinned. "Though I will say, teacher Marcus is way hotter." We laughed, and the conversation moved on to safer topics, work, family gossip, whether Lily was too young for soccer lessons. December hit like a freight train of obligations. Holiday shopping, school programs, family dinners, managing shifts around everyone's schedules. Daniel's parents flew in for a week. My mother drove down from Boston. The house felt simultaneously too small and exactly right, cramped with people and noise and the beautiful chaos of family. Christmas morning, we opened presents in shifts between coffee and keeping James from destroying the tree. Lily got a play kitchen she'd been begging for. James got blocks he immediately tried to eat. Daniel gave me a necklace with both kids' birthstones. I gave him the vintage watch he'd been eyeing for months. "This is too much," he said, turning it over. "It's exactly right. Emma, you wear that broken one from college. You deserve something nice. We're supposed to be saving." "We are saving." But we can also celebrate sometimes. He pulled me close, careful not to disturb James, who was attempting to climb my leg. Thank you. You're welcome. My mother watched us from the couch, her expression soft. Later, while Daniel took both kids to the park to burn off present excitement energy, she helped me start dinner prep. You've built a beautiful life, she said, peeling potatoes. Thanks, Mom. I'll admit, when you first told me about Daniel, I worried. So soon after Marcus, and you seemed so certain. I was certain. You were. And I was wrong to doubt. She set down the peeler. Marcus called me, you know. My hand stilled on the cutting board. When? 2 months ago. Asked if I had your number, said you'd blocked him and he needed to apologize properly. What did you tell him? That if you blocked him, you had good reasons, and I wasn't going to undermine that. He got upset, said I didn't understand what he'd been through. That sounds accurate. He always did make everything about himself, she resumed peeling. I should have seen it earlier. The way he talked about his plans, his business, his image. You were always an accessory to his vision, not a partner in it. I didn't see it either. Not for a long time. You saw it when you needed to. That's what matters. We worked in comfortable silence for a while. Then she added, Daniel asks your opinion. What? I've noticed. He asks what you think before making decisions. Small things, big things. He considers your perspective. That's just basic partnership. It should be. But it's rarer than you'd think. She looked at me. Marcus never asked what you thought. He told you what he decided and expected you to adapt. She was right. How many times had Marcus announced a purchase, a plan, a decision, presenting it as fait accompli? The truck, the investment property dreams, even which apartment to rent. I'd adapted, adjusted, accommodated, calling it compromise when it was actually just compliance. Daniel's different, I said. Thank God for that. The afternoon passed in a blur of cooking and family. Daniel's parents arrived with dessert. Rachel brought teacher Marcus, their relationship now serious enough for holiday inclusion. We crowded around the dining table, 3 generations, creating new traditions, building memories the kids would barely remember but we'd treasure. After dinner, while Daniel and his father attempted to assemble Lily's play kitchen despite losing the instructions, and our mothers supervised the kids' sugar-fueled chaos, Rachel found me in the kitchen. You okay? Why does everyone keep asking me that? Mom told me about Marcus's call. I dried a dish slowly. Of course she did. Are you rattled? No. Just annoyed that he keeps trying. Maybe he'll give up eventually. Maybe. But part of me wondered if he would. Marcus had never been good at accepting failure, especially when it came to things he thought belonged to him. I'd spent 12 years watching him double down on bad decisions rather than admit defeat. The thought nagged at me through the rest of the holiday season. Nothing dramatic, just an occasional prickling awareness that Marcus was still out there, still processing our failed relationship, still trying to rewrite history in a way that made sense to him. January brought routine back. The kids returned to preschool and daycare. Work ramped up after the holiday lull. Daniel's project at work demanded longer hours. We fell back into our patterns, the morning scramble, the evening exhaustion, the weekend recovery. Lily started showing interest in art, covering every available surface with crayon masterpieces. James developed a fascination with doors, opening and closing them repeatedly while shouting door. With impressive volume. Small developments, mundane milestones, the unremarkable fabric of daily life. The cardiac research project reached a critical phase. I spent 3 weeks helping compile data, running analysis, preparing presentations. The work was challenging and consuming, the kind of thing that made 12-hour days feel like 6. Our lead researcher submitted the findings to a national conference. We waited to hear if we'd been accepted. You're doing amazing work, my supervisor told me during a rare quiet moment. Have you thought about going back for your master's degree? The question surprised me. I've thought about it. You should seriously consider it. You have the skills, and there's funding available. Plus, you could do most of it online, work at your own pace. I have 2 kids under 5. I know. But in a few years, they'll be in school full-time. Just something to think about. I mentioned it to Daniel that evening while folding laundry. You should do it, he said immediately. I haven't even decided if I want to. But if you want to, you should. We'll figure out the logistics. It would mean less money initially, more time commitment. We'll adjust. Your career matters, Emma. It's always mattered. Marcus used to say my job was stable enough, that I didn't need to push for more. I'm not Marcus. I know. I'm just processing. He set down the shirt he was folding. You've been supporting my career moves for years. Let me support yours. It's different with kids. Only because we make it different. Plenty of mothers have careers. You really think we could handle it? I think you could handle it, and I'd do everything possible to make it work. He smiled. Besides, having a wife with a master's degree would be pretty cool. That's your selling point? I'm shallow like that. I threw a sock at him. The acceptance email for the conference came in February. Our research team would present in May, and I'd been selected as one of the co-presenters. 3 days in Chicago, presenting to cardiac specialists from around the country. This is huge, Daniel said when I told him. It's terrifying. You'll be incredible. I've never done anything like this. Then it's time to start. He was right. I'd spent so many years keeping my ambitions small, manageable, unobtrusive. With Marcus, I'd learned to downplay achievements so they wouldn't highlight his failures. But Daniel celebrated every success, pushed me toward opportunities, refused to let me minimize my own capabilities. The presentation preparation consumed my spare time, refining slides, practicing delivery, coordinating with my team. Daniel managed more of the home responsibilities without complaint, taking on bedtime routines and school pickups with the same efficiency he brought to his own work. Lily asked one evening why I was working so much. I have an important presentation coming up, I explained. What's a presentation? It's when you teach people about something you've learned. Like show and tell? Exactly like show and tell. Can I come? It's in Chicago, sweetie. Just for grown-ups. She considered this. Will people clap for you? Maybe. Then you should practice. Daddy says practice makes things easier. Out of the mouths of 4-year-olds. I practiced my presentation for her that night, using simplified language. She clapped enthusiastically at the end, declared it really good, Mama, and requested a snack. March brought unexpected news. Daniel's company offered him a significant promotion, more responsibility, considerably better salary, but also more travel. We discussed it over several evenings, weighing options, calculating budgets, considering impacts. It would mean I'm gone about a week every month, he said. That's a lot. It is. But the salary increase would let us hire more help. Maybe a part-time nanny for backup, or someone to handle cleaning and errands. You want to take it? I think so. But not if it's going to make things impossible for you. We talked through scenarios, made contingency plans, discussed what support we'd need. In the end, he accepted the promotion. We hired a college student to help with after-school pickup and light housework 3 days a week. The extra money went into savings and the kids' college funds. The decisions we made together, always together, stood in stark contrast to how Marcus had operated. Every major choice he'd made, the truck, the business investments, even minor purchases, had been unilateral. I'd learned about them after the fact, expected to adapt and support without input. With Daniel, even deciding where to order takeout was collaborative. Not because either of us was indecisive, but because we built a partnership where both voices mattered equally. April arrived with warming weather and preparations for my Chicago trip. I'd never left the kids for 3 days before. My anxiety manifested in obsessive list-making, schedules, emergency contacts, meal plans, every possible contingency documented. They'll be fine, Daniel assured me the night before my flight. We've got this. James has been fighting that cold. I'll watch him. If it gets worse, I'll take him to the pediatrician. And Lily's field trip is Friday. Already on the calendar. I'm taking a half-day to chaperone. You don't have to, Emma. He took my hands. Go to Chicago. Present your research. Be brilliant. We'll be here when you get back. Chicago was overwhelming and exhilarating. The conference center, the crowds of medical professionals, the energy of shared knowledge. Our presentation went well, questions from the audience, interest in our methodology, potential collaboration opportunities. I felt competent, valued, part of something larger than daily routines. The second evening, over dinner with colleagues, someone asked about my family. 2 kids, I said. 4-year-old daughter, almost 2-year-old son. And you're pursuing research? That's ambitious. It's challenging. But my husband is incredibly supportive. You're lucky. Mine still thinks his career should automatically take priority. Others around the table chimed in with similar stories: partners who claimed equality but expected women to handle the domestic burden, careers stalled by assumption rather than choice, the constant negotiation of professional ambition against family expectations. I thought about Marcus, how he dismissed my work as stable but unremarkable, something that didn't require the same investment or respect as his business dreams. Then I thought about Daniel, who'd rearranged his entire week so I could be here, who'd never once suggested my career was secondary. The difference wasn't subtle. It was everything. I called home that night. Daniel answered over the sound of Lily singing loudly in the background. "How's it going?" he asked. "Good. Really good. How are things there?" "We're surviving. James's cold is better. Lily drew you 17 pictures. We miss you." "I miss you too. 2 more days. We'll be here." Something in his voice, the steadiness, the certainty, made my eyes sting. "Daniel?" "Yeah?" "Thank you for making this possible. Thank you for being someone worth supporting." After we hung up, I sat in my hotel room and thought about the different versions of my life that could have existed. If I'd stayed with Marcus, I'd be home right now, not in Chicago presenting research, but managing his disappointments, smoothing over his failures, shrinking my own ambitions to make his feel more significant. Instead, I was here. Growing, achieving, building a career that mattered while building a family that mattered. Not choosing between them, but integrating both into a life that felt authentic. The best revenge, I realized again, wasn't making Marcus regret losing me. It was building a life so fulfilling that his loss stopped mattering entirely.
Story 7. My girlfriend of 7 years waited until she'd officially moved into my house. Then, while I was at work, she dropped my dog at a shelter 3 towns away, texting me, "Your mutt is gone. Our home shouldn't smell like animal." When I frantically called the shelter, they confirmed someone matching her description had surrendered him, claiming he was aggressive. I just nodded and said nothing when I got home. This morning, I gave her the same treatment. The text came through at 2:47 p.m. on a Tuesday. I was in the middle of a budget meeting, watching our CFO drone on about quarterly projections, when my phone buzzed against my thigh. Jennifer never texted me during work hours. We'd established that boundary years ago, back when we were still navigating the early stages of living in separate apartments. Emergency only, we'd agreed. My stomach dropped before I even unlocked the screen. "Your mutt is gone. Our home shouldn't smell like animal." I read it 3 times. The words didn't change. My hands went cold, then hot, then numb. Around me, voices continued discussing budget allocations and resource management. Someone laughed at a joke I didn't hear. The fluorescent lights suddenly felt too bright, the air too thin. Benny. I'd had him for 9 years. Found him shivering behind a dumpster outside my first apartment, all ribs and matted fur, one ear torn from what looked like a fight he'd lost badly. The vet said he was maybe 6 months old, a terrier mix with trust issues and a nervous disposition. It took 3 weeks before he'd let me touch him without flinching. 6 months before he'd sleep anywhere except under my bed. 2 years before he stopped having nightmares that made him whimper and kick in his sleep. He'd been there through everything. Through my father's funeral, when I couldn't cry and Benny just pressed himself against my legs for 3 days straight. Through the job I hated before this one, when I'd come home defeated and he'd greet me like I'd won the lottery. Through the night I met Jennifer at that bar near the waterfront, and she'd laughed at how I talked about my dog like he was a person. "You're one of those guys," she'd said, smiling. "Dog people. I like that." My fingers moved without conscious thought, pulling up the phone app. I stepped out of the conference room, ignoring the questioning look from my manager. The hallway felt like it stretched for miles. Riverside County Animal Services. "My dog was brought in today." My voice sounded strange, mechanical. "Brown and white terrier, about 30 pounds, his name is Benny. Someone surrendered him, but there's been a mistake. Hold please." Music played. Something instrumental and meaningless. Through the window at the end of the hall, I could see the parking lot, the afternoon sun reflecting off car hoods. Everything looked normal. The world hadn't stopped, even though mine had. "Sir? I have the intake record here. Small terrier mix, brown and white, surrendered at 1:15 p.m. today. I need to come get him. There's been a mistake." A pause. The surrendering party signed relinquishment papers. Indicated the animal showed aggressive behavior toward household members. The words hit like a physical blow. That's not true. He's never been aggressive. He's scared of his own shadow. "I understand this is difficult, sir, but once the papers are signed, he's my dog. I've had him for 9 years. I have vet records, microchip registration, everything." Another pause, longer this time. The microchip information wasn't updated in our system. Let me check something. Keys clicking. The chip is registered to a Ryan Coleman at an address on Maple Street? Yes. That's me. That's my old apartment. Sir, I'm going to transfer you to our manager. Please hold. More music. I pressed my forehead against the cool glass of the window. My reflection stared back, pale and hollow-eyed. The manager was sympathetic but firm. Yes, the microchip proved ownership. No, that didn't automatically override the surrender paperwork. There were procedures, legal considerations. The earliest I could potentially reclaim him was 72 hours, pending verification and assuming no adoption applications were approved in the interim. Adoption applications? I couldn't breathe properly. He's terrified of strangers. He needs medication for anxiety. He has specific dietary needs. We'll take good care of him, Mr. Coleman. Come by tomorrow with proof of ownership and we'll start the process. The call ended. I stood in the hallway for a long time, phone pressed against my forehead, trying to understand what had just happened. Jennifer had been living in my house for exactly 2 weeks. We'd been together for 7 years, but living together was supposed to be different. Special. She'd kept her apartment even after year 3, even after year 5. I need my own space, she'd always said. It's not about you, it's about me. I'd respected it, even though every night we spent apart felt incomplete. Then 3 months ago, she'd changed. Started talking about our future, about building something permanent. She'd shown me Pinterest boards of interior design ideas, paint colors, furniture arrangements. She'd asked about my mortgage, about whether there was room in the garage for her things. She'd made it sound like she was ready, finally, to combine our lives completely. I want to wake up next to you every morning, she'd said, curled against me on the couch, Benny asleep on his bed in the corner. I want to stop maintaining 2 separate lives. I'd been so happy I couldn't speak. The move happened gradually. A box here, a suitcase there. Her clothes in my closet, her toiletries in the bathroom. Then furniture, her desk and bookshelf and the dining table she'd inherited from her grandmother. Benny had been confused by all the changes, following me from room to room with anxious eyes. I'd given him extra treats, extra attention, assuring him everything was fine. 2 weeks ago, she'd handed her landlord the keys to her apartment and officially moved in. We'd celebrated with takeout and champagne. She'd made a toast about new beginnings. I'd felt like the luckiest man alive. Benny had vomited twice that night from stress, and Jennifer had complained about cleaning it up. I drove back to the office in a daze, mumbled something about a family emergency to my manager, and left. The 20-minute drive home felt like hours. Every traffic light was red. Every song on the radio grated. I kept checking my phone, hoping for another message, something explaining this was a misunderstanding or a terrible joke. Nothing. The house looked the same as I'd left it that morning. Jennifer's car sat in the driveway, sleek and spotless. The front lawn needed mowing. The mailbox door hung slightly open. Everything normal, except nothing would ever be normal again. I found her in the kitchen, unloading the dishwasher. She looked up when I entered, casual and relaxed. "You're home early." I stared at her. Really looked at her, maybe for the first time in months. She wore yoga pants and a loose sweater, her blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail. Pretty, always pretty, with those sharp cheekbones and calculating green eyes. When had I started thinking of her eyes as calculating? "Where's Benny?" She closed the dishwasher, the click of the latch unnaturally loud. "I told you. I took care of it. You had no right." "I had every right." She crossed her arms, leaning against the counter. "This is my home now too, and I shouldn't have to live with animal smell and hair everywhere. You knew I wasn't thrilled about the dog situation." "The dog situation." The words tasted like ash. "His name is Benny, and I've had him for 9 years. And I've been patient for 7 years." Her voice remained level, almost reasonable. "I never complained when we had to arrange our schedules around walking him. I tolerated the way he'd bark at every sound. I dealt with the hair on the furniture and the smell, even though it made me uncomfortable. But now that this is officially my home, I need it to feel like my home. Surely you can understand being an adult about this." "Being an adult? You abandoned my dog at a shelter and lied about him being aggressive." "I didn't lie. He growled at me this morning when I tried to move his bed." Benny had never growled at anyone in his life. He'd whimper, retreat, hide, but never growl. She knew that. "You're lying right now." She sighed, the sound dripping with manufactured patience. "Ryan, I know you're upset, but think about this rationally. You got that dog when you were barely out of college, living in a terrible apartment, probably lonely and looking for companionship. But you're not that person anymore. You have a career now, a real adult life, me. The dog was a phase, and phases end." Something crystallized in that moment. The way she talked about Benny, about my life before her, like it was all disposable. Irrelevant. A rough draft that needed editing down to her preferred version. I walked away without responding. Went to the bedroom, closed the door, and sat on the edge of the bed. Benny's bed sat empty in the corner, his favorite rope toy beside it. The room felt cavernous without him. My phone rang. My sister, Kelly. "Hey, is everything okay? You never leave work early." I told her. Everything spilled out in a rush: the text, the shelter, the conversation I'd just had. Silence stretched on the other end of the line. "Ryan." Her voice was careful, controlled. "That's not normal behavior. That's actually really concerning." "I know." "No, I don't think you do. That's not just inconsiderate or selfish. That's cruel. That's her asserting dominance by destroying something you love." "Don't be dramatic." "I'm not. Think about it. She waited until she was officially moved in, until she had legal standing as a resident. Then she struck at the thing she knew would hurt you most, and she did it in a way that humiliates you, claiming he's aggressive so you can't just walk in and take him back. That's calculated. That's intentional emotional violence." I wanted to argue, but couldn't find the words. "What are you going to do?" Kelly asked. "Get Benny back. Then figure out the rest." "And Jennifer?" I looked at the closed door, imagining her on the other side, probably back to whatever she'd been doing before I came home, completely unbothered. "I don't know yet." That night was the longest of my life. Jennifer acted like nothing had happened, making dinner and chatting about her day at work. She'd recently been promoted to senior marketing manager, a position she'd chased for 2 years. She talked about her new team, her expanded budget, the corner office with windows overlooking the city. Her success was impressive, undeniable, and she'd always been good at making sure everyone knew it. I ate the pasta she'd made without tasting it. Answered when directly questioned. Otherwise stayed silent. "You're being childish," she said finally, setting down her fork. "This passive-aggressive silence isn't attractive. I have nothing to say right now. You're going to hold this against me forever, aren't you? One decision you don't agree with, and suddenly I'm the villain. You got rid of my dog without asking me. It's not just your house anymore. I live here too. I get a say in what kind of environment we maintain." She stood, gathering the dishes. "You'll realize I did us a favor. We can travel now without worrying about boarding fees. We can have people over without that nervous animal hiding under furniture. We can actually be adults with an adult home." She left the dishes in the sink and went upstairs. I heard the shower start, then the familiar sounds of her nighttime routine. Everything normal, everything fine. I slept on the couch that night. Couldn't stand the thought of sharing a bed with her. The next morning, I called in sick to work. Jennifer left at her usual time, kissing my forehead like this was any other Wednesday. I waited until her car disappeared down the street, then grabbed every piece of documentation I had on Benny: vet records, adoption papers from when I'd officially claimed him after the stray period, vaccination certificates, photos dating back 9 years. The shelter opened at 9. I was there at 8:45, waiting in the parking lot. The manager was a tired-looking woman named Patricia who reviewed my documents with careful attention. "Everything appears in order, Mr. Coleman. The microchip registration is definitive. However, the surrender paperwork complicates things. The person who brought him in signed legal documents relinquishing ownership. She had no legal right to do that. She's not on any of his paperwork." "Did she have access to the animal? Was she living in the home?" "Yes, but then legally, it becomes murky. She could argue she was acting on behalf of the household. We've seen cases like this before, usually in breakups or divorces." Patricia folded her hands on the desk. "Here's what I can do. I can put a hold on any adoption applications pending resolution of the ownership dispute. That gives you time to either come to an agreement with this person or pursue legal channels. In the meantime, based on your documentation and the microchip, I'm comfortable releasing the animal back to you today." Relief hit so hard I nearly collapsed. "Thank you. There is a surrender fee you'll need to pay, and he's due for some vaccinations according to these records. We can handle those today if you'd like." I would have paid anything. Signed anything. I followed her back through a corridor of concrete and chain link, the smell of disinfectant and animals thick in the air. Dogs barked from every direction, the sound echoing and overlapping. Then I heard it. A familiar whimper, high-pitched and desperate. Benny was in the third kennel on the left, pressed into the back corner, shaking violently. When he saw me, something broke in his eyes. He didn't run to the gate like the other dogs. He just stared, like he couldn't believe I was real, like he'd given up hope and didn't dare trust it. "Hey, buddy," I managed, voice cracking. "I'm here. I'm so sorry. I'm here now." Patricia opened the kennel. Benny launched himself at me, all 30 pounds of trembling terror and desperate relief. He buried his head against my chest and made sounds I'd never heard from him before, high keening noises that might have been sobs if dogs could cry. I held him and let my own tears fall into his fur. The drive home was quiet except for Benny's panting. He sat in my lap, not safe or legal, but I couldn't bear to put him in the passenger seat. He needed to feel me, to know I wasn't going to disappear again. At the house, I brought him inside through the garage. Set him down gently, expecting him to run to his water bowl or his bed. Instead, he stayed pressed against my legs, following me so closely he kept stepping on my feet. When I sat on the couch, he climbed into my lap, something he rarely did anymore since he'd gotten older and preferred his bed. I called Kelly. "You got him?" "Yeah." "How is he?" "Traumatized. Scared. He won't leave my side." "And Jennifer?" "Still at work." "Ryan, you need to get her out of that house. Today. Before she comes home. I can't just kick her out. Legally nothing. She doesn't pay rent, her name isn't on the mortgage, and she's been there for 2 weeks. Look it up. In most states, she's barely even a tenant at this point. You can absolutely tell her to leave. It's not that simple." "Why not?" "Because 7 years. Because I'd imagined marrying her. Because breaking up felt like admitting failure, admitting I'd wasted nearly a decade on someone who could do something this cruel. Because change was terrifying and staying was easier, even when staying meant sleeping next to someone who'd proven she didn't care about hurting me." "I need to think," I said finally. "Don't think too long. The longer she stays, the more complicated it gets." We hung up. I sat with Benny for hours, just holding him, feeling him gradually relax. Around 2 in the afternoon, he finally fell asleep, exhausted from fear and relief. My phone buzzed. A text from Jennifer. "Dinner with the team tonight, celebrating the Thompson campaign win. Don't wait up." No questions about my sick day. No concern. Just information delivered without warmth. I stared at that text for a long time. Then I started making phone calls. First, to a lawyer Kelly had used during her divorce. He confirmed what she'd said: Jennifer had minimal tenant rights given the short duration of her stay and lack of financial contribution. I could legally ask her to leave, though I'd need to be prepared for potential conflict. Second, to a locksmith. Could someone come tomorrow to change the locks on all the doors? Third, to my boss. I needed the rest of the week off. Family emergency. He was understanding, told me to take the time I needed. Fourth, back to Kelly. "Can you come over tomorrow morning? I need a witness." "For what?" "I'm ending this. I just need someone here to make sure it doesn't get ugly." Silence. Then, "I'll be there at 7. That night, I packed. Not my things, hers. Every piece of clothing she'd hung in my closet, every toiletry in the bathroom, every book and decoration and personal item she'd brought into my house. I worked methodically, without anger, just cold determination. Everything went into boxes and suitcases, organized and neat. Her furniture was more complicated. The desk and bookshelf I could handle alone, moving them to the garage. The dining table would need help, but it could wait. By 3 in the morning, I'd erased almost every trace of her from my house. The boxes sat stacked by the front door. The closet held only my clothes. The bathroom counter was bare except for my own basics. Benny watched from his bed, no longer shaking but still anxious. I gave him a treat and fresh water, then finally let myself collapse on the couch. I didn't sleep. Just waited for morning. Kelly arrived at 6:47, carrying coffee and looking grim. "You're sure about this?" "Completely." "She's going to be furious." "Probably." We waited. Jennifer's typical arrival time was 7:15, after her morning gym session. At 7:22, her car pulled into the driveway. She came through the front door already talking, something about her workout instructor, then stopped. Stared at the boxes. "What is this?" "Your things," I said. Calm, even. "You need to leave." Her face cycled through confusion, then disbelief, then carefully controlled anger. "Excuse me? You heard me. Take your belongings and go." "Are you serious right now? Because of the dog?" She laughed, sharp and incredulous. "You're going to throw away 7 years over an animal? You threw away 7 years when you deliberately hurt me and saw nothing wrong with it." "I didn't hurt you, Ryan. I made a practical decision about our living situation. You're being emotional and irrational." Kelly stepped forward. "He's being clear. You're not welcome here anymore. This is his house, and he's asking you to leave." Jennifer's eyes narrowed. "And who are you supposed to be? The supportive sister here to back him up?" She turned back to me. "This is insane. You can't just kick me out. I live here. For 2 weeks. You have no lease, you've paid nothing toward mortgage or utilities, and your own name isn't on any legal documentation related to this property." I'd rehearsed these words, kept my voice steady. "Legally, I can ask you to leave. I'm asking. After 7 years, you're going to." She stopped, recalibrated. Her expression shifted, softening. "Ryan, I know you're upset. I understand. Maybe I should have discussed the dog situation with you first. But don't make a rash decision you'll regret. We can work through this. There's nothing to work through. Pack what you need for today. I'll arrange for you to pick up the furniture this weekend. Where exactly am I supposed to go? You have friends. Family. An excellent salary and a good job. You'll figure it out. Something cold settled in her eyes. You're going to regret this. Maybe. But I'll regret staying more. The standoff lasted another 10 minutes. She tried reasoning, then anger, then tears. None of it moved me. Finally, she grabbed 2 suitcases and a box, loaded them into her car with violent movements, and peeled out of the driveway fast enough to leave rubber on the pavement. Kelly let out a long breath. Well. That was civilized. She'll be back. I know. Change those locks today. The locksmith came at noon. By 2 p.m., Jennifer's key no longer worked on any door of my house. She returned at 5:30, clearly expecting to just walk in. I watched through the window as she tried her key, then tried it again, then began pounding on the door. I opened it with the chain still engaged. What? Let me in. We need to talk about this like adults. I've said everything I need to say. Ryan, please. Her voice cracked, genuine distress finally showing. 7 years. We've built a life together. You can't just end it like this. You ended it when you got rid of Benny. I'm just making it official. I'll apologize. I'll go get him right now and bring him back. I'll never complain about him again. Just don't do this. I already got him back. He's inside, traumatized, because of what you did. Her expression hardened again. Fine. If this is how you want to play it, fine. But you're going to hear from my lawyer. You can't keep my belongings, and you can't. Your belongings are in the garage. You can pick them up this weekend between 1 and 3 p.m. Kelly will be here as a witness. If you have a lawyer who wants to contact me, they can do it in writing. I closed the door. She pounded on it for another 5 minutes, then left. Kelly stayed until 8, helping me rearrange furniture to fill the empty spaces. We ordered pizza. Benny slowly emerged from his anxious hiding, cautiously accepting that maybe, possibly, things might be okay. How do you feel? Kelly asked as she was leaving. Numb. Relieved. Sad. Angry. All of it at once. That's normal. You made the right call, though. You know that, right? I think so. She hugged me. Call me if she shows up again or if you need anything. After she left, I sat on the couch with Benny in his bed beside me, finally back where he belonged. The house felt bigger, emptier, but also cleaner somehow. Like an infection had been removed. My phone buzzed. A text from Jennifer. You'll regret this. I hope you and that worthless mutt are happy together in your empty house. I blocked her number and deleted the message. That should have been the end of it. Clean break, sad but necessary, both of us moving forward. But Jennifer wasn't done. The first sign came 3 days later. I'd returned to work, trying to rebuild normal routines. My manager called me into his office Friday afternoon, expression carefully neutral. Ryan, I need to ask you something, and I need you to be completely honest with me. My stomach dropped. Okay. Have you been experiencing any personal issues that might affect your work performance? I had a breakup recently. But it's not affecting my work. He nodded slowly. I received a concerning email yesterday. From someone claiming to be your ex-girlfriend. She expressed worry about your mental state, said you'd been behaving erratically and making threats. The floor tilted. That's not true. She included screenshots of text conversations where you apparently said some pretty aggressive things. I blocked her number. I haven't texted her since the day we broke up. Can I see your phone? I showed him everything. The blocked number, the absence of messages, the timeline that proved I'd had no contact with Jennifer beyond asking her to leave. He studied the phone, then my face. These screenshots could be fabricated. They absolutely are. I believe you. But Ryan, if she's willing to lie to your employer, she might escalate. Document everything. Consider a restraining order if this continues. I thanked him and left, hands shaking. That night, I got a call from my landlord. Someone had filed a complaint about my property, excessive noise, possible animal hoarding, concerning behavior. The landlord needed to schedule an inspection. I own this house, I said slowly. You're not my landlord. Silence. I'm sorry, I think I have the wrong number. But the pattern was established. Over the next week, I received notifications that my car insurance had been canceled, someone had called impersonating me and requested termination. My gym membership was flagged for inappropriate behavior I'd never committed. A former college friend called, confused, saying they'd received a long email from my account about how I was struggling with substance issues and needed help. I hadn't sent any email. My account had been hacked. Each incident was small, manageable, but collectively they formed a clear picture. Jennifer was systematically trying to destroy my reputation and stability. Kelly was livid when I told her. Get a restraining order. Now. I need proof it's her. You have proof. The pattern started immediately after the breakup. Circumstantial. A lawyer would tear it apart. I started documenting everything. Screenshots, saved emails, recordings of phone calls. Built a detailed timeline of incidents and potential sources. Then she made a mistake. I got a notification that someone had attempted to access my bank account from an unfamiliar device. The bank flagged it and sent me an alert. The IP address traced back to a coffee shop Jennifer frequented, posted about often on her social media. I called the bank's fraud department, filed a report with the police, and finally had something concrete. The detective who took my statement was sympathetic but realistic. Financial institutions take this seriously, so that's good. But unless she actually succeeds in stealing money or we catch her in the act, prosecution is difficult. However, this plus your other documentation should be enough for a restraining order. The restraining order hearing was set for 3 weeks out. In the meantime, I changed every password, enabled two-factor authentication on everything, and installed security cameras around my house. Jennifer's attempts continued but became sloppier. She sent emails to my clients claiming I was unethical. She left 1-star reviews for my company mentioning me by name. She created a fake social media account posting defamatory content. Each incident I documented, saved, timestamped. Then, 2 days before the restraining order hearing, everything went quiet. No attempted account access. No false complaints. No fabricated messages. Nothing. Kelly thought it was a good sign. Maybe she realized she was going too far. I didn't think so. The silence felt strategic, like she was regrouping. The restraining order hearing was brief. Jennifer showed up with a lawyer, which surprised me. She looked polished and professional, every inch the successful marketing executive. Her lawyer argued that I was harassing her, that the breakup had been mutual, that I was fabricating these incidents to justify my own aggressive behavior toward her. I presented my documentation. The timeline. The IP addresses. The fake screenshots she'd sent to my employer that didn't match my actual phone records. The bank fraud attempt. The judge reviewed everything carefully. Looked at Jennifer, then at me, then back at the documents. Ms. Patterson, did you or did you not contact Mr. Coleman's employer with false information? I was concerned about him, Your Honor. I thought his work should know. That's not what I asked. Did you send fabricated text message screenshots to his employer? She hesitated too long. I may have expressed my concerns in a way that, yes or no? Yes, but, the judge granted the restraining order. Temporary, pending a full hearing in 30 days, but effective immediately. Jennifer had to stay at least 100 yards away from me, my home, and my workplace. No contact, direct or indirect. She left the courthouse without looking at me, her lawyer whispering urgently in her ear. I felt vindicated but exhausted. 7 years had ended in a courtroom with a judge ordering her to stay away from me like I was a dangerous stranger. Kelly took me to lunch afterward. It's over now. She has to leave you alone. People violate restraining orders all the time. Then she goes to jail. She's not stupid enough for that. I wanted to believe her. For 2 weeks, everything was quiet. I fell into a new routine: work, home, time with Benny, regular calls with Kelly. Life without Jennifer felt strange but increasingly comfortable, like taking off shoes that had been too tight for years without realizing it. Benny slowly recovered. He stopped jumping at every sound. Started sleeping through the night. Even began playing with his rope toy again, something he hadn't done since Jennifer moved in. I was starting to think maybe Kelly had been right. Maybe it was finally over. Then I got a call from Patricia at the animal shelter. Mr. Coleman, I wanted to give you a heads up. Jennifer Patterson came in today trying to reclaim the dog. My blood went cold. What? She claimed there had been a misunderstanding, that she was actually the primary owner, and that you'd stolen the animal from her. She had some paperwork, fake registration documents, looked pretty convincing actually. But we flagged her name in our system after the first incident, so we knew to verify before releasing any animal to her. Is there anything I need to do? Already done. We've noted the attempted fraud, and I've sent a report to the police since she violated a restraining order by trying this. Just wanted you to know. After we hung up, I sat very still, processing. She'd created fake documents. Driven to the shelter. Attempted to steal Benny back, presumably just to hurt me again or use him as leverage. The restraining order violation meant she'd face actual legal consequences now. The police confirmed they'd file charges when I called to verify. But it also meant she was getting desperate. Desperate people were unpredictable. I upgraded my security system. Added cameras with audio. Started varying my routes to and from work. Warned my neighbors to call the police if they saw her around my property. The paranoia was exhausting. The full restraining order hearing happened a month later. This time, Jennifer came alone, Without a lawyer. She looked different, thinner, shadows under her eyes, hair not quite as perfectly styled. The prosecutor presented evidence of the restraining order violation, the attempted fraud at the shelter, and the ongoing pattern of harassment. The judge extended the restraining order to 1 year and ordered Jennifer to undergo a psychological evaluation. She stared at me as she left the courtroom. Not with anger, but something emptier. Loss, maybe. Or just the final severing of whatever connection had existed between us. In the courthouse parking lot, Kelly hugged me. Now it's really over. Yeah. How do you feel? Like I survived something. But also like I lost something, even though what I lost wasn't worth keeping. She nodded. That's grief. Even when you lose something bad, it's still loss. Life gradually normalized. The incident stopped. Jennifer's social media went quiet. I only knew because Kelly checked periodically, since I blocked everything. According to Kelly, Jennifer had moved to a different city, taken a job with a competitor firm, started posting carefully curated content about fresh starts and personal growth. She's rewriting history, Kelly said. Presenting herself as the victim who overcame a toxic relationship. Let her. As long as she stays away from me, she can tell whatever story she wants. 6 months after the breakup, I was finally sleeping through the night again. Benny was back to his old self, happy and relaxed. Work was going well. I'd even gone on a few dates, nothing serious, just testing the waters of being single again. Then I got an email. From Jennifer's account, which should have been blocked, but she must have created a new one. Subject line, I owe you an apology. I hovered over the delete button. Kelly would tell me to delete it, not engage, maintain the boundaries. But curiosity won. I opened it. Ryan, I've been in therapy for 3 months now. Real therapy, not just the court-ordered evaluation. And I'm starting to understand how badly I hurt you. I don't expect forgiveness. I don't even expect a response to this. But my therapist says part of recovery is acknowledging harm done, even if the person I harmed never sees this acknowledgement. What I did with Benny was cruel. Not just inconsiderate or selfish, but genuinely cruel. I took something you loved and tried to erase it because it represented a part of your life that existed before me, and I couldn't stand that. I've been working on understanding why I felt so threatened by a dog, and the answer isn't pretty. Control issues, insecurity, a need to be the absolute center of your universe. I also understand now that my behavior after you ended things was harassment. I was so angry that you'd rejected me, that you'd chosen the dog over me, that's how I saw it, that I wanted to burn down everything you cared about. Make you as miserable as I felt. I'm not asking for anything. I'm not asking you to respond or forgive me or acknowledge this email. I'm just saying, I'm sorry. For all of it. You deserved so much better than what I gave you. I hope you're doing well. I hope Benny is happy and healthy. I hope you've found someone who treats you the way I should have. Sincerely, Jennifer. I read it 3 times. Called Kelly. She sent you what? I read her the email. Silence on the other end. Do you think it's real? I asked. Does it matter? I don't know. Maybe? Ryan, even if she's completely sincere, even if she's genuinely in therapy and working on herself, that doesn't mean you owe her anything. Not forgiveness, not a response, not even acknowledgement. She hurt you badly. She gets to live with that. I know. Are you thinking of responding? No. I just wanted someone else to know she sent it. Okay. Good. Don't respond. Don't engage. Let her work on herself, and you keep working on yourself, and never the two shall meet again. I deleted the email. But it lingered in my mind. The question of whether people could change, whether the cruelty I'd seen was who she really was or just who she'd become in our relationship. Eventually, I decided it didn't matter. Maybe she was genuinely sorry. Maybe she was working on being better. Maybe she'd go on to have healthy relationships where she didn't destroy the things her partner loved. But that person wouldn't be me. I'd spent 7 years with her, and the person who could get rid of my dog and think it was justified was the real Jennifer, the one revealed when her wants conflicted with my needs. The apology was for her, not me. Her path to healing, not mine. A year after the breakup, I adopted another dog. Not to replace Benny, but to give Benny a friend. A young golden retriever mix named Scout who'd been surrendered by a family that couldn't keep her. Benny was skeptical at first, but Scout was gentle and patient. Eventually, they became inseparable. I also started dating someone new. Emma, a veterinarian I met at Benny's annual checkup. She loved dogs, obviously, and understood without explanation why Benny's comfort was non-negotiable. Our first date, she invited me to bring both dogs along for a hike. I figure if the dogs don't approve, it's not meant to be, she'd said, smiling. Benny liked her immediately. Scout loved everyone, so her approval was less meaningful, but still nice. Things moved slowly. Emma had her own apartment, her own life, her own boundaries. We saw each other twice a week, building something careful and intentional. No rush, no pressure, just two people learning each other. 6 months into dating, she stayed over for the first time. I woke up to find her on the floor with both dogs, playing tug-of-war with Scout's favorite rope while Benny supervised. "Is this okay?" she asked when she noticed I was awake. "I didn't want to wake you, but they were so cute." "It's perfect." And it was. Not because Emma was perfect or because I was perfect, but because we were building something based on kindness instead of control. Respect instead of possession. I thought about Jennifer sometimes. Wondered if she was doing better, if she'd found whatever she was looking for. But those thoughts came less frequently, with less emotion attached. The restraining order expired. I didn't renew it. Didn't need to. She stayed away, living her life in another city, and I stayed in mine. 2 years after the breakup, Kelly called with news. "So, apparently Jennifer got engaged." "Good for her." "You mean that?" "Yeah, actually. I hope she's different with him. I hope she learned something." "You're very mature." "I'm very over it. There's a difference." "Fair enough. How are things with Emma?" "Good. Really good. We're talking about her maybe moving in eventually, but there's no rush." "And if she wants to get rid of the dogs?" Kelly was teasing, but there was a real question underneath. "Then she's not the right person." "But she won't. That's not who she is." Because I'd learned to recognize the difference between someone who tolerated the things I loved and someone who loved me because of all of me, including the parts that came with muddy paw prints and dog hair and early morning walks. Jennifer had wanted a version of me that didn't exist. Emma wanted the actual me, dogs included. That was the real revenge, though I'd never thought of it that way until much later. Not the restraining order or the legal consequences or even getting Benny back. The real revenge was building a life so much better than what I'd had with Jennifer that I couldn't even imagine going back. Proving that her cruelty hadn't broken me, hadn't made me afraid to love or trust or let someone into my space. The real revenge was being happy without her. One afternoon, 3 years after the breakup, I was at the dog park with Benny and Scout and Emma. The dogs were playing in the grass, Emma was laughing at something Scout did, and the sun was warm on my shoulders. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. "I saw your Instagram. You look happy." "I'm glad. You deserve it." "Jay." Emma noticed my expression. "Everything okay?" "Yeah." I deleted the message without responding. "Everything's perfect." And I meant it. Because revenge wasn't about making Jennifer suffer or proving a point or even getting justice. Revenge was simply refusing to let what she'd done define my future. Revenge was choosing joy anyway. That night, lying in bed with Emma reading beside me and both dogs asleep on the floor, I realized I'd finally stopped checking the locks twice before bed. Stopped scanning parking lots for Jennifer's car. Stopped carrying that low-level anxiety that she might show up and try to hurt me again. I was free, not because she'd apologized or faced consequences or even acknowledged the full scope of what she'd done. I was free because I'd chosen to be. Because I'd built something new on the ruins of what she'd destroyed, and that new thing was mine and good and untouchable by her. "What are you smiling about?" Emma asked, looking up from her book. "Just thinking about how lucky I am." "Sap," she teased, but she was smiling too. Later, after she'd fallen asleep, I got up quietly and went to the living room. Benny lifted his head from his bed, checking on me. "It's okay, buddy," I whispered. "Just making sure everything's locked up." But I wasn't, really. I was standing in my house, my space, the home I'd reclaimed and rebuilt, and I was letting myself feel the weight of everything that had happened and everything I'd survived. Jennifer had tried to break me. She'd struck at the thing she knew would hurt most, had pursued the cruelty with calculation and precision. And I'd survived it. More than survived, I'd thrived. That was the revenge she'd never see coming because it wasn't aimed at her at all. It was aimed at the version of myself that had accepted being controlled, being diminished, being with someone who saw my love for my dog as an obstacle instead of part of who I was. Benny came over and pressed against my legs, his old signal that he needed reassurance. I knelt down and scratched behind his ears. "We're good, buddy. We're safe. She's never coming back." He licked my hand, then returned to his bed, satisfied. I stood in the quiet house for a few more minutes, feeling the peace of it, the rightness. Then I went back to bed, to Emma and the life we were building, and I slept without nightmares for the first time in 3 years. The revenge was complete, and it had nothing to do with Jennifer at all. It had everything to do with me choosing myself, choosing kindness, choosing to build something beautiful from the ashes of what she'd burned. And that, I realized, was the best revenge of all. 4 years after that terrible Tuesday afternoon, I married Emma in my backyard. Small ceremony, just family and close friends. Benny and Scout wore matching bow ties and served as ring bearers, which went about as chaotically as expected when Scout decided the rings looked like they'd be fun to chase. Kelly was my best man. During her toast, she said something that stuck with me: Ryan could have become bitter. He could have let what happened turn him into someone guarded and afraid. Instead, he became more open, more careful about who he let in, but also more sure of what he deserved. That takes courage most people never find. I thought about that a lot in the months that followed. About the version of myself who'd accepted Jennifer's slow erosion of boundaries, who'd convinced himself that her need for control was just part of loving someone complicated. That version felt like a stranger now, someone I barely recognized. Emma and I honeymooned in Colorado, hiking trails with the dogs, staying in cabins that welcomed pets. Simple and perfect. No fancy resorts or elaborate itineraries, just time together in places that felt like freedom. On our last night, sitting by a fire pit while the dogs dozed at our feet, Emma asked me something she'd never asked before. Do you ever wish you'd confronted Jennifer differently? Been angrier, made her face what she did more directly? I considered the question carefully. Sometimes I think about what I could have said to make her understand. But honestly, her understanding was never the point. She knew what she was doing. People like that always know. They just don't care until there are consequences. Do you think the legal stuff changed her? Maybe. Or maybe she just learned to hide it better with the next person. I poked at the fire, watching sparks spiral up into the darkness. But that's not my problem anymore. I spent 7 years trying to be enough for someone who was fundamentally unhappy with herself. Now I get to spend the rest of my life with someone who's whole on her own and chooses to share that wholeness with me. That's the difference. Emma leaned her head against my shoulder. I'm glad you got Benny back. Me too. He's the reason I couldn't just let it go. If she'd broken something else, furniture, my trust, whatever, I might have tried to fix things, make excuses for her. But she went after something innocent and dependent on me. That clarity was a gift, in a weird way. Benny stirred at the sound of his name, lifting his graying muzzle to check on us before settling back down. He was 11 now, moving slower, sleeping more. The vet said he was healthy for his age, but every day with him felt precious. You know what's funny? I said. Jennifer always talked about being an adult, having an adult home, adult priorities. But the most adult thing I ever did was admitting that someone I'd spent 7 years with was wrong for me and walking away. She couldn't handle a dog because it represented mess and inconvenience. I couldn't handle someone who'd hurt something I loved and feel justified doing it. Different definitions of maturity, Emma agreed. We sat in comfortable silence, watching the fire burn down to embers. The mountains around us were dark silhouettes against a sky full of stars. Somewhere in the distance, an owl called. This was my life now. This peace, this certainty, this bone-deep knowledge that I'd made the right choice even when it hurt. Jennifer had thought taking Benny away would teach me about priorities, about putting her first, about being the kind of partner she wanted. Instead, she'd taught me about deal-breakers and self-respect and the difference between compromise and surrender. The revenge wasn't in her suffering. The revenge was in my thriving. Years from now, when Benny was gone and Scout was old and Emma and I had built decades of life together, I'd probably think of that Tuesday afternoon and feel grateful. Not grateful it happened, but grateful I'd had the strength to respond the way I did. To not accept the unacceptable. To choose myself and the beings who depended on me. To build something better from the rubble. The fire crackled. Emma's breathing deepened into sleep. The dogs twitched in dreams. And I sat there in the Colorado darkness, finally, completely, irrevocably free. Story 8.
My husband said, "My ex has kidney failure. She needs help." I replied, "That's sad, but we can help her find a nurse." He looked me in the eye and said, "No, I need to do this myself. She's moving in." I didn't react. But when I found text messages weeks later, she wasn't sick at all. And when I confronted him, he finally admitted the truth I should have seen coming. The first time Marcus mentioned Natalie's name in 3 years, we were loading the dishwasher after dinner. His voice carried a strange weight, like he'd been rehearsing. "Natalie's sick," he said, scrubbing at a pasta bowl. "Kidney failure. Stage 4. I froze with a plate in my hand. Natalie? His college girlfriend. The one he dated for 6 years before we met, the relationship that had shaped him in ways he rarely discussed but that I'd learned to read in the margins of his behavior. "That's terrible," I said, meaning it. "Does she have family nearby?" "Her parents died 5 years ago. Car accident. She's got a brother in Seattle, but they're not close." He rinsed the bowl, set it in the rack with precision. "She needs help. Real help." Something in his tone made my shoulders tense. "What kind of help?" "Someone to drive her to dialysis 3 times a week. Help with groceries, medications, that kind of thing." He turned to face me, and his eyes held a determination I recognized from when he decided to leave his corporate job to start his consulting business. I told her we'd help her find someone reliable. We can definitely help with that, I said. I can research home care agencies tomorrow. There are professionals who specialize in exactly this situation. Marcus dried his hands on the towel, slowly, methodically. I was thinking I could do it myself. The kitchen suddenly felt smaller. You want to be her caregiver? She's alone, Rachel. She doesn't have anyone. She doesn't have you either. Not anymore. The words came out sharper than I'd intended, but I didn't soften them. You broke up 8 years ago. I know how long it's been. He folded the towel, refolded it. But I can't just ignore this. She's dying. The word hung between us like smoke. I set down the plate I'd been holding, buying time to think. Marcus was a good man. Better than good. In our 5 years of marriage, he'd never given me reason to doubt him. He volunteered at the animal shelter every Saturday. He called his mother every Sunday. He remembered my coffee order without asking and always checked if I needed anything when he went to the store. A home care professional would be better equipped, I said carefully. They're trained for medical situations. She can't afford that. Her insurance barely covers the dialysis. Then we can help pay for it. He shook his head. It's not just about money. She needs someone who cares, not a stranger checking boxes on a form. And that someone has to be you? I'm the only person she trusts. His jaw tightened. I know this is asking a lot. Asking a lot. The understatement settled over me like a heavy blanket. He wasn't asking if he could visit her occasionally or help coordinate her care. Something bigger was coming, and I braced for it. What exactly are you proposing? Marcus looked at me straight on, and I saw he'd already made his decision. She needs to move in. Just temporarily. Until she gets on the transplant list and stabilizes. The refrigerator hummed in the silence. Outside, a dog barked twice and went quiet. Move in, I repeated. Here. The guest room is empty. She'd have her own space. Marcus, that's insane. It's compassionate. It's insane, I said again, but with less force. Because the worst part was that I could see his logic. If someone I'd once loved was genuinely dying, alone and desperate, could I really turn away? Would I want him to be the kind of person who could? How long is temporarily? A few months. Maybe 6 at most. Once she's stable and on the transplant list, she can transition to assisted living or something more permanent. 6 months. Half a year of living with my husband's ex-girlfriend. The woman he'd spent his entire 20s with, who knew him before I did, who'd shared formative experiences I could never be part of. I need time to think about this, I said. She needs an answer by Friday. She's being evicted at the end of the month. 3 days. He was giving me 3 days to decide whether to upend our entire lives. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? She just told me yesterday. He moved closer, took my hand. His palm was warm, familiar. I know this is huge. I know I'm asking something almost impossible. But I couldn't live with myself if I did nothing. I studied his face, searching for cracks in the story, for signs of something hidden beneath the surface. But all I saw was earnest worry and a kind of stubborn nobility that was quintessentially Marcus. I need to sleep on it, I said finally. Of course. Thank you for even considering it. That night, I lay awake while Marcus slept soundly beside me, his breathing deep and even. I tried to imagine it. Natalie in our guest room, a ghost made flesh, walking through our home in the mornings. Sitting at our table. Using our bathroom. Existing in spaces that had been only ours. But more than that, I imagined her dying. Alone in some apartment, frightened and in pain, because I'd been too insecure to share my home for a few months. The thought made me feel small and petty. By Thursday night, I convinced myself I was being paranoid. Marcus had never given me reason to distrust him. Not once in 5 years. He wasn't secretive with his phone. He didn't have unexplained absences or mysterious charges on credit cards. He was just a genuinely good person facing an impossible situation, and he was asking for my support. Okay, I said over dinner. She can stay. The relief on his face was immediate and profound. Really? On some conditions. First, this is temporary. 6 months maximum. Second, she contributes to household expenses whatever she can manage. Third, we establish clear boundaries about shared spaces. Absolutely. All of that. Thank you, Rachel. You have no idea what this means. He came around the table and hugged me, and I let myself relax into it. I was doing the right thing. The hard thing, but the right thing. Natalie moved in on a Sunday. I'd been expecting someone diminished by illness, perhaps frail or sickly. Instead, the woman Marcus helped through our front door looked almost unreasonably healthy. She was taller than I'd imagined, with thick auburn hair pulled into a loose ponytail and clear skin that glowed with good health. She wore jeans and a fitted sweater that showed a slim figure without obvious signs of medical distress. "Rachel," she said, extending her hand. "Thank you so much for letting me stay. I know how weird this must be." Her grip was firm, her eyes direct. Up close, I could see faint shadows under her eyes, but nothing that suggested end-stage kidney failure. "We're happy to help," I said, the lie smooth on my tongue. Marcus carried in 2 suitcases and several boxes. "That's everything?" "I got rid of most of my stuff," Natalie said. "Didn't seem worth keeping things I might not need." The implication hung there. Things she might not need because she might not survive. I felt immediately guilty for my earlier judgment about her appearance. "Let me show you the guest room," I said. "We cleared out the closet and there's a desk if you need to work." "I'm on medical leave right now," she said, following me upstairs. "But hopefully I can do some freelance design work once I adjust to the dialysis schedule." The room suddenly felt too intimate, just the two of us. She set down her bag and looked around with an expression I couldn't quite read. "This is really generous of you both," she said. "Especially you. I know I'm an imposition. Marcus says you don't have other options." My brother offered to let me stay with him, but we have a complicated history. And all my friends are married with kids now. Nobody has space for a long-term houseguest with a chronic medical condition. She met my eyes. "I promise I'll be as invisible as possible." Something about the phrasing bothered me, but I couldn't pinpoint why. Instead, I showed her where the extra towels were kept and explained our morning routine. The first week was oddly normal. Natalie kept to herself, emerging only for meals and occasional trips to the kitchen. Marcus drove her to dialysis on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday mornings, usually returning by noon. She was polite, quiet, and cleaned up after herself meticulously. I tried to relax into the new routine. She wasn't the problem I'd anticipated. If anything, she seemed almost too accommodating, too eager to stay out of the way. But small things nagged at me. The way Marcus's phone was suddenly always face down on the counter. How he'd started closing his laptop when I entered the room. The fact that he and Natalie sometimes spoke in shorthand references to shared memories, laughing at inside jokes I couldn't access. "Remember that disaster in Portland?" Natalie said one evening as we ate dinner. Marcus nearly choked on his water, laughing. "The hotel with the roaches?" "And the fire alarm at 3 in the morning." We ended up sleeping in the car because every hotel in the city was booked. They were both grinning, lost in the memory. I concentrated on cutting my chicken, feeling like an intruder at my own table. "When was this?" I asked. "Oh, years ago," Marcus said. "We took this spontaneous road trip junior year of college. Everything that could go wrong did." "It was perfect," Natalie added softly. The moment stretched uncomfortably, then broke when Marcus asked me about my day. But the ease between them lingered, a third presence at the table. That night, I found myself doing something I'd never done before. When Marcus went to shower, I picked up his phone. No password. It opened immediately to his home screen. I hesitated, feeling sick and intrusive, then opened his messages. Nothing unusual in the recent texts. Work conversations, a thread with his brother about their fantasy football league, messages to his mom. I scrolled further back, searching for Natalie's name. There. A thread from 3 months ago. "Marcus, just checking in. How are you feeling?" "Natalie, honestly? Scared. The diagnosis is worse than they thought." "Marcus, have they talked about treatment options?" "Natalie, dialysis for now. Transplant list is years long. I'm trying not to think too far ahead." "Marcus, if you need anything, I'm here. I mean that." "Natalie, thank you. That means everything." The messages were supportive, appropriate. Nothing that suggested anything inappropriate. I felt ashamed for doubting. Marcus was just being a good person to someone in crisis. I closed the phone and set it back exactly where he'd left it. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Week 2 brought a shift. Natalie seemed stronger, more present. She started cooking dinner occasionally, elaborate meals that Marcus raved about. She reorganized our spice cabinet without asking, color-coding everything in a way that was admittedly more efficient but felt presumptuous. She bought special coffee that she and Marcus shared in the mornings before I woke up for work. "She's settling in well," Marcus observed one evening. "Maybe too well," I said before I could stop myself. He looked at me sharply. "What does that mean?" "Nothing. Just that she seems very comfortable." "Would you prefer she be miserable and isolated?" "Of course not." But that was exactly how I felt, and the pettiness of it made me hate myself a little. Here was a dying woman trying to find small joys in her limited time, and I was begrudging her a reorganized spice cabinet. The third week, I came home early from work with a migraine. The house was quiet, and I assumed everyone was out. I took medication and lay down in our bedroom with the lights off. Voices woke me an hour later. Marcus and Natalie, somewhere nearby. I couldn't make out words, just the rhythm of conversation punctuated by laughter. I got up, intending to join them, and heard Natalie say clearly, "I've missed this so much." "Me too," Marcus replied. "It's like no time has passed." I stood frozen in the hallway. The context was innocent enough. Old friends reconnecting. But the warmth in his voice, the easy intimacy of it, sent ice through my veins. I walked downstairs loudly, making my presence obvious. They were in the living room, sitting on opposite ends of the couch, a respectable distance apart. Nothing incriminating in their positions or expressions. "Hey," Marcus said. "I thought you were at work." "Migraine. I came home early. Do you need anything? Water, more medicine?" Natalie stood. "I'll give you two some space." After she disappeared upstairs, Marcus came over and kissed my forehead. "Go rest. I'll make dinner." I wanted to ask what they'd been talking about, but the question seemed paranoid. Instead, I went back to bed and tried to quiet the alarm bells in my head. That weekend, I suggested Marcus and I take a day trip. Just us. We used to drive to the coast every month, walking on the beach and eating overpriced seafood, talking about everything and nothing. "That sounds great," he said. "But I should probably stay close in case Natalie needs anything. She has our phone numbers. We'll only be an hour away. Her dialysis schedule is unpredictable. Sometimes she feels terrible afterward and needs help." "Just for one day," I pressed. He hesitated, and in that pause, I felt something crack. "Maybe next weekend?" But the next weekend came and went without mention of the coast. Marcus was busy helping Natalie set up a home office in her room so she could take on some freelance projects. The weekend after that, Natalie had a doctor's appointment that ran long and Marcus stayed home in case she needed support when she returned. I stopped suggesting outings. Instead, I started paying closer attention. The way Marcus's face lit up when Natalie entered a room. How he always seemed to know what she needed before she asked. The casual touches, his hand on her shoulder as he passed behind her chair, her fingers brushing his arm when she thanked him for something. Nothing overtly wrong. Nothing I could point to as evidence. Just a growing sense that I was watching something rebuild itself, brick by brick, right in front of me. One evening in early October, 6 weeks after Natalie had moved in, I was working late in my home office when I heard them in the kitchen. I hadn't meant to eavesdrop. I'd intended to go downstairs and join them. But Natalie's words stopped me. "Do you ever think about how different things would be if we'd made it work?" A pause. Then Marcus, "Sometimes. But we were different people then." "Were we? Or did we just convince ourselves we wanted different things?" "Natalie? I know. I'm sorry. I shouldn't go there." "It's okay. These are big existential questions when you're facing mortality." "Is that your therapist voice?" He laughed. "Maybe. I'm serious, though. Being here, seeing you like this, I realize I never got over you." "Not really." My heart stopped. I waited for Marcus to shut it down, to establish boundaries, to remind her that he was married. Instead, he said gently, "Let's not do this." Not a denial. Not a rejection. Just a deflection. I went back to my office and closed the door quietly. I couldn't confront them. Not yet. Not without proof of something concrete. But I wasn't imagining things anymore. Something was happening between them. I started checking Marcus's phone regularly when he was in the shower or asleep. The messages between him and Natalie were frequent but carefully worded, nothing explicitly inappropriate. Lots of "thank you for today" and "I appreciate you" and heart emojis that could be interpreted as friendly or something more. But there were gaps. Conversations that seemed to end abruptly, then pick up later with references to things that hadn't been discussed in text. They were talking in person, saying things they were smart enough not to put in writing. In late October, I came home from a work dinner to find the house dark except for candlelight coming from the living room. I walked in to find Marcus and Natalie sitting close together on the couch, wine glasses in hand, a half-empty bottle on the table. They jumped apart when they saw me. "Rachel." Marcus stood quickly. "We were just talking." "Looks cozy," I said. "I was having a hard day," Natalie explained. Marcus was being supportive. "How convenient that support requires wine and candles." "The power went out earlier," Marcus said. The candles were practical. I looked at the ceiling. The lights were working fine now. "When did it come back on?" Neither of them answered immediately. "About 20 minutes ago," Marcus finally admitted. So they'd been sitting in candlelight by choice, even after the electricity returned. Creating atmosphere. "I'm going to bed," I said. Marcus followed me upstairs. "Rachel, nothing is happening." "Then why does it feel like something is?" "Because you're looking for problems that don't exist." "Am I? Or am I just finally seeing what's been there all along?" "She's sick. She's scared. I'm being a friend." "You're being more than a friend, and we both know it." He ran his hands through his hair, frustrated. "I don't know what you want me to say. I want you to tell me the truth." "I have been telling you the truth." But his eyes shifted away from mine when he said it, and I knew I'd lost him already. I just didn't know how to prove it yet. November arrived cold and gray. The tension in the house was palpable. Marcus and I spoke in careful, polite sentences. Natalie made herself scarce, spending most of her time in her room. But I could feel the current running beneath the surface, connecting her and Marcus in ways that excluded me. One Thursday afternoon, I left work early again, this time deliberately. I told Marcus I had meetings until 6, but I wanted to see what happened when he thought I wasn't coming home. I parked down the street and walked to the house quietly. Through the front window, I could see into the living room. Marcus and Natalie sat on the couch, closer than necessary, their heads bent together over something on his laptop. As I watched, she laughed at something he said and leaned into him. He put his arm around her shoulders. It could have been innocent. It probably was innocent, technically. But the easy intimacy of it, the way they fit together, told me everything I needed to know. I didn't go inside. Instead, I drove to a coffee shop and sat with a cold latte, trying to figure out what to do next. I couldn't keep living like this, suspended in uncertainty. But I also couldn't accuse Marcus of an affair based on ambiguous gestures and overheard conversations. I needed proof. That night, I waited until Marcus was asleep, then carefully removed his phone from the nightstand. I'd memorized his passcode weeks ago. I opened his messages and scrolled to Natalie's thread, then did something I'd been avoiding. I checked the deleted messages folder. Most people don't know that texts aren't permanently erased when you delete them. They stay in a hidden folder for 30 days. I opened it with shaking hands. The first message made my blood run cold. "Natalie, I love falling asleep knowing you're just down the hall." Marcus, same. Makes me feel like we're in college again. Natalie, except we're not sneaking around this time. Well, not entirely. Marcus, Rachel is getting suspicious. Natalie, what are we going to do? Marcus, I don't know. I need more time to figure this out. The messages were from 2 weeks ago. I scrolled further. Marcus, I can't stop thinking about last night. Natalie, me neither. But we have to be more careful. Marcus, I know. I just wish things were different. Natalie, they can be different. You just have to decide what you really want. I read through weeks of deleted messages, each one worse than the last. References to late-night conversations after I'd gone to bed. Mentions of moments they'd shared when I was at work. Nothing explicitly sexual, but the emotional affair was undeniable. And then I found the message that changed everything. It was from Natalie, sent 3 days ago. "Natalie, the nephrologist's office called. They want to schedule my next consultation. I think they're getting suspicious about why I need so many appointments when my blood work keeps coming back normal. Marcus, can you switch to a different doctor?" Natalie, already planning on it. But we need to be more careful. If Rachel finds out I've been faking this, everything falls apart. I read it 3 times, certain I'd misunderstood. But the words didn't change. Faking this. Natalie wasn't sick. She didn't have kidney failure. There was no dialysis, no transplant list, no impending death. It was all a lie. And Marcus knew. I sat in the dark, phone in hand, trying to process the magnitude of the deception. They'd orchestrated this entire situation to be together. Marcus had manipulated my compassion, played on my guilt, knowing I wouldn't refuse to help someone who was dying. The betrayal was so complete, so calculated, that I felt physically ill. I barely made it to the bathroom before throwing up. I spent the rest of the night sitting on the bathroom floor, my mind racing. I could confront them immediately, throw the evidence in their faces. But then what? Marcus would make excuses. Natalie would move out. They'd find another way to be together. Or I could do something smarter. By dawn, I'd made a decision. I wasn't going to let them know I knew. Not yet. Instead, I was going to gather evidence, understand the full scope of their plan, and then expose them in a way that left no room for excuses or manipulation. I screenshot every deleted message and emailed them to myself from a new account they didn't know about. Then I carefully deleted my tracks and put Marcus's phone back exactly where I'd found it. When he woke up an hour later, I greeted him with coffee and a smile. "You're up early," he said, kissing my cheek. "Couldn't sleep. Excited about that project at work." He bought it completely. Why wouldn't he? I'd been the trusting wife for months now. He had no reason to suspect I'd finally seen through him. That day, I called in sick to work and did research. I found Natalie's actual medical records through a healthcare portal she'd left logged in on our shared computer. No kidney disease. No dialysis appointments. Her recent blood work was completely normal. I documented everything. Screenshots, timestamps, photos. I created a detailed timeline of their deception. Then I started planning phase 2. I couldn't just divorce Marcus and let him run off with Natalie. That was too easy, too clean. They'd get what they wanted with minimal consequences. I needed something that would make them both understand the weight of what they'd done. The idea came to me in the shower on Friday morning. It was risky, complicated, and would require perfect timing. But if I pulled it off, it would be devastating. I started with Marcus's family. He was close with his mother and brother, and both of them had been supportive of Natalie moving in because they believed she was dying. They'd sent care packages, called to check on her, organized a fundraiser through their church to help with medical expenses. I called Marcus's mother that afternoon. "Catherine, hi. It's Rachel." "Rachel, dear. How are you? How's Natalie doing?" "That's actually why I'm calling. I need to talk to you about something, but I need your absolute discretion." I heard the concern in her voice immediately. "Of course. What's wrong?" "I've been noticing some inconsistencies in Natalie's medical situation. Things that don't add up. I'm worried she might not be as sick as she's claimed." There was a long pause. "What kind of inconsistencies?" "Her appearance, for one. She looks remarkably healthy for someone in kidney failure. She never seems tired after dialysis. And I accidentally saw some medical documents that don't mention kidney disease at all." "Oh my goodness. Are you sure?" "Not entirely. That's why I'm calling you. I don't want to accuse anyone falsely, but I also can't ignore the signs. Would you be willing to help me verify her medical situation?" Catherine was a retired nurse. She'd worked in nephrology for 30 years. If anyone could spot holes in Natalie's story, it was her. "Tell me everything you've noticed," she said. I walked her through the discrepancies carefully, planting seeds of doubt without revealing that I knew the full truth. By the end of the conversation, Catherine was thoroughly concerned. "Let me make some calls," she said. "I have friends at the hospital where she claims to be getting treatment. If she's a patient there, they'll have records." "Thank you. And please, don't mention this to Marcus yet. I don't want to upset him if I'm wrong." "Of course, dear." Phase 1 complete. Next, I reached out to Marcus's brother, Daniel. I used a similar approach, expressing concern about Natalie's health claims and asking for his help investigating. Daniel was a journalist. He had resources for background checks and public records searches. Within 3 days, I had both of them working independently to expose Natalie's lies, neither of them knowing I already had proof. While they dug, I played the perfect wife. I smiled at dinner. Laughed at Marcus's jokes. Brought Natalie soup when she claimed to feel tired. I was so convincing that Marcus started relaxing around me again, the guilt in his eyes fading. They got sloppy. One evening, I fell asleep on the couch while they watched a movie. I heard them whispering, saw Marcus take Natalie's hand. She rested her head on his shoulder. "Soon," he whispered. "How much longer?" she asked. "After the holidays. I'll tell her then." I promise. So that was the timeline. They were waiting until after Christmas to blow up my life. I wouldn't give them the satisfaction. Catherine called me the following Tuesday. Rachel, we need to talk. In person. She came over that afternoon while Marcus was supposedly taking Natalie to dialysis. We sat in the kitchen, and Catherine pulled out a folder of documents. I checked with 3 hospitals in the area, she said. None of them have any record of Natalie as a dialysis patient. I also spoke with a friend in the transplant unit. She's not on the kidney transplant list. She's never been on it. Are you certain? Absolutely. And there's more. I pulled her insurance claims through a database I still have access to from my consulting work. She hasn't had any nephrology appointments in the past year. I let appropriate shock register on my face. Oh my gosh. There's no kidney failure, Rachel. She's been lying. But why? Why would someone fake a terminal illness? Catherine's face hardened. I think you know why. Or at least, you suspect. I met her eyes. She was a perceptive woman. She probably sensed something between Marcus and Natalie weeks ago. Does Marcus know? I asked quietly. That's the question, isn't it? Catherine set her jaw. I raised that boy better than this. If he's been complicit in deceiving you, we need to handle this very carefully. I don't know what to do. First, we document everything. Then we confront them together. With evidence they can't deny. Daniel called that evening with similar findings. He'd done a deep background check on Natalie and found no medical records supporting her claims. He'd also discovered something interesting. She'd been fired from her last job for falsifying expense reports. She had a history of deception. I'm coming over this weekend, Daniel said. We need to deal with this. Everything was falling into place. Friday night, I suggested we have a family dinner. Let's celebrate Thanksgiving early, I said. Just the 4 of us. I'll cook something special. Marcus seemed surprised but pleased. That's a great idea. Natalie looked uncertain. I don't want to impose on family time. You're staying in our home, I said warmly. You're part of the family right now. The irony wasn't lost on me, even if it was lost on her. Saturday arrived. I told Marcus that his mother and brother wanted to join us for dinner, that they'd been asking to see Natalie and check on her condition. He'd seemed nervous but hadn't objected. I spent the afternoon cooking. Roast chicken, mashed potatoes, green beans, fresh bread. The kind of meal you serve when you want people comfortable and unsuspecting. Catherine and Daniel arrived at 5. I'd briefed them both on the plan. We'd have dinner first, normal and pleasant. Then, over dessert, we'd lay out the evidence. Calmly, methodically, undeniably. The meal was tense beneath the surface pleasantries. Marcus kept glancing at his mother, trying to read her expression. Natalie was quiet, picking at her food. So, Natalie, Catherine said conversationally. How has treatment been going? Are the dialysis sessions getting any easier? Natalie smiled. A little. I'm adjusting to the routine. Which hospital are you going to? I have friends in several nephrology departments. I'd love to have them check in on you. A pause. St. Mary's, Natalie said. Interesting. I called St. Mary's this week. They have no record of you as a patient. The table went silent. Marcus's fork clattered against his plate. Mom, he said. What are you doing? Looking for the truth. Something you apparently stopped caring about. I don't understand, Natalie said, but her voice was shaking. Daniel pulled out his folder. I ran a background check. No medical records supporting your kidney failure diagnosis. No dialysis appointments. No specialists. Nothing. You had no right, Marcus started. We had every right, I interrupted quietly. Because unlike you, we care about the truth. He turned to me, his face pale. Rachel, I can explain. Can you? Because I found the deleted messages, Marcus. I know she's been faking this. And I know you've known all along. Natalie stood abruptly. I should go. Sit down, Catherine said, her voice like steel. You owe Rachel an explanation at minimum. For a long moment, no one moved. Then Natalie slowly sank back into her chair. How long? I asked Marcus. He closed his eyes. We started talking again about 6 months ago. It was innocent at first, just catching up. But then we realized we still had feelings for each other. So you decided to manipulate me into letting her move in by faking a terminal illness? It wasn't supposed to go this far. She was really struggling financially, and I wanted to help. The kidney failure story was just. It was the only way I thought you'd agree. The only way you could get what you wanted without being honest with your wife. I was going to tell you, he said desperately. After the holidays. I was going to ask for a divorce and handle everything properly. How noble of you. To plan the destruction of our marriage over Christmas dinner. Catherine said. Daniel and I are leaving. Marcus, I'm ashamed of you. You were raised better than this. She looked at me. Rachel, I hope you'll stay in touch. You're always welcome in our family, no matter what my son decides. After they left, the three of us sat in horrible silence. Finally, Natalie spoke. I'm sorry. I know that's not enough, but I am genuinely sorry. You should be sorry, I said. You should be mortified. You faked a terminal illness to steal another woman's husband. I love him. Then you should have loved him enough to let him be honest. Instead, you both turned me into the villain in my own story, the cold wife who didn't want to help a dying woman. Marcus reached for my hand, but I pulled away. Rachel, please. Let's talk about this. There's nothing to talk about. You made your choice months ago. You've been lying to me every single day since Natalie moved in. You've let me question my own instincts, made me feel crazy for suspecting something was wrong. I never meant to hurt you. You didn't mean to get caught. That's not the same thing. I stood and walked to the window, my back to both of them. Outside, the neighborhood was lit with early Christmas decorations. Strings of lights on houses full of families who weren't falling apart. I want you both out of my house by tomorrow, I said. Rachel, this is my house too, Marcus started. Then I'll leave. Either way, I'm not spending another night under the same roof as you. I went upstairs and packed a bag. When I came back down, they were both crying. It might have moved me once. Now, it just made me tired. One more thing, I said at the door. The medical fundraiser your family organized? The one that raised $8,000 for Natalie's fake treatments? I'm going to make sure every person who donated knows exactly where their money went. I'm going to tell your colleagues at work why your wife left you. I'm going to make sure everyone knows the truth. You don't have to do that, Marcus said. No, I don't. But I will. Because you two need to understand that actions have consequences. You don't get to lie and manipulate and then walk away clean. I left them there and drove to a hotel. That night, I slept better than I had in months. The next day, I called a lawyer. Then I started making good on my promises. I contacted every person who donated to Natalie's fundraiser and explained the truth. I sent copies of the medical records that proved she'd never been sick. The responses ranged from shock to fury. Several people threatened legal action. I told Marcus's colleagues and friends exactly why we were separating. I was calm, factual, and devastating in my honesty. No drama, no embellishment. Just the truth, laid out simply. Marcus tried calling me repeatedly. I didn't answer. His mother and brother reached out to offer support and apologized profusely for not seeing through things sooner. I appreciated their kindness but told them I needed space from anything connected to Marcus. Natalie left town. I heard through mutual acquaintances that she'd moved to another state, trying to outrun the reputation that followed her. Marcus moved into an apartment alone. The divorce proceedings were straightforward since I had extensive documentation of his deception. His lawyer tried to argue that no physical affair had occurred, so the division of assets should be equal. My lawyer presented the deleted messages and evidence of fraud, painting a picture of long-term emotional and financial manipulation. I got the house. Most of our savings. And the satisfaction of knowing that everyone who mattered knew exactly what Marcus had done. 6 months later, I was sitting in my living room, now redecorated to erase any trace of Marcus, when I got a text from an unknown number. Unknown, this is Natalie. I know you probably don't want to hear from me. But I need you to know that Marcus and I aren't together. We tried, after everything, but it fell apart. The foundation was poison. You were right about everything. I stared at the message for a long time. Part of me wanted to respond with something cutting, something that would make her hurt the way I'd hurt. But what would be the point? She was already living with the consequences of her choices. Instead, I deleted the message and blocked the number. They'd stolen months of my life, but they wouldn't get another second. I started therapy, not because I was broken but because I wanted to understand how I'd missed the signs for so long, how I'd let compassion override instinct. My therapist helped me see that my willingness to help hadn't been a weakness. Marcus and Natalie had exploited something good in me, but that didn't make the quality itself wrong. I joined a book club. Started painting again, something I'd abandoned years ago. Reconnected with friends I'd neglected during my marriage. Slowly, deliberately, I rebuilt a life that was entirely mine. Marcus tried reaching out on what would have been our 6th anniversary. A long email about regret and mistakes and how he'd thrown away the best thing in his life. I read it once, then archived it without responding. His remorse wasn't my burden to absolve. A year after the divorce was finalized, I ran into Catherine at a grocery store. She hugged me immediately. "How are you?" she asked. "I'm good. Really good, actually." "I'm glad. You deserved so much better than what my son gave you." She paused. "He asks about you sometimes. I think he wants to apologize properly. He can keep wanting." She smiled sadly. "I don't blame you. For what it's worth, Daniel and I consider you family still. That doesn't change just because Marcus is an idiot." We exchanged numbers, and I meant it when I said I'd stay in touch. Because the strangest gift Marcus and Natalie had given me, wrapped in all that deception and pain, was clarity. I'd spent 5 years trying to be the perfect wife, accommodating and understanding and endlessly patient. I contorted myself into shapes that fit his needs, convinced that compromise was the same as love. Now I knew better. Real love didn't require you to ignore your instincts. It didn't ask you to participate in your own betrayal. 2 years out, I met someone new. David was divorced too, with his own complicated history. We were careful with each other, honest about our damage and our boundaries. When he said he loved me, I believed him because his actions matched his words. We didn't move in together right away. We took our time, building something solid and real. When his ex-girlfriend called crying about a personal crisis, he handled it with compassion but also with clear boundaries. He didn't hide the conversations from me. He didn't make me guess or question or wonder. "Is this okay?" he asked after hanging up. "I want to help her, but not if it makes you uncomfortable." "It's okay," I said. "Because you asked. Because you're being transparent." That was the difference. Trust isn't blind faith. It's earned through consistent honesty, through actions that align with words, through respecting your partner enough to include them in decisions that affect both of you. Marcus and Natalie had taught me what I wouldn't accept. David was teaching me what I deserved. Sometimes I still think about that dinner, the moment when everything came crashing down around Marcus and Natalie. The looks on their faces when they realized I knew, that I'd known for weeks, that I'd carefully orchestrated their exposure. It would have been easier to just confront them immediately, to react from emotion. But the cold, calculated approach had been more satisfying. They'd planned their deception methodically. I dismantled it the same way. People sometimes ask if I regret being so harsh, so public with the truth. They think I should have handled it privately, with more grace. But grace is for people who make honest mistakes. Marcus and Natalie made deliberate choices, every single day, to deceive me. They counted on my compassion, my trust, my willingness to believe the best in people. Exposing them wasn't cruelty. It was accountability. And maybe, somewhere in whatever lives they're living now, they've learned that actions have consequences. That you can't build happiness on someone else's pain. That love based on lies will always collapse under its own weight. As for me, I learned that survival isn't just about getting through the betrayal. It's about refusing to let the betrayal define you. It's about taking back your story, your power, your life. Marcus thought he was the author of our ending. He thought he got to decide when and how to break my heart. He was wrong. I wrote the ending. And it was exactly what they deserved. These days, when people ask about my divorce, I keep it simple. My ex-husband lied about his dying ex-girlfriend moving in so they could be together, and when I found out, I made sure everyone knew exactly who they were. The shock on their faces is always satisfying. But more satisfying is what comes next, when they ask, "What did you do?" Everything I should have, I tell them. And nothing I regret. Because that's the truth Marcus and Natalie never understood. Revenge isn't about being vindictive or cruel. It's about refusing to be a silent victim. It's about making sure that people who hurt you don't get to walk away clean while you shoulder the shame and pain alone. They gambled that I'd be too kind, too forgiving, too concerned with taking the high road to fight back. They lost. And I won back myself. 3 years after everything fell apart, I got an invitation to Marcus's brother Daniel's wedding. The envelope was addressed only to me, with a handwritten note inside, "Your family, regardless of what happened. I hope you'll come." I almost declined. The thought of potentially seeing Marcus again made my stomach clench. But Daniel had been genuinely kind during the divorce, and I'd grown fond of Catherine. They'd chosen me over blood, in their own way, and that meant something. The wedding was beautiful. Daniel married a woman named Sophie who worked as a veterinarian and had a laugh that filled entire rooms. Catherine hugged me when I arrived, introduced me to relatives as our dear friend Rachel, never once mentioning my connection to Marcus. He was there, of course. Standing alone near the bar, looking older than his years. When our eyes met across the room, I felt nothing. Not anger, not sadness, not even the faint echo of love. Just a blank space where he used to be. He approached me during the reception. "Rachel. You look well." "I am well." "I'm glad." He shifted his weight, uncomfortable. I've wanted to apologize properly for a long time. What I did was unforgivable. Yes, it was. He seemed to expect more, but I had nothing else to give him. No absolution, no closure, no neat resolution to ease his conscience. "I lost everything," he said quietly. "My marriage, my family's respect, friendships. Natalie left me after 6 months. She said being with me reminded her too much of what we'd done." "That's unfortunate for you both." "Don't you feel anything? Even just satisfaction that I got what I deserved?" The question revealed how little he'd learned. He still wanted something from me, even if it was just confirmation that his suffering mattered. "I feel relieved," I said honestly. "Relieved that I'm not you. That I don't have to live with what you've done. That I get to build a life based on honesty instead of wading through the wreckage of my own terrible choices." His face crumpled slightly. "I really am sorry." "I believe you. But your remorse doesn't obligate me to anything." David appeared at my elbow then, holding 2 glasses of champagne. He handed me one and extended his other hand to Marcus. "David Chen. Nice to meet you." Marcus shook it automatically, and I watched him register the easy way David stood beside me, the subtle claim of partnership in his posture. "Congratulations on the wedding," I said to Marcus. "I hope you find whatever it is you're looking for." We walked away together, David's hand warm on my back. Behind us, Marcus stood alone in a room full of people, and I didn't look back. Later that night, as David and I drove home, he asked, "How do you feel?" "Free," I said. "Completely, finally free." And I meant it. The woman who'd loaded a dishwasher beside her husband while he planned her betrayal no longer existed. She'd been burned away in the fire of that year, and what emerged was someone stronger, wiser, less willing to accept crumbs and call it love. Marcus and Natalie had meant to break me. Instead, they'd given me the greatest gift, the knowledge that I could survive anything. That I was enough, all by myself. That happiness built on truth would always outlast happiness stolen through lies. Sometimes the best revenge isn't elaborate or public. Sometimes it's simply living well, loving honestly, and refusing to carry someone else's guilt. They tried to make me the fool in their love story. But I'd rewritten the narrative entirely, and in my version, I was the hero all along.